Well, good morning. In the absence of any live test match cricket to bring you from Old Trafford, we have travelled down southwest to the gorgeous Taunton ground to bring you some top-class county championship cricket. We have the perfect day for it at the perfect venue. Taunton has changed dramatically over the years, but it is absolutely stunning. Welcome along to the opening day of this county championship game between Somerset and Lancashire from Division 1. A very good morning to you, to Somerset legend Peter Trigo. The toss has already taken place. Mark Butcher was in charge.
Very good morning to everyone from the Cooper Associates County Ground on day one of this LV Insurance Division 1 County Championship game. I've got the two captains with me, Tom Abel of Somerset and Dane Villas of Lancashire. Tom, you've got the coin. Give it a flip for us, please. Heads is the call, and it's come down a tail. Somerset have won it. Tom, come over and have a word. Please don't be shy. Very good morning to you. You won the toss and you are having...
We're going to have a bowl first.
And that is because?
There's obviously a bit of live grass. It looks a little bit green this morning. But generally speaking, they've been pretty good wickets here. So, yeah, it was a tough decision this morning, but we feel like, yeah, we want first use with the ball. But ultimately, we've got to do it well. So that's the most important thing.
Does your recent form with the bat in these Division 1 games play into that decision as well? I mean, it's been a real struggle for you guys, despite pedigree in your lineup.
Not really, to be honest. We're obviously very aware that we've not been batting so well recently. But this is a fresh week for us. And like, we'll back each other, you know, we trust each other. And we know we've got to be better. But that didn't come into our thinking, really. We just obviously went on the conditions this morning, and we feel like that's the best way of winning the game.
The championship is still yet to be decided, and you guys with a win here could find yourselves giving yourselves a chance of going through. A loss though, and it's done for you.
Yeah, we've obviously had a disappointing couple of weeks, but it's all about this game for us. You know, we've got to put our best foot forward and give ourselves the best chance, and we're not looking any further ahead than that. So yeah, hopefully we can perform a little bit better this week. No
test match at Old Trafford means you get a couple of your key players back. What is your team news today?
Well, unfortunately, Craig and Jack aren't able to play. Craig's just got a little bit of discomfort in his rib, and Jack we haven't got his PCR test back yet, so they're missing out, unfortunately.
Okay, so that any other changes to your 11?
So Ned Leonard's making his debut for us. Yeah, and Jack Brooks is coming in as well for us.
Okay, all right, good stuff. Well remembered. Thanks for speaking with us. Cheers, Tom.
Thank you.
Dane, you guys are going to be strapping them on first. It does look a little bit green. What would you have done?
I think we would have batted first as well on that. I think it would have been a brave call to win the toss and bat. But saying that, I think it's going to be a good wicket. It's pretty hard. Hopefully that grass is just for the carry and a bit of pace, which is fine. So hopefully we get first use of it, and it looks a beautiful day to bat. So hopefully we can do well.
Lancashire in a similar position to Somerset, and that a win is absolutely vital to maintain your prospects of winning the division. So what's the approach?
Yeah, I think we obviously, all the games we wanted to win in this competition, but yeah, it's coming off a difficult loss against Notts last week. I mean, obviously the boys showed a bit of fight, but unfortunately we didn't get the result we wanted, so we need a result, and both teams need a result actually, so hopefully it should be shaping up for a good game.
Any changes to your team?
Yeah, we got two changes. We got Jack Leatherwood coming in and Matthew Parkinson coming back in.
Okay, great stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Dane. So the news from the toss is that Somerset have won it, and they're going to have a bowl first.
Well, it's not a straightforward decision at the toss because of the pitch conditions today here in Taunton. We'll come on to that in due course. But Peter, just run us through this Somerset side, which bizarrely, when you look at that top order, have actually been struggling for runs.
Yeah, it's mad to think that's the case. Obviously, both teams struggling, and Somerset in particular the last few weeks losing by an innings, which is a huge surprise, the nature of their championship cricket. But, you know, they've been massively strengthened by the acquisition of Azhar Ali coming back to the club, which obviously gives them a great deal of experience. I'm expecting big things from my old mate James Hildreth. You know, the Sky cameras around, he always turns up. But, you know, some exciting players in there. Steve Davis, Rolf van der Merwe, I think now batting in what you'd say more familiar circumstances. Obviously, Steve Davis in particular has been opening the batting, you know, and I think the middle order is where he likes and where he's most dangerous.
We also got the pace of March and DeLange. And what about Lancashire? How do you see them lining up?
Yeah, I mean, I was watching them last week. They played up at Trent Bridge, again lost by an innings, so both teams probably looking for a big response from all of their players, really. You know, they're a fine team. I really like the way that Al Davis goes about his work. Luke Wells, I think, was a fantastic signing. I think the nature of Lancashire's cricket, they like to take the game very deep into the last day. You know, you don't see the expansive batting that you see from many other counties. They like to really grind out a score. Dane Vias, the captain, is obviously their key wicket for Somerset.
Right, the two players that aren't playing for Somerset, the two England boys, Craig Overton has a side strain, has something not quite right in there. He's got over the elbow injury. Remember, he got whacked at the Oval quite badly. But Jack Leach, I mean, cut the guy some slack. This guy has been travelling around all over the place in bubbles, making drinks, and he can't play in this game because his PCR test hasn't come back. I mean, he just can't buy a trick, can he?
I know, if there was one PCR test that the ECB should probably be trying to sort of sift through as quickly as possible, would be Jack Leach's. I mean, it's a massive shame for Leach himself, a massive shame for the club, but a massive shame for all cricket fans as well. You know, the cricket fans have, you know, after the heroics of Headingley, have adopted Jack Leach as a cult figure, and we want to see him play. And it's such a shame that a little bit of red tape and maybe some poor organisation has cost him an appearance here. Big shame.
Context of the game, very important for both sides because they're languishing at the bottom. They're not out of it, but they've got to win. That's a simple answer, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's the nature of the county championship now. Every single team, all 18, start with a chance to win the county championship, which is fantastic. And there are no dead rubbers. You know, we're at the back end of the season now, and this is a must-win game, so a very exciting 4 days cricket in store.
What do the players think of the new format then? You just alluded to it then. Do they enjoy the fact that at the start of the season, at least, every side is in with a chance of winning the county championship? Because when I was playing, split divisions were brought in to try and just improve the standard of the top bit. What are the players thinking about it now?
Yeah, well, I can't speak for all professional cricketers,
Sure.
but my perspective is exactly that. You've got 18 fantastic first-class counties in this country, and they all start the season with an opportunity to win. I feel that the two divisions maybe created a disillusionment for the teams that were really struggling to get out of the second division, which is such a tough thing to do. So yeah, I think the investment into the 4-day cricket for all 18 counties will go up if they've got the chance of the gold medal at the end of the season. I think it's a great thing for English cricket.
Good, interesting. Well, the overheads are good. What about underfoot? Well, before the toss took place, Michael Afton had a look at the pitch.
Beautiful late summer's day, blue skies, warm sun, and what should be a good game between these two teams who are struggling a little bit in Division 1 but still have an opportunity to get into the top two in the Bob Willis Trophy final. The last time they met 3 years ago on this ground produced the first tie in the championship for about 15 years, played on a very different looking surface. That was a spin fest on a pitch that more resembled the beach at Weston-super-Mare. This one looks very green and grassy at the start today. It's rolled out nicely. There's a little bit of dampness on the surface and there is plenty of live green grass, so that may encourage the captains to bowl first. But I imagine here at Taunton that as the sun gets on it and the roller rolls this out the next couple of days, it'll probably flatten out into a very good pitch. And what the grass usually does at Taunton is enable the ball to carry through to the keeper and the slips. It's not a place usually where it jags around all over the place. But given the amount of grass on the surface, given that little bit of moisture in there, I imagine both captains may want to bowl first.
Well, Somerset have won the toss and they will be bowling. Now, Peter, you're the expert on pitches and conditions down here. We used to queue up to bat at Taunton because it was flat, not that I could ever get a run here. Then it started to turn square and you got dock points and all sorts of shenanigans. And now it's green as the outfield.
Well, I think the likes of yourself and Ramson, Graham Hick and people like that used to queue up to bat at Taunton because I was bowling. But, you know, that pitch can be a wolf in sheep's clothing, I think. You know, there's often a little bit of a broken up nature to it, but often when it's very green here, it just increases the pace and bounce. So I expect an extraordinary challenge, I think. The one thing that Somerset bowlers do is they bowl great areas. Led by Tom Abel, they're very, very disciplined. Jack Brooks, Marchant de Lange to come in a bit later on in the day, but Josh Davey and Jack Brooks in particular will be challenging both edges of the bat, and an exciting morning.
Is it a slightly fuller length here, or is it hit the pitch?
No, it's not a hit the pitch here, pitch.
Yep.
No, it's a hunt the knee roll, especially Josh Davey. He moves the ball naturally off the seam both ways. Jack Brooks probably a little bit more swing, but again, you definitely want to be driven. But again, the nature of this ground, it's so fast, the outfield's so small. It's very much a case of if the bowlers miss, the batsman will cash in.
OK, Pete, thanks very much indeed. So Somerset won the toss, they've decided to bowl. We've got the perfect day for it. Here's Mark Butcher and Michael Afton.
We do indeed have the perfect day. The sun is shining. This is a lovely cricket ground, Taunton. There's a few in for the start of this championship game between Somerset and Lancashire, who contested a tie here 3 years ago, the last time these two teams meet. We've got a lot of good young players to have a look at. One of those on screen there, George Balderston, who got some runs in the last game at Trent Bridge and is a bright young talent. He's up and running first ball.
Wait there, no!
Alex Davies at the other end, who is off to pastures new at the end of the season. He's off to Edgbaston and Warwickshire. So completing what has been a pretty successful and enjoyable, one assumes, career at Lancashire for him. Only 500s, but a consistent player at the top of the order. A wicket-keeper as well. Pitch is green. Both teams wanted to bowl. Somerset have got the opportunity. We've got a young man making his first-class debut today. Ned Leonard. He's played a few Royal London 50-over games for the club. A nice moment just before the start of play, where on the boundary edge, Ned Leonard was given his cap. Curry there, who's the director of cricket. It's always a proud moment in any young player's career. So there'll be a few butterflies in young Ned Leonard's tummy right now. He'll get an early bowl, no doubt. He's a young man, Butch, that I've known since he was about 11 years of age, actually. He started off at Middlesex under-10s with my lads, so known him a long time. He came down to Millfield and joined the Somerset Academy and now gets a first-class debut.
I was going to say, what's the poor lad done to deserve that?
Actually, interestingly, from that Middlesex under-10s team, 3 players have gone on to play first-class cricket. That's quite an achievement. There's a bit of movement there for Jack Brooks.
Yeah, Brooks just signed a 1-year contract extension here at Somerset. He of the natty headbands. Excellent bowler. Terrific career, first of all with Northampton, now at Somerset. We'll look to bowl a full length. We'll bring the stumps into play.
Both these teams could do with a win. They've been struggling in the second stage of this championship. So for those who are not aware how the championship works, we have a conference system to start, and then the teams move into a 3-divisional system, and we're in that final stage now, which will produce the county champions, and the top 2 will go on to play in the Bob Willis Trophy final at Lords at the end of the season. Although these two teams sit bottom, there's still a chance for them. Plenty to play for, 3 for none. Just a reminder where Lancashire and Somerset sit, and if you're wondering why that point system looks quite complex, the 0.5, it's because you carry half the points through from the first stage, the first conference stage. So Lancashire and Yorkshire are in the same conference. They carry half those points through to this stage. I think we'll leave it there, Butch.
Yeah, it's convoluted, to say the least. But yeah, they carried through half the points that they made in the matches against each other.
So here is Ned Leonard getting an early bowl. Long journey from Ealing, Middlesex Academy, Millfield, Somerset Academy, and to first-class cricket. Good luck to him. Things will improve.
Yeah, interesting. First delivery in first-class cricket. Right arm bowler, big, strong, strapping lad. Looks as though he wants to try and swing the ball back in, but as is the way in the modern game, chooses to start off to the left-hander from around the wicket.
Remember your first ball in first-class cricket? I mean, the first ball you faced. Can you remember? No, long time ago.
I can't remember what my first game was now.
Remember mine, it was off. J.K. Lever. John Lever. Thanks. Time ago.
Big Marchant Delaga. Come on, first or second change. Always with extreme pace. Huge man, but he's nowhere near as intimidating as he looks, unless he's got the ball in his hand, that is.
I cannot believe you can't remember who you made your first-class debut against. It's such a big moment in any player's career.
Huge, obviously.
So Alex Davies, young Ned Leonard, has got 3 slips and a fine gully. Ooh, and that came back and probably went over off stump. But there's usually enough and consistent bounce here at Taunton to leave the ball on length safely enough.
Yeah, we'll see a little bit of movement. We'll see something lateral, either through the air or off the pitch on this live green grass. Still don't think it would have been a terrible decision to win the toss and bat, though.
Nice shot wide of mid-on. Should have been 3, really, but a bit of lazy or indifferent running means they're restricted to 2.
As a captain, I was very much in the bat first camp. I always remember playing in matches here at Taunton where the pitches had a tinge of green about them, but if you didn't take plenty of wickets in the first hour, you didn't get any at all. And because of that memory, I would have had a bat. Let's put a bit of pressure on the bowlers. Have to find a consistent line and length. This ground is very, very quick scoring, whether the pitch is green or not. You have to take advantage of any early movement.
10 for none. If you're listening at the toss, Somerset unable to include their 2 returning England cricketers. Obviously that test match abandoned, cancelled, forfeited. We'll wait and see what the result of that game is, but that's why we're here. That's why Overton and Leach are back, but neither can play. Overton's got a bit of a side niggle, which suggests that he would have given way in any case to Mark Wood in the test match. And Jack Leach, his PCR test has not come back yet, so he's not playing. You could put together a good list of reasons why Jack Leach doesn't play cricket over the last 2 years. He does a lot of carrying drinks.
It would read a little bit like the dog ate my homework, wouldn't it? You wouldn't believe half of them. He's having a nightmare of a time. He really is.
So Balderson was an England under-19 cricketer. He's held in high regard. He's an all-rounder, and Lancs have pushed him up to the top of the order, and by all accounts he played very well last week at Trent Bridge. Old medium pace as well. One of those young cricketers that Lancashire have got high hopes for over the next few years. That's a good-looking shot down the ground. Another I'm looking forward to watching bat here, whether it's today, tomorrow or whenever, is Josh Bohannon, who has a career average in the high 40s now. He's fresh off of 170 in the last couple of games. Looks a good player to me. Looking forward to watching him back.
Nice stroke that. Coming down nice and straight. Lovely bit of carry. Nothing so far has made me shake my view that batting first would not have been a bad call on this. It's up to Somerset to take advantage. They haven't had a score higher than March and de Lange's 36 in the 2 matches they've played so far.
No!
Might have had something to do with the decision at the toss, no doubt.
I asked Tom Abel that question, in fact. He said, no, no, no.
He got a very tight-lipped response, I thought.
He's a serious man, is Tom Abel. I think he's a serious player as well.
Always love coming here to Taunton. It's a proper cricket ground, right in the middle of in the town centre, and the new stand, or stand has been renamed. It's no longer the Ian Botham stand, but the Lord Ian Botham stand. Just to keep getting renamed as various titles get put upon him. 12 for none off 3. Wanted one and then didn't, and Balderson was on his toes at the non-striker end, ready to respond, and fortunately for him was quickly on his heels and got back.
Fledgling opening partnership that obviously will not be extended much belong this season, as Davies makes his way to Warwickshire.
Yeah, on the news that Alex Davies was off to Warwickshire, Lancashire promoted a young wicketkeeper called George Lavelle, who's another one of these young Lancashire players that they hold in high regard, but had an iffy game, dropped a couple of catches, and so he's just gone back to second 11 duties for a while, but no doubt will come again. Nice carry through to the keeper, but no alarms off the surface despite that live green grass that we mentioned. Another good-looking shot from Balderson down the ground. That's the second straight drive that he's played that's had a touch of class.
Yeah, fantastic. Just head is in a perfect position. And then simple as that, you just drop the bat on it from there. Pitch is a belter. Gonna make the most of it, Somerset. Lancashire, sorry.
18 for none. Keaton Jennings not available with a calf strain today for Lancashire. Alderson Davies followed by Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon, Dane Bias, Rob Jones. Plenty of batting. Runs, 4 of them.
Small victory for the bowler. Just a shade of movement away from that defensive prod from Balderson, but soft hands, bottom hand just lightly gripping the handle there. Didn't push out at it, and the ball went to ground quickly.
Getting quite a few tweets in about the table and the nature of the championship. Just to reiterate that we've gone from a conference system to a 3-divisional system at the end. You don't play the team that was in your original conference, so Lancashire and Yorkshire are in the same conference, so that's why we've got these half points. You carry through half of the points that you had in the games that you played against each other in the conference stage. So Yorkshire and Lancashire, 2 games they played against each other, they carry half those points through, but they don't play against each other in this divisional stage. So Yorkshire and Lancashire won't play against each other, yet Lancashire will play the other 4 teams, Notts, Hampshire, Warwickshire and Somerset. Hopefully that's
well done.
Some kind of explanation. Well, he likes it down the ground. That's 3 delightful drives that George Balderson has played down the ground. Looking good. 22 for none, 26 for none.
Doesn't get much better than that.
Spoke to Paul Allett a couple of days ago, and he was spoke very highly of Balderson. He feels, as do many at Old Trafford, that he's a young player of real promise. And so far, you'd suggest they're probably on the money.
Absolutely. It's so orthodox as to be dull, I suppose, in the modern day game. It's a little back and across.
So orthodox as to be unorthodox.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Or unusual.
Persisting with around the wicket to the left-hander.
Bazarali coming bleeding through the stump microphone there. He is just in front of the umpire at square leg.
Yeah, fellow Crystal Palace supporter.
You're going to have to explain this link.
Why, he had a terrible knee injury. Quite sure how many years ago, Azhar Ali, when he was still captain of Pakistan, and he ended up over in the UK, and he did his rehab with the medical team at Crystal Palace, and has supported them ever since. So the first thing as he ran past me this morning was to shout Eagles at me.
First wicket for Ned Leonard. Well done, young man. Round the wicket. He found Balderson's edge, who was looking good. It's been snapped up in the slips. And that is a great moment for a young man making his first-class debut.
Yeah, bit of extra bounce. Just kicks at him a little bit. Perhaps didn't need to play at it when he looks back at it, but it's a beautiful delivery from Leonard. And that is a moment that he will remember for a long, long time.
.22 for George Balderson. It was a good-looking 22, but only that. And he has gone, caught Lamb beat Bowl Leonard. Lanks 27 for 1.
Incoming batsman number 3, Luke Wells.
Start with middle. That's middle stump. Right arm round.
Luke Wells is at number 3 for Lancashire and replaces another left-hander, George Balderson, who became Ned Leonard's first-class wicket, caught in the gully. So Lancashire lost their first wicket, 27 for 1. We're in the 6th over. The pitch looks perfectly decent. There's not a great deal of movement yet, despite that amount of green grass on the surface, but at least an early wicket will have given Somerset and Ned Leonard a lift. Another good ball, just nips off the seam and passes the outside edge.
There's 430 runs in the championship this year, which is just a shade under 40. Son of Alan Wells of Sussex and England.
Successful over for Ned Leonard, 27 for 1. Shades of Clive Lloyd and Harry Pilling. Talking about the discrepancy in height between these two, of course.
I'm glad you clarified that. Excellent catch from Lamb Went Ricky Ponting style there at 5th slip. The reverse cup. It was just that bounce, just that little bit of bounce that did for Balderson. And a promising start was snuffed out.
Right side, I think. Graham Lloyd is unmoved. We have 2 Lancastrian umpires in this game, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Graham Lloyd.
Yeah, no pressure, gents, no pressure. Just going down. But this is how Brooks will operate as he gets into his rhythm. Be attacking those stumps, attacking the shins.
On this time, there's no question about that. That is a beautiful delivery from Jack Brooks, full of length, A little bit of movement away. Not sure that Alex Davies could do much about it. That is a good ball, and Lancashire have lost their second.
Genuine outswinger. Delivery before Davies fell over just a touch. The ball aimed in towards the stumps, and that one just swung. Just played slightly away from that front pad, but it was a beautiful delivery from Brooks. He deserved the celebration. Davies goes for 3. It's 27 for 2.
Incoming batsman number 20, Josh Bohannon.
Both openers gone for Lancashire, who are 27 for 2. 2 balls into the 7th over, and Josh Bohannon, Lancashire's number 4, comes to the crease. I think he's a good player, this fellow, as that average suggests. 47.46 would make him stand out in domestic cricket in England. He's only 34 matches into his first-class career. He's been around for 3 years or so. So it's not a lengthy career yet, but in the cricket that we've seen him play, he has impressed. And he's having a good year this year, averaging just a tick under 60, with that best of 170 coming very recently.
Well, we saw this in the test match at the Oval, whereby first 6-7 overs there's not a great deal happening with the Duke ball, and then as the fielding team managed to get into the leather, as the lacquer comes off, get a bit of a shine, a bit of difference between one side and the other, it starts to swing.
Oh, it was very close to gully. He was diving away to his right. The replay would give us a better look to see how close to Tom Lammonby this was.
Again, full of length from Brooks. Suckering Bohannon into that drive.
Good, he's finding his range here, Jack Brooks, into the 7th over, and it's just started to swing for him, as Mark Butcher said. Maybe a bit of that lacquer coming off the ball. There's certainly been a little bit more movement in the last couple of overs than we saw in the first 5. Seven overs done, 31 for 2.
For 2, Lancashire. Quiet start, and then all of a sudden, just as Mark Butcher said, the lacquer coming off the ball, just a bit of shape and a bit of swing Two good players at the crease who we saw get some runs earlier in the season. Bohannon short, likes to cut and pull. You've got to be full to him, get him driving. Already a drive, he's squirted through the gully. He's off the mark with a boundary. Luke Wells yet to get off the mark. Balderson looked very good. It's odd to say about someone who got 22, but sometimes you just look at someone and go, you know what? I reckon he's got a long future the way he played down the ground. What have you made of the pitch, Peter? Looks a bit of grass on it.
Yeah, I think when you turn up and win the toss or lose the toss, you're potentially a bit of a rabbit in headlights here. But I always find the wicket here at Taunton, when there's grass on it, just improves the pace and bounce. It gives the bowlers a bit of carry, if anything, but certainly no demons there. But there's been some quality bowling so far.
Leonard bowled nicely from round the wicket. Nervy start, first ball, first class cricket, got clipped for 4. Since then, round the wicket, he's just held a line nicely. Decent crowd in perfect conditions, 20 degrees, sun's out. Lovely to be at this cricket ground, one of the best in the country. Taunton. Played nicely, played soft hands.
I know Tom Abels obviously won the toss this morning and inserted Lancashire, but certainly puts the bowlers under a bit of pressure. When you see the green, you expect to be 2 or 3 wickets down at lunchtime. So great to see Ned Leonard doing so well, getting his first class wicket. I saw him in a second 11 game years and years ago when he was 15 and bowled with some great pace for a young lad, and he's certainly come on, and like I said, to be here to see his first wicket is very pleasing.
Nice back foot punch, not timed, so mid-off will cut it off. End of the over, 33 for 2 after 8. First wicket meant a lot to him. Lovely reaction. Is it going to carry to gully? Are you going to catch it? Got one. That hard work, I've got one. That's my start. Start of many, hopefully.
Yeah, he's a strong lad, is Ned. He's, as you saw from those shots there, he's a good physical specimen. And one thing that did strike me when he was 15 years old, every time you asked him to bowl, he'd just run in, give it absolutely everything, and you could see how much that first wicket meant to him.
Remember your first? Mark Butcher can't remember yesterday, so he couldn't remember his first class debut. Do you remember your first class wicket? Where was it, here or somewhere else?
It was at the Oval, actually. I was just talking to our partners in crime today. Wardy, actually, I did look at the scorecard a minute ago. I thought Wardy got a load of runs, but he actually got 0. But Butch got 80 and Graham Thorpe got 100. But my first class wicket was Martin Bicknell.
And how have things gone for you this season up at Nottinghamshire? How's the body coping with it all? How old are you now, 40?
Yeah, just turned 40. I'm 35% grey hairs in the beard. You know, it's all started. Yeah, you're coming to a rapid end physically. It's been a bit of a challenge. I'll be honest. I got to the crest of the hill, and the other side is a lot steeper. But it's been great, obviously, finishing off my career at a club like Nottinghamshire, and in particular a ground like Trent Bridge. It's been very special. Rolling up the other end, obviously Jack Brooks at the very opposite end of his career to his partner in crime, Ned Leonard. Many hundreds of first-class wickets, and he's showing his class today. I think, you know, that dismissal of Al Davis in particular was high-quality skill, very subtle movement in that nearly got the LBW, and then the away swinger to catch the outside edge. That's some high-quality bowling.
Brooks that well, but he strikes me as A, someone you want in your side from a cricketing point of view, and B, someone who's fun to play with. He gives it absolutely everything. It was a good setup. The previous ball nipped back in, and just one that swung away. He felt he had to play it. Real competitor, skillful as well. Loves the game.
Yeah, he absolutely does love the game, and I think you can take a lot from his headwear in terms of what he's like in the dressing room. I was lucky enough to play for a season here at Somerset with Brooksy. He's an amazing character in the dressing room. You know, one of those sort of, you know, classic sort of county cricketers. Your Luke Fletcher, your Jack Brooks, those guys that just raise the dressing room.
It's half a hand on that, but it's very short here at Taunton. If you're going to drive in the V. And that's another boundary straight back past the bowler. 38 for 2.
Brooksy just slightly over pitching there. It's synonymous with Taunton, really. The margin for errors for a seam bowler, even with that much grass covering, is relatively small. You've really got to be sort of that top of the stumps, knee roll length. Otherwise, you can get punished, and in particular, generally on a first day when it's a bit slow, there's not a great deal in it for halfway down either. So the skills in terms of length is certainly tested at this place.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why when you look at stats, and those stats of Brooks, who have bowled at what, Northampton and here, and he's getting them at 27 apiece, that's a pretty good effort. Stats only tell you half the story. Where have they bowled? Where have they got their runs? The crease there. Leonard.
I think that's the majority of those wickets might have come at Headingley. Brooksy had quite a few years bowling at that place, and certainly, as we all know at Headingley, when the cloud is coming over, it's a very nice place to be a highly skilled seam bowler.
Times now, batters have just missed out off their hip. Davies missed a few off his hip. Bohannon missed one there as well. Does it always spin here, even when it's got grass on it like this? Do you expect this to turn?
Yeah, I think in the years when the ground was famously called Hyderabad, you know, even then it would have a green tinge to it. But you know, if you got really down to the level of the ground, the pitch itself, you'd see that underneath the green grass it was a little bit disturbed, which obviously offered the inconsistency with the spin.
That'll go away for 4. In the air for a while. Gully has been fine throughout the first 9-10 overs. Didn't know, as you see there, he didn't know whether back foot punch or cut.
Yeah, an expansive shot there from Luke Wells, who, you know, from my point of view, he's one of the guys that really solidifies the lineup. He's a guy that you have to get out, so that's a little bit loose for him, and will certainly give the bowling side a little bit of hope. But you know, he's got away with that and got 4 runs for it.
That'll be 4 more. Straight down the ground.
Yeah, great shot there, and I think, you know, in those 2 balls just absolutely summarises what bowling at Taunton's all about. He's gone into the wicket slightly outside off stump. Luke Wells has flashed and got away with it before, but then overcorrected slightly too full and punished down the ground. 2 slightly different cricket shots. That one in there certainly deserved 4 runs.
Could be another one, actually. Fine leg tries to get round. No, that's 3 boundaries on the bounce. Leonard probably just tiring into his 5th. This may well be his last delivery coming up.
It wouldn't surprise me if Captain Tom Abel starts swinging his arms, getting loose. I was down here when Nottinghamshire were here recently, and Tom Abel certainly come on as a bowler. It wouldn't surprise me if he's bowling the next over from the Lord Ian Botham stand end. It is a challenging place to bowl, though, Taunton. You know, give credit where it's due. Ned's probably done his job. He's leaked a few runs, which I think is so easy to do here at Taunton. You don't have to do a lot wrong, but he's made that breakthrough, and maybe it's the time just to collect your thoughts down at fine leg for a few minutes.
Wait there.
He's mid-off then. Luke Wells looks in good touch as well. 51 for 2. Brooks to continue from the Marcus Trescothic end. And that's why he's continuing, because even though it's a good pitch to bat on, and we've already had a number of boundaries, it's also a decent pitch to bowl on.
Yeah, there's certainly a ball in there for you. If you hit the right areas and put the right amount of gas into the ball, which Brooksy's certainly done there. The headband warrior. He's certainly got a head of steam up now.
I think that's why this place has produced some very fine cricketers, really, because of the surface here. And I know it's copped a bit of stick recently about its spinning, which I think is ridiculous. I think nothing wrong with having the odd pitch around the country that spins, but generally here, if you're a batter, you enjoy it. If you're a seamer, it's hard work, but there is something there, and as a spinner, you will get it to turn. It's a good cricket pitch here.
You're exactly right. Yeah, it's it's a cricket pitch where good, honest, hard work does generally pay off at the end of the day, and it's producing cricketers like Craig Overton in particular, and Leachy in the as I say, Hyderabad years. I mean, the one difficult thing for Somerset at the moment is not having Leachy and Craig Overton in the attack is a massive hole to fill. Sometimes in county cricket you can be a victim of your own success when you're producing players to play at the next level. You obviously miss them in important games, and I think that's probably the one concern, and something that probably needs some attention. If you are going to lose your Craig Overtons and your Leaches, what is the home advantage here at Taunton? It was very clear for a few years that spin was the way to go.
It's good again from Brooks. Very good. Just held the line though, Bohannon. Davies followed it a bit and nicked it. Bohannon just held the line, hoped it missed the edge, and it did.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Nas, about it being ridiculous that the management of the game seems so fearful of spin. Our home grounds for many years, Chelmsford, Taunton, renowned for spin.
51 for 2.
But you know what you're going to get when you go to these grounds. Every county has the ability to take a spinner with them. What's the problem? It's still the same for both sides. When you go to Trent Bridge, when you go to Old Trafford back in the day, Headingley, you back the truck up with your seamers. It's no different. It's just another skill of the game that, like I said, England very much reaped the rewards of how good Leachy and Bessie have been over the last 5 years. And to put this sort of threat over them that they couldn't produce a wicket that suited their team was a shame, really. And like I said, it's a 3-4 year process where Somerset were very clear in their game plan, and now they're almost having to start again and find a new way to play. And when you lose your Overton type cricketers, and in particular a talisman of Somerset over the last few years bowling wise has been Lewis Gregory, missing with a back injury. You're asking your home players to play on pitches that might not suit the lineup, which is a challenge for the team. But as I predicted, the captain Tom Abel is loosened up and he's getting ready to bowl. What an absolute machine of a man Tom Abel is.
Yeah, he is impressive cricketer to keep an eye out on for the future. Definitely for the present, actually, he's a very good cricketer. Speak very highly of him here.
Yeah, young Tom was given the captaincy of the club at a very early age. You know, he took to that job like a duck to water. He's an impeccable man. Leads from example. His record obviously there to speak for itself. 50 wickets at 28. You know, and he's pretty much predominantly known as a batter as well. So he's got a fantastic record up behind him already. He comes into bowl there and is making an instant impact, really. You know, that's what you expect from Tom Abel. He's a wholehearted cricketer, like I said. He's got the numbers to back himself up. He's also got a physique that probably belongs on Love Island as well now, so he's quite the man. He makes me incredibly jealous.
Another punch down the ground. Noticeable how if you play straight, hit through the line of the ball, you get value here at Taunton.
Notice that little laugh there, Nass. Are you a frequent watcher of Love Island?
Laughing that it came from you, actually, the only man that has put Dinesh Karthik to shame this season with your dress sense. You've been absolutely immaculate today. DK, if you're watching in Dubai, you're second now in the list of best dressed at Sky.
Well, that's quite a compliment. I've been in awe of DK over this summer, watching the India series on TV. The only thing I'm not rocking today is a outrageous pair of sunglasses, but you know, maybe I'll nip off to the Somerset County Sports and see what they have on the shelves. As I mentioned, as I predicted, running in incredibly hard there, putting the ball in a great area, really challenging Luke Wells, who does look a fantastic touch this morning. Very watchful, very patient batsman, a great acquisition from Sussex last year.
No run.
55 for 2.
I think the way Luke Wells played that last ball is very synonymous of his batting. He's, you know, you talk a lot, I listen to you guys talk a lot about your Joe Roots, how late they play. Even though he's a very big man, he's got a good stride in there. He's let the ball come really deep and played it with very soft hands. Even if he does edge that, it's probably not going to carry to the keeper or the slip. So he's, again, like I said, a really tough guy to get out. And once he gets in, he has that ability to bat for a very long period of time. So a key wicket for Somerset here. If they can dislodge him sometime before lunch, that would be a massive feather in the cap.
Brooks now into his 7th over. 3rd slip has come out into extra cover. And again, we've seen half a dozen of those this morning, which is a sign it's a good pitch that if you can hit through the line, scoring rate up at nearly 5 runs and over.
Yeah, Wells punishing the bowler straight down the ground again. I feel like the field placing isn't quite right there. I mean, bowling an awful lot of swing deliveries at Taunton, I always used to have my mid-on and mid-off quite straight and probably 5 yards deeper to protect that, because, like I said, that's not a particularly bad ball, but Luke Wells has just lent on that and pushed it down the ground. I think I'd have my cover and my mid-wicket a little bit straighter.
Way there!
I think as you speak, mid-off has just gone a little bit straighter and deeper. Jack Brooks himself said, come on, 3 or 4 times, that it's just been a push, it's not been a full-blooded drive. And they've got 4, so you can see mid-off there. The pitcher, he will get closer to Brooks and a couple of yards deeper.
First bouncer of the morning there from Brooksy, bending his back. But yeah, I think it's the tactical side of swing bowling. Obviously Brooksy has that ability to nip it across the left-hander and obviously hunting the shin with the in-swinger. What I would want to do as a swing bowler myself would be to straighten up my field and make Luke Wells hit more squarer, so he's using an open blade, which obviously brings those dismissals into play a bit more. I'd like to be discouraging him trying to play straight, obviously blocking off those scoring opportunities and make him try and whip it across the line, or maybe hit square cover. At the moment Luke Wells looks very, very comfortable just punching it back down the ground, and it's an area where he's probably scored at least half of his runs so far this morning.
Wait there.
Could be it for Brooks, you never know. He's had 7 now, it's 60 for 2.
Wouldn't surprise me now, Nas, if the great big rig Marchant de Lange starts to get the old Castrol GTX round the system. A man that puts fear into most county batsmen. You see 15 studs coming at you and then a 90-mile-an-hour rocket, something that you don't really want to face on a Sunday morning, but something the Lancashire batsmen are going to have to put up with very soon, I think.
Get loose, big man. That's the cry from up here. He's a big unit and he's got some serious wheels. We saw that in white ball cricket already this season. Be the blast or the 100, he gets it through.
I think watching Somerset recently, like I said, Nottinghamshire were here a couple of weeks ago, and I watched Marchant bowl. I was very excited after watching the 100 ball at the speed he was bowling, but I think in that particular game he almost bowled like he knew he had to bowl 20 overs that day, and there was a little bit of a holdback. I'd like him to bowl in those sort of 3-4 over spells and really let it rip.
That's good, very good. Able. Sort of pace that you might want on this pitch, just not rapid but just nibbling away, top of off, slightly wider on the crease. Any difference in ends here for someone like you? Is it just purely a wind direction thing, or did you have a preference?
Well, believe it or not, there is a little bit of slope. I always used to bowl from where Abe's is bowling now, the Ian Botham stand river end, as he drops short there and gets punished through square cover off the back foot. Great shot there by Bohannon. Yeah, I think generally I think it might have been because I had to bowl a lot of times with Andy Caddick, who would only ever bowl this end. So if you didn't bowl at the bottom end, you never got a bowl. So it was always the big guys used to bowl from this top end, and the swing seam bowlers from the bottom end.
Wait on.
Last couple of times I've seen Bohannon and Michael Atherton praised him when he first came in. He'd say this is his bread and butter. He likes to hang back and hit at the top of the bounce. Playing against him, if you're captaining against him, you'd say to your bowlers, try and get him coming forward. Almost like you have to do to Joe Root. Joe Root loves hanging on that back foot and punching it. Get him coming forward, not on his leg stump.
Yeah, I think you see some players that instantly take to first-class cricket. It looks, from watching him in the last few games, and in particular this morning, he's got a very, very clear way of scoring. He's looking to tuck off his hip when it's fuller and straighter, and he's looking for width off the back foot. And he's very watchful when the ball's full. It's obviously a danger area. Instantly from up here, I think that front pad, the nip backer, is probably his kryptonite. But he's very, very clear in what he's looking to score from, which is a sign of a guy who's put a lot of thought and practice into his game.
Oh!
14 overs gone, 65 for 2.
But as I mentioned earlier, Nas, that is the head scratcher from for bowling at Taunton. technically, if you put a pitch map down there of Tom Abell's over, you know, if you didn't realise how many runs had come from it, you go pretty good over. I mean, he's literally just a foot short of what, you know, the ball before was a play and miss. So again, that got punished for 4, and all of a sudden you're at 4 and over. The run rate itself isn't out of control at the moment, but as a captain inserting a team on a green pitch, 65 for 2, yeah, yes, the 2 wickets are a bit of a tick in the box, but that run rate really needs to come down. You want it really around, you know, sub 3 and over, but here comes the big man. This is what the crowd want to see.
Yep. Good pace. Aggressive, he runs in and he lets it go, he hurls it down at you. It's about accuracy here at Taunton. You can go around the park. I mean, the 3 bowlers that we've seen have bowled pretty accurately, and the rate's nearly up at 5 and over, so you have to get it right. Otherwise, the pace will open up areas.
Yeah, I just hope he's had that message of short spells, 3 short spells today, Marchant, and terrorise the batsman.
Yep, give it everything. And you'll find out about Bohannon as well. It's one difference maybe between county cricket and if you want to move up a step into international cricket is pace and real pace. So if you are looking, if selectors are around, people watching, okay, we've heard about this lad. He averages 47, he averages the best part of 60 this season. How does he play real pace? Does he suddenly move around a bit too much? We shall see. Pretty good.
Yeah, tucked in behind that one and dead batted that into the offside. Looks like he's up for the battle, that's for sure. Against De Lange always reminds me of sort of a, you know, a World War II fighter pilot from America with that moustache and the coiffured hair. Fantastic looking chap.
Butcher and Ian Ward said there's a little bit of Lord Flash art about him from Blackadder.
Yeah, he's one of those guys on the field. He's, you know you're in a massive contest with him, but off the field he's the nicest bloke, most polite bloke you'll ever meet. It's really hard to sort of have that ill feeling against him, which you probably need when he's bowling these rockets up there.
But you're right. Already we've seen that. And it's so much easier in a 100 game when you have to bowl, what's it, 20 deliveries, or in a blast game to bowl a few more. Here, where it's a long day on a flattish pitch, he looks like he's just getting into his work as opposed to run in and hurl it as fast as you can. Still quick enough.
Yeah, I think it's the, I think Tom Abell in some ways is missing a little bit of a trick here with someone like Marchant De Lange. He's, a very orthodox field, which probably tells the bowler that he has to bowl his areas. I'd love to see square leg out on the boundary, just sending that message to the batsman that he's going to get through a few whistling through his grill.
Left that at the last second. Good start from De Lange, 65 for 2.
Yeah, Nas, I mean, you would be a great person to ask about this, when you face some of the, the great fast bowlers of the time, and, that square leg went back and the short leg came in under your nose, you kind of, that pending doom feeling on,
it's in the back of your mind, yeah. I don't care any batter. The moment you set that field, you know that eventually a bounce is coming, so maybe your triggers are slightly different, maybe you're not lunging as much. Best batters try and put it behind them, I guess, and look forward to the challenge. I don't know anyone that really loves facing chin music every single delivery. Some are better at coping with it.
Right there.
Yeah, it's like there are guys out there like your Neil Wagners in particular who set that extraordinary what's now called the Wagner field, and that his main skill is he has the ability to bowl somewhere in between the badge of your helmet and your chest. I mean, very, very intimidating and hard to score.
Wait there.
When you know a bounce is coming, I always found it was even worse to know that that's the tactic. You know, short leg just in front of square, 2 men out on the hook. Your coach sort of looking at you from the balcony like, if you take this on and hole out, you're going to be in trouble. I mean, it just, you know, gives you that little bit of unsureness about your game plan.
Nice drive. Does it get through? Yep, you won't catch up with that at Taunton. That'll be 4 more.
Yeah, I have to say, Nas, you know, as I said, over the crest of that hill on the slippery slope, you know, I can even feel the twinges in the back and the ankles watching Abe do that work. It's, you know, I think it's sad when you end a career, but I won't miss bowling at this place.
Half stop. Yeah, well done. That would have been 4 more. Backward point, stop it, and get a tap as well. Maybe a double tap. Yeah, double tap. Cover comes round as well.
Young Lewis Goldsworthy there, nicknamed Messi in warm-up football. He's quite the talent, and certainly showed his athleticism there at point.
No, that was a real throwdown. That was a big, long half volley, and Luke Wells has looked in excellent touch. He's rushed to a runner ball 34. It's 73 for 2.
Well, we made it in the end, Ath. I have to say, it's one of the harder commentary positions to get into. Who dares wins.
You're not exactly vertically challenged either.
Well, quite. I've just broken the back thing here as well. I'm sitting on 2 chairs because I'm so short, and it's taken me the best part of 5 minutes to get in, and technically I'm still not actually in. Hang up.
Oh, no!
But the cricket's been good, 73 for 2. The batting has been very good on a pitch which has offered a little bit, and there's certainly some swing. They have rattled along. After 16.5 overs, a run rate of 4.4. They've lost the 2 openers though, Balderston, who shaped up nicely actually, and Davis for 3. Pleasant cricket ground, isn't it? There was a steam train going along behind the Lord Botham stand.
Fantastic ground. Always like coming here. Always get a decent crowd in for any cricket, actually, whether it's championship cricket or clearly the Blast games, which are sold out routinely here. Just chatting with Steve Kirby downstairs, actually. I was getting a coffee. He's Somerset's bowling coach, just chatting about the challenges bowlers and batsmen, it's for batsmen as well, just moving from the long stint of white ball cricket, whether it be Blast, 100, Royal London, back into the championship cricket at the end of the season. .73 for 2. It's a real challenge for all these cricketers, I think, especially if you're a young cricketer. Martian Delanger's pretty experienced now, but even then, for somebody like him, he's gone from not really wanting the batsman to settle, to bowling slower balls and Yorkers, and then comes to a game like this and he's got to land it on a sixpence in order to make the most of whatever movement that there is, and that's not an easy shift. As I say, it's harder for young cricketers. I was keeping my eye on Middlesex's young seamer, Blake Cullen. He did really well in the 100, but was really running in and banging it in halfway down a lot, and then suddenly has to go to Hove in a first-class game, and it's not easy then to locate your length, which is the absolute given for a bowler. Challenges.
Ben Green will bowl from the Lord Botham stand end. A couple of wickets in his first-class career. It's a mental challenge as well, isn't it? It's not just the planning. You sort of get used to going one way, don't you? And then you've got to really focus in on what you need to do.
You've got to focus in, and then you've got to have the skill and the ability to deliver that. And something like length, a command of length, just comes from like a repetition. But for a month or 2 months, you've been concentrating on a whole different set of skills. And of course, for the batsman, its challenges are equal. You've gone from playing against a ball that doesn't do very much. You might have minimal exposure in the middle of the innings, and then suddenly you come out and the ball is nipping around. It's just not easy, especially for young players. I think for young players it's a real challenge.
Wait there!
Luke Wells has shaped up very nicely. Just on occasions, he's aimed a drive offside. It's hit the inside edge and squirted away leg side. So he has to be careful he doesn't go out too far at it. Played some very pleasing shots, though, I have to say. Pitch played as you had expected when you had a look at it this morning?
Well, having been here on many occasions, you never expect it to go all round corners here, even if it's very green and damp. It usually just helps the ball to carry through, as I tried to suggest in the pitch report. But I think had I been captain, I would have bowled. But I think if you're looking to win this game, you say your best chance of getting wickets is at the start of the game, that it's not going to be a minefield at the end anyway. Therefore, take your chances with the ball this morning. It's not done that much, has it?
No, perhaps not quite the discipline with length as much as anything that you would hope to have from your bowlers when you win the toss and bowl. That said, though, batting has been pretty good, particularly from Wells.
No run.
79 for 2. Important game for both these sides. Nottinghamshire are leading the way. It's Lancashire and Somerset who at the moment are bringing up the rear. Not out of it, but they need the points. They need wins.
Well, they're not out of it at all. I mean, it depends a little bit what happens elsewhere, but there's a bit of a gap to Nottinghamshire, but not to the second place. And of course, the top 2 play off in the 5-day game at the end of the season anyway. There's another round of games after this one, so there's plenty to play for still.
Other scores we'll try and keep you up to date with as best we can throughout the day. We'll have to come back to that because Marchant de Lange is herring in. 79 for 2 here at Taunton. Hampshire are playing Nottinghamshire at the Ageas Bowl, where Hampshire are 27 for 2. Decided to bat. Yorkshire are 55. Sorry, Warwickshire are 55 for 5 against Yorkshire at Headingley. Yorkshire won the toss and decided to bowl, and they are certainly making the most of that decision. 55 for 5, Warwickshire. Some low scores around county cricket.
Yeah, when we did the test match at the Oval was the resumption of championship cricket after a long spell of one-day cricket. And I think right at the start of that test match we noticed that 5 teams had been bowled out for less than 200 on the first day of that round of championship games.
Oh, that's lovely. Nicely timed, beautifully placed. Might not go all the way, it won't.
Come back.
Slows up towards the boundary, but they'll come back for 3.
I reckon that's a combination of factors. I reckon if we ran the numbers of when you move to a championship game on the back of a lot of one-day cricket, you'd find some low scores as people adjust. But it's also down to pitches. There are some really poor pitches around the country. At the moment, you very rarely get to a game or see a game where pitch is firm, get good carry. I think that's an issue that can be improved throughout the game.
Saved by the stumps. Lovely straight bat from Wells.
Josh Bohannon at the non-strikers then diving back to make his ground. It was nowhere near Marchant de Lange, but you've always got to be aware. You can see him following through then. You've always got to be aware that it might just be a fingertip. And he rightfully scampered back, made sure he made his ground.
No run. Over in hands, lads, please.
82 for 2. There is a link, Wardy, that you will never get between Josh Bohannon and Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Well, if I'm never going to get it, why are you staring at me as if you're expecting me to get it?
Just because it's quite an interesting link from my perspective. Both went to the same school in Bolton, it's called Harper Green. Both old boys of Harper Green, which is where my dad was headmaster for many years. That's how I know that link.
Was he really? Fascinating. It's about the pitches. Certain couple of big things that perhaps need to be looked at with county cricket, not least the structure. when games are played with the advent of 100, but they've got to get the pitches right.
They have. It's an issue. I think good cricket has come from good pitches, or at least the type of cricketers that are likely to thrive at the highest level, at Test match level, are more likely to be produced on good pitches. I would say the pitch at Old Trafford is the standout surface around the country. It's no surprise, perhaps, that you're getting bowlers like Saqib Mahmood and Matt Parkinson coming out of the cricket that is produced there. You've got to be a good bowler to get wickets.
Wait on.
That is a poor bit of fielding. I have some sympathy for the groundsman. I was up at Old Trafford before the cancellation of that game, just chatting to Matt, the groundsman, on that first morning. He just looked absolutely jiggered, actually. You think of the amount of cricket that they're having to prepare in all the tournaments, and it, have some sympathy for them. But for first-class cricket, you need a decent amount of preparation to get a good pitch.
I wholeheartedly agree with you there. In fact, the only fresh pitch that Matt had available halfway through the season was going to be the Test pitch.
Yeah. Groundsman here said this one's had 2 T20 games much earlier in the season, so it's pretty fresh, and it's a newly relayed pitch, I think, this season.
The other factor, and I've spoken to a lot of former players who are just out the game, and indeed current players. I was speaking to Alistair Cook about this at one of the Test matches. The drainage systems that are now in place at all the grounds seem to be sucking the water out of the square, so it's got no real guts and solidity to it.
Wait.
Nice on drive this time. Fielding is a bit better. So that just makes them very dry. So there's no guts to it. Shot. Absolutely nailed that through extra cover. 88 for 2.
Well, I watched quite a bit of Josh Bohannon when he got a big 100 recently, 170 in the game at Old Trafford, and he looks a good player to me. He's got decent method. He has that little back movement, and I think he prefers it on the back foot. He's a very good cutter, puller, but he does get into the ball as well. He transfers his weight nicely, as he did on the drive there. I don't think there's a Lions tour this winter, is there? But England will take an enlarged squad to Australia. I wonder whether he's on the fringes of that. If they take a big squad of 20 odd, maybe close to 30 players looking to play some practice games before the Ashes, if indeed the Ashes takes place. I would have thought he's not a million miles away, Josh Bohannon.
Hit hard, slapped into the square, took a big kick, and that's another boundary leaked. And the run rate is exceptional, really, for Lancashire in the first 20 overs and 1 ball that we've had. 92 for 2 in the blink of an eye. What a deep point out now. Oh, and the edge has found the gap, and that runs away for another 4.
Well, this is a lovely bit of bowling. It's a terrific delivery. Got to try and get Wells coming forward. He's a tall man who likes to sit a little on the back foot. He's reluctant to come forward as he is there. And it wasn't a long way away from that fine gully, diving away to his right. 44 in no time. Run a ball, 44 for Luke Wells.
No, not now!
Tom Abel, are you thinking, what have I done?
Well, not really. I think it was a fair call. You've got to bowl well, and you've got to think, what's this pitch going to be like at the end of the game? If it's going to be a minefield, then it's going to be difficult to bat. Then yes, but history suggests that that may not be the case here at Taunton. A pitch that starts grassy may just get better and better.
Ball keeps pinging off the bat of Luke Wells. Might be another boundary. There is a man protecting cover. Can he make it round? He can. Very good, Azhar Ali. And saved the side a couple of runs.
That is the other thing here. It's a really quick scoring ground. It's not a big ground. Boundaries are a short pitch that has enough pace and carry. If you don't get it right, you will go for runs.
Cut away, and I think it's bounced over the head of extra cover. The boundaries just keep on coming. 100 comes up, 102 for 2, and it's 50 for Luke Wells. He's hit 11 fours in that 48 ball stake.
Yeah, just an hour, 48 balls, 11 of which have gone to the fence. He's fed off some indifferent and inaccurate bowling, and has showed a lot of purpose in his play.
That's a good way of describing it. Showed a lot of purpose. Visually, as you look down as a batsman, you see the green grass and you think, this is going to nibble around, but he put that out of his mind. To be a bit more of that from the Somerset seamers. Back to what Peter Trigo was saying right at the start of the programme, you've got to get that length spot on, attack the sort of knee roll.
That's my point, though, about the challenge of moving from a prolonged spell of one-day cricket then to first-class cricket, where your length is a kind of non-negotiable really, but for 2 months you've wanted to bowl anything but length.
Otherwise you're going out the park.
Exactly.
Last one. Last one. Yep.
104 for 2. Tom Lammonby is going to have a bowl at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Change bowling at the Marcus Trescothick.
Change bowling, change of pace as well.
Tom Lammonby.
Change of angle, of course, with the left arm nature. As quick as Marchant de Lange for sure. Still got that deep backward point. 2 slips and a gully.
Wait there!
Jack Leach for Somerset because that PCR test didn't come back in time. Such a shame for him, really is.
Wait there, yeah.
Fiddle down to third man, should be 2. Oh, that was tight. Direct hit might have been interesting.
Oh, it's a good bit of fielding from Azhar Ali out in the deep. I was watching him. He came in from deep point, but he sprinted in. There was no sense that he was just at half pace here. I think he sensed that half an opportunity for a run out, and he wasn't far away. With a direct hit, I reckon Luke Wells might have just gone there. The aggressive bit of fielding from Azhar Ali. Some good overseas players here down the years, haven't they? Viv, Joel, Martin Crowe, Steve Waugh,
Jimmy Cook.
Was Sunil Gavaskar here for a very short period of time?
Yep.
Ricky Ponting,
Graham Smith. Bad. Bowling at Viv Richards here. Those pitches back in the day. Punter. Problem with the front foot, where Tom Lammonby is planting his right foot, sliding a bit, maybe on the longer-ish grass.
Got Jimmy Cook out once here. On
You did?
Ground. I did, yeah.
No one got Jimmy Cook out on this ground back in the day.
LBW.
What, on the second bounce?
It was, I don't know whether it was that game. I think it was a famous game, actually. Benson and Hedges, quarter-final. Combined universities against Somerset. Another good-looking shot from Luke Wells, who is motoring on. 55 to him.
That was when the combines had a good run, wasn't it, in that comp?
We were the only non-first-class game to get through in the old days when you got through the initial stages to the quarter-final. We played a quarter-final here. NASA got 100, actually. And, we should have won the game easily. Peter Roebuck bowled us out right at the end.
Well, it must have been a minefield if Roebuck got wickets and you got Jimmy Cook out.
We needed about 35 in 7 overs with 6 wickets left. We were absolutely coasting it. Nasser ran out of puff. And then we just collapsed. I think the enormity of, you know, getting through to a semi, a few quid in the bank for the students, we just bottled it.
Wait.
No cash for the quarter.
It's a great day. Fantastic team of students we had. About 9 or 10 of which went on to play first-class cricket, had good careers. Somerset were a decent team, big crowd.
Yeah.
109 for 2.
Over. Coming round the wicket.
109 for 2, a healthy run rate. Look at that, 4.74. Both these have looked in excellent touch. Wells and Bohannon. Good pitch, even though the grass is live on it, hasn't done much. Just meant that the ball comes onto the bat better.
Yeah, just one.
Yeah, it's one of the ones that will fool many a captain. Many a captain has been fooled by pitches that have that emerald green look about them. But, well, as you remember, Nass, when I played under you, I was never very keen to field first, no matter what the pitch looked like.
Some were fooled when the pitch wasn't this green as well, from what I remember.
Wasn't going to bring it up. But it's one of those, you turn up and you look at it, particularly for Somerset, given that they've had such difficulty making any runs at all in Division 1 so far. And that's despite the fact that guys like Abel are averaging just under 50 in the championship as a whole. So you've struggled to get any runs whatsoever. Marchant de Lang top scoring with 36 in the 2 matches they've played so far, and you see a green pitch.
Last week, commentators were talking about a little bit around the championship cricket last week when we were at the Oval and the low scores. I do think that is a big stumbling block of the season, actually, is that if you're in nick and form, you just want to carry on batting, don't you? That stop, and then suddenly you're hitting them well, and you just stop red ball cricket. And then people just presume you'll pick it up again. It doesn't quite work like that. I said that, these two have been playing well all season, have just picked up where they left off. Although if there is one place you want to go as a batter in September, I'd say come here. Although recently, obviously, the pitches have spun. What do we reckon? Do we think this one will spin? Let's hope so, because we don't just want 4 flat days. I don't mind it spinning here. It produces some fun cricket.
Well, the other issue for Somerset, for the home team, of course, is that Jack Leach can't play, so they've only got the spin of Van der Merwe to call upon, and he's not a big turner of the ball by any means. He's a bit of a slider as a left-arm spinner. Lancashire do have Matt Parkinson in their ranks, so they'll be thinking, we get ourselves in here, make 400 first dig. We're in business.
110 for 2.
You may like to know that the Somerset Cricket Museum
I hear you found out the answer to the question that Michael Atherton asked you at 10:30 about your debut. How did your debut go? Who was it against?
It was against Gloucestershire at Bristol in 1992. I opened the bowling, Surrey. There may have been one or two injuries knocking around in the squad. And I think I tore my groin after about 6 overs or something.
Did you bat?
5 not out in the second inning to see us home.
The reason the question was asked because Ned Leonard was making his first-class debut this morning.
Wait there. Yeah.
That is at the top of the bounce. And another boundary for Wells. He moves into the 60s.
This is an absolute peach. And another illustration of just how true this surface is.
Well, I'm going to big up our mate Rob Key, actually, because when Wells left Sussex and Lancashire signed him up, Rob Key tweeted, "Very good signing for Lancashire. Luke Wells, he's a good player." He's not wrong. We saw him in the county championship, the Roses game, where he got a few. He's got a few here as well. Sussex's loss is Lancashire's gain.
Yeah, his average will move into the 40s for the season. He has played quite beautifully. That stroke off the back foot, just got up on his toes, stayed sideways on and punched it through extra cover. So who did you make yours against?
Debut, I think, Northampton.
Was that playing for
Essex against Northampton? It's away at Wantage Road, and I was out to Nick Cook, cutting Nick Cook. As I walked off, Keith Fletcher said, "Never cut Nick Cook at Northampton. He doesn't spin it much, he skids on." Been nice to know that on the way out, Fletch.
Wait there.
You used to have to learn your lessons the hard way, didn't you, back in?
Sweeping with Peter Willey as umpire got given out. Don't sweep with Peter Willey at that. He gives you out sweeping for the shot. Okay, would have been nice to know that.
Yeah, it's always the school of hard knocks back in the late 80s, early 90s. Nothing was given to you for free. In particular, information from your own teammates.
5 from the over, 115 for 2. Luke Wells has looked in excellent touch.
Found his form and foot movement pretty early. Nice clean swing of the bat, just comes down beautifully straight. Balance looks excellent. He's finding the ball coming onto the bat very much to his liking here. Taunton on the 2 long half volleys. Just as strong off the back foot as well. "12 boundaries in that innings of 62 for Wells. He's thoroughly enjoying himself since moving all the way up from Hove to find a new home at Lancashire. Something else that's changed a lot since days of Wills and Mike Atherton's debut is the fact that players are very often moving up and down the country now. There's very few that will have a career that takes place at one county, such as yourselves and Michael's.
Why do we think that is, then? Is there more movement, more urgency to get up and get, you know, out of Division 2 as they used to have it? Absolutely. Obviously, people moved around as much. Second slip.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I suppose because of the different formats now, quite often players get pigeonholed as one thing or another. So players might move in order to get more opportunities in a format that they've been excluded from at the place they're at. All kinds of different reasons for it.
No run.
I do think that the two divisions was pretty much where it started. That's where I remember sort of people moving around, becoming much more common. So what's that, the end of the 99 season into 2000? When you're quite right, players would sort of look at their international chances, their test match chances, and think that they might not get them if they stay in a Division 2 side.
No run.
One thing I'd look at is pitches, actually. Notice Nick Gubbins move away from Middlesex. I'd be very surprised if that had anything to do with Middlesex, the club, apart from Middlesex, the pitch in county cricket. It was noticeable, even though I think he's batting in the middle order now, but the moment he arrived at the Aegeus Bowl, he started scoring runs. And it's something I might advise Zach Crawley, actually, if the pitch at Canterbury continues to nibble around and continues to struggle. Move to a flatter place like this, or Edgbaston, or Leeds. Oval. You look at what Milan has done since he left Middlesex and went up to Headingley, 199. He got straight away, he got into form. The Oval, as we saw in the Test match, if you're a young batter and the pitches don't change at your home county, there is a good reason to leave.
Is that Paul Downton on your phone now? Leave my players alone.
Yeah. It's a career, you only have one shot at it.
I mean, that sort of plays into a wider conversation, doesn't it, about the state of pitches. I mean, this is something that is as old as the game is, really. Seems like a conversation we were having back in the 90s about the standard of pitches, the types of bowlers that were being successful, the types of bowlers that weren't. Spin being one of them, medium pace being the successful one, and we're back there again, 2021. Same old conversation.
116 for 2. Odd to say, but Balderson's 22 was impressive, actually, so he's one to keep an eye out for the future. It's not the runs you get, it's the way you get them, actually, sometimes that set you apart. Look at these two. Trouble-free. Good tempo as well. They've hit the bad balls away for 4. They've run well. Just joining us and wondering why England's bowlers of Overton and Leach, who were released to play here. Test match being called off. Well, Overton's got a side strain, a slight niggle. Leach's COVID test hadn't come back in time, so he couldn't play, just in case. That's why he's not playing.
How was didn't make it to the ground? Old Trafford was hanging out on street corners instead. How was the atmosphere when you left? I mean, obviously there would have been people with tickets.
Unsurprisingly, there was no one.
Was it? No, really.
The game had been called off, Mark. I don't know. If
were there
heard,
people?
The test match didn't happen.
Were there people outside the ground when you?
There were, yeah. Unfortunately. I'll tell you what was going on. There were loads of games, and it was really quite sad, actually, but fun. There was loads of games of cricket going on. Those games, you know, you and Kesey had obviously sold to the country during the 100 of corridor cricket and dressing room cricket. There was like India-England battles going on with that music and the band playing and everything. And they tried, and Old Trafford were good. They kept them as long as possible. They didn't kick them out. And it was a reasonably good atmosphere, considering. It's better being there than outside the hotel like you were, Butch. Asked if Ronaldo was in town or whatever. What were you being asked?
Oh, that was it. We stood there with a cameraman and Sky Sports News. And yeah, people just kept coming. Is Ronaldo staying there? Is Ronaldo staying? No, it's the Indian team hotel. Yeah, but where is Ronaldo?
117 for 2. And then obviously on the train back, I was with Surrey and Ward on the train back. There were quite a few punters, not overly chuffed that we were making the journey back about 3 in the afternoon, having not seen any cricket. A few had taken time off work, money for the travel, etc. So not a great week all round. But we are here, and it is nice to be here. Always enjoy coming here.
Well, the diet of mainly right-arm seam bowling has been repelled comfortably by Wells and Bohannon. In particular, partnership is 90 now. Absolutely rattled along this morning. Run rate is 4.3 runs per over. Must be time for some spin at some point.
Pulled away nicely. That will be 4 more.
It's just very comfortable indeed. Wells, big tall man, pushes forward and rather rocks back. It's not a back foot stroke as such. Actually coming at him, a la Matthew Hayden. Big nightmares out watching Haydos walk up the pitch at Steve Harmison and co.
Well, just bobbled in front of extra cover there. That was pretty well done.
Hayden get 100 before lunch in the Melbourne Test match on our last trip in the Ashes.
I blanked a lot of that from my memory, Mark. But yes, I think you're right. I think also in the first over he had a hook at the MCG. And our fine leg, maybe Hoggard or Harmison was 30 yards in and went over his head. But yes, just to get on the front foot very quickly, pull away as Wells just did.
The overriding memory of that innings was, I think he hit Craig White back into the Great Southern Stand. I mean, it went miles, this thing, to go to his 100, and then rather annoyingly took the helmet off, arms aloft, you know, both sides, bat and helmet, and just bowed, which felt like it was a little bit
Wait there.
a little bit less than gracious to us anyway out in the field. Not that we could do anything about it, of course.
That was the game that Steve Waugh nicked it as well, didn't he, to James Foster. We just decided not to appeal that day. Only Steve Waugh, don't appeal, don't worry about it. Doesn't count.
Things were so much better in those days.
Wait there.
Another good solid block from Wells. 121 for 2. Must be time for spin, surely. Change it up. Get some variety into your attack. There is their spin option. Quicker spin, but if it does go, Get it to straighten, definitely. No sign of him getting loose yet. He's a short mid-wicket catching.
He is Rollo van der Merwe. I think he's got his own gif now after the ecstatic celebrations during Somerset's win over Lancashire in the Blast quarter-final.
Saw that he's a real competitor, isn't he? His eyes were exploding out of his head almost. Gift that Rashid Khan's got as well when the ball went out in the deep for a catch, and he's almost leaning 3/4 of the way across the pitch to see if the catch would be taken. Another competitor.
Right on!
No! 121 for 2. So going back to pitches and the debate, the never-ending debate of county pitches, do you think this is the sort of surface that we should be playing on? Because obviously this week, last week, everyone speaks about the low-scoring games. There was also a game at Hove where Middlesex got 600 plus, Stoneman and Robson, massive partnership. And then Luke Holman, the leg spinner, got 10 for and bowled him out and won the game. So are you a fan of flatter pitches?
Yeah, in the main, yes. I think flatter pitches require the player to make a difference in the game. You're not relying on the surface for outside assistance, I suppose. I mean, that's an interesting one, because I know Sussex are fielding, you know, like 18-year-olds pretty much throughout their team at the minute. So sometimes you have to look at the personnel.
Run.
No third man. That'll be 4 more into the 70s now, Wells.
You know, sometimes you get mismatches just because of the lineups. Sometimes it isn't the surfaces that are betraying the result. Slightly loose from Wells there.
Just going to play devil's advocate there. I mean, you know, first-class cricket is a form of entertainment. It's not always looking on to test match cricket. There are members and people here that want entertaining, and sometimes the low-scoring games where ball dominates, a spinning pitch, are more fun. That's why they've had some great cricket down here at Somerset. They've had some classic games. I think these two sides had a tie, didn't they, the last time they met?
Wait there!
They are more entertaining than maybe a run fest for 4 days. Does that come into it at all?
Well, I mean, that's the balance you're always having to try and strike, isn't it? I think at the end of it all, 4-day cricket, you've got other formats of the game, 50 overs, 20 overs, the Blast, the 100, etc. This really is a proving ground. 4-day cricket is, and I'll upset a few county members here, is about producing the best cricketers you can possibly produce. Not all of whom are going to go on to play for England, but that's kind of the point. You know, the beauty of cricket is the fact that the elements dictate surfaces, don't they? I mean, you have natural wear and tear, natural weather.
No.
Weather changes would and should decide what type of pitch you're going to play. But I think the feeling is and has been for quite some time that counties with fewer resources, perhaps in whether it be spin or whether it be in fast bowling, will produce surfaces to suit. And in doing so, a kind of, you know, doing so are affecting the result and affecting the types of players that they have that are successful. You know what? I like seeing cricketers who can work out the problem. So if the pitch is a blank canvas, do the cricketers have the ability to adjust to that, as they do in Pakistan? It's dusty there, so you have to bowl the ball fast or you have to bowl spin.
No run.
25 for 2.
You know, the players need to adapt to the surfaces and not the other way around. You don't adapt the surface to suit the players that you have.
Yeah, and it can't be coincidence that a place like this has produced some great batters over the years. A place like the Oval has produced some great batters over the years. Headingley produced quality bowlers and spinners. Thampton, when it spun a bit, Swan and Panesar. Product of your environment.
I want to see pitches turn. I really do. I think that the game is more... you talk about entertainment. I think the game is fascinating when the ball spins. So, playing on surfaces which are designed for matches to be over in 2.5 days and for seamers to dominate just removes the... You don't need spin. You don't need it. It's completely superfluous. And then people wring their hands and worry about where are our spinners coming from. Why haven't we got any when we go to Australia, to India, playing in the UAE?
Why can't we bat against it?
Yeah, there you go.
Why do we penalise Somerset and Taunton for a spinning pitch, but don't penalise one for a green top when it's 100 all out, 100 plays 120? What's the difference? Well, I think it is time for a bit of spin here. It is really flat. What do we reckon? A mandatory 1 over before lunch for Van der Merwe. Although he might have missed that boat already. He could be into the last over. 1.5 minutes to bowl 3 deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, the Holy Grail, I suppose, is a pitch that offers a little bit of seam movement, a good carry first half of day one, then it flattens out over the next day and a half, 2 days, and then it wears and spins. Now, you're not always going to get weather conditions that allow for that to happen. But I do think that, you know, we've had this conversation before, and at the time when, from the time of your last days as England captain through to Michael Vaughan, the 2005 Ashes, up until Strauss's lot, where they became the best side in the world, County Championship in 2 divisions was contested by and large on flat surfaces. And the proof was in the pudding at the end, and we seem to have gone backwards from there.
Well, that no ball brings up the 100 partnership and also means this will be the last over before lunch. Not going to be able to get another one in here. I think the clock is just about to tick round, if not already, to 1/2 Remember, 10:30 start in the County Championship in September. It'll be a 12:30 lunch. Good solid block, and that should do for lunch. Excellent cricket this morning. 2 early wickets, and then a superb partnership of exactly 100 between Wells and Bohannon. Wells in particular has looked in great order, 72 in just 75. It is an excellent surface at Taunton. Maybe Somerset at the moment are thinking, should we have had a bat first? 127 for 2.
One or two clouds just beginning to hove into view here at Taunton. None for Luke Wells. Everything is bright skies for him. 72 from 75, as NASA said. Josh Bohannon providing excellent company, a little bit more circumspect at the other end during that partnership of 100. But Lancashire find themselves in a terrific position going into the lunch break.
All seam, 6 of them, no spin at all before lunch. Ned Leonard on debut got his first wicket. None for Abel, DeLange, Green and Lammerby. For me, as has been here for a long time, Jack Brooks, the pick of the bowlers, 7 overs, 1 for 27. So very good cricket at a very good cricket ground this morning, where bat has dominated ball after a couple of early breakthroughs for Leonard and Brooks. It's been Wells and Bohannon. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to have a look at the Fletcher years.
We have moved to the southwest to bring you some top-class county championship action. The game was Somerset against Lancashire from the gorgeous Taunton ground. Welcome to highlights of day 1. Somerset won the toss and decided to bowl. Sadly, no Craig Overton, who had a slight injury, and there was no Jack Leach because the PCR test did not come back in time. There's a debut for seamer Ned Leonard, and for Lancashire, they would open the batting with Balderson and Davis. A chance for us to have a look at the very talented and exciting Josh Bohannon. Somerset won the toss, and they decided to bowl on a very green-looking pitch. Action from the Premier League today sees Leeds United take on Liverpool. That is Super Sunday at 4 o'clock on Sky Sports Premier League. And if golf's your thing, you can go to Wentworth right now because it's coming towards climax of that massive tournament, the BMW PGA. The leaders are just about to be starting around now. It's day 4 at golf from Wentworth, now on Sky Sports Golf. Meanwhile, here at Taunton, the visiting side, Lancashire, have had a very good morning. They lost a couple of reasonably early wickets. That one after 27 runs had been scored. And it was Alex Davis who was dismissed with the score still on 27. But from then on in, Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon have played exceptionally well. Luke Wells has rattled along to 72 not out at lunch from just 75 deliveries. The partnership at lunch is exactly 100. We were looking for the Somerset seamers to be mighty accurate, try and take advantage of the live green grass that is on this pitch at Taunton. That was the way Wells went to 50, slamming it into the square, and it bounced over the head of extra cover. But he just found ways, regularly hitting the boundary. He's hit 14 fours. That was a very impressive pull shot, a long way in front of square. And the scoring rate has rattled along. Remember, Somerset won the toss and decided to bowl. They conceded 127 runs in 31 overs in the morning session, and they've only taken 2 wickets. So Lancashire's morning, absolutely 127 for 2 at lunch. So we will be back, of course, for the afternoon session live. For now, though, let's have a look at the Fletcher Years, episode 1.
England have regained the Ashes at the Oval, September the 12th, 2005. Let the celebrations begin. Gone! Australia 5-0.
The 7 years at the turn of the century that saw English cricket soar to giddy heights on the back of an Ashes triumph, only to plummet to soul-searching despair 19 months later as the urn was lost and another World Cup came and went with no success. The 7 years in which Duncan Fletcher masterminded an English cricket renaissance, only to be powerless to stop a decline that would cost him his job. In an exclusive interview with Ian Ward, Duncan Fletcher's been looking back on his time as England's coach.
England should have been #1 in the world easily.
Explaining his philosophy.
Without your country winning, your cricketers going to struggle. If England are really successful, it's got to have a ripple effect.
And sharing his memories of those 7 years.
I can tell you now, 4 grown men there had tears in their eyes, and that's my greatest achievement.
The Fletcher Years.
It's even further now. Everything out the ground. England dismissed for 169.
It's Sunday, the 30th of May, 1999, and at Edgbaston Cricket Ground, England have just crashed out of the World Cup without even making the Super Sixes. For the host country, the tournament had been a shambles from the very start. A pay dispute left the players distracted in the build-up, and the ill-conceived daytime fireworks display at the opening ceremony, which saw Lords shrouded in rolling banks of smoke, was to prove an apt metaphor for a disastrous campaign. And the coach was the first to carry the can.
Where does English cricket go from here?
Well, we've got a 4 Test match series coming up against New Zealand, and obviously we'll have to start to prepare for that. It's obviously very sad now that David Lloyd is finished, and on behalf of the players, I'd like to thank David for all the work he's put in as England cricket coach.
I'm hurting like you wouldn't believe, but this is part of my job, to come and talk and try to explain, and there's not a lot to explain. We've played poorly, but when it's in your blood, the game's another game. Next time is another game. Dust yourself down and start again. So whoever comes into this job has got what I would say the best job in the world, and it's not all roses, I can promise you that.
The way he put it to us was that he wanted to make provision for his future. He wanted to know where he stood. I think most people would understand the reason why we felt that we weren't in a position to make a definite commitment to him until after the World Cup.
The future of Alex Stewart's also under scrutiny. The England captain was said to be in tears after yesterday's defeat at Edgbaston, And while it seems unlikely he'll be replaced for the forthcoming Test series against New Zealand, Nasser Hussain may be the long-term solution.
I thought Alec was a bit hard done by, actually, because we'd beaten South Africa the summer before. The World Cup was a complete schmozzle with contracts and everything that was going on behind the scenes. Then we got knocked out in the first couple of weeks of that. David Graveney rang me up and said, we'd like you to be the next England captain.
If moving the captaincy from Stewart to Hussain was relatively straightforward, sorting out the new coach took longer. In the media, the hot favourite was Bob Woolmer, but when he ruled himself out, other names started to surface, including Zimbabwean-born Duncan Fletcher, who 2 years previously had had an immediate impact by guiding Glamorgan to their first county championship since the 1960s.
The guys, when I was here, someone mentioned it, Maynard or Steve James, you know, Duncan, England are keen on you. And I genuinely thought it was a joke. I said, how can this little, as we call him, Pickanin from Zimbabwe, you know, coach England? And I just treated it as a joke, genuinely. And then when I went back over, there were a few whispers again. I heard a few whispers. And then they said, apply for it. So I thought, let me have a go.
And how did that go? What was that interview process like?
It was... It's quite funny when you look back on it, Ian, now, is that we were in a round table. And I walked in not prepared because, you know, there's that same old thing. I wasn't desperate for the job. I didn't want to be like, I had to be coach of England. But yeah, let's give it a go. And when I sat down, I just spoke. And I spoke quite truthfully about England and where England cricket were. And honestly, and I knew then Lord Maclaurin, who's a great guy for England cricket, I thought, and I got on really well with Lord Maclaurin. He was sitting to my right. And I talk about this now, is then when I was talking, I noticed his chair in the round table we faced me. He suddenly turned his chair to face me. And then I sort of knew, oh, I think I've got him. You know, I've got his attention. Now, we got on the train, went back to play Kent, and I tell you, within 3 hours, I got a phone call to say you got the job. Then I was a gibbering idiot. Because now I thought, no, what do I do now? I just wasn't sure now. Till I eventually went to my wife, and my son was over there in England, and because I'd been debating with them, and then they came and said, Duncan, I think you should take the job. And I thought, this is a big job, man. I mean, I'm totally inexperienced person. I didn't really know England cricket. And, you know, the media, handling the media, I'd never had to handle the media, and then I knew it could be a problem. And then eventually I said, right, let's go for it.
On Friday, June the 25th, Fletcher and Hussain were unveiled to the nation's press at Lord's as the new men in charge.
I've got a lot of pride in what I want to do. I want to win, and no matter what team I'm involved with, I'm going to go forward with a passion to make sure that that team is successful. And if it means I coach England and we win, well, that's fine. I think I just want to make sure that whoever I'm involved with, I'm going to give 110%. And I'm going to have a lot of pride in what I do and be successful in it.
I couldn't sleep last night. I was most excited about the job ahead, and I realised what the task is we've got ahead of us.
Fletcher will continue with his county cricket duties till the end of the season. He's not that well known outside the Glamorgan dressing room, but by all accounts, he's a hard taskmaster.
I'd never met Duncan Fletcher. In fact, when they said Fletcher was in charge, I was like, I know Keith Fletcher, who's this bloke, Duncan Fletcher? And when he met me, he was like, I've heard a lot of things about you. I'm hoping we're going to get on together. His first thing he said to me was, you lot aren't the worst side, because officially we were ranked the worst side in the world.
Were they that bad? Did you look at them and think, you are absolutely the worst Test side in the world?
You know what's strange for me is, and I've often thought about this, is do you know in the 90s, England should have been #1 in the world easily. You know the cricketers they had, Ian? They had great all-rounders. Chalky White, Chris Lewis, and the Thorpes, and the Ramprakash, the Hicks. You know, you look at all this talent, young too, Gough, Caddick, you know, they were fantastic cricketers. It was incredible talent. And I just looked at it and said, there's can only be one thing, is management. Managing these players in the correct manner and giving them confidence. And when you had a look how they left Graham out, Hick out, and Ramprakash messed around in selection. And that's the thing we introduced. I try to get Nasser to say, let's make it that it's harder to be left out of the side than it is to get in the side.
If there was one thing that had to work for the Fletcher era to be a success, it was Duncan's relationship with Nasser. In an ideal world, they'd have got together and sounded each other out before either was appointed. But this was England in 1999, so the first time they met was just an hour before the Lord's press conference on June the 25th.
You know, the funny part was some of the players at Glamorgan had said, well, be careful. You know, be honest, they did say be careful. And we had our first meeting when I arrived at Lord's. I said, could we have a chat together before the press interview? And Nas and I went and sat in the room at Lord's, and it was just, there was a strike up straight away. I appreciate people, like honest people, you know. It's nice dealing with honest talk.
I guess what may have helped was that we were both had problems. We were both not exactly people persons, if you know what I mean. We were both had our history. And he said to me again, most of the things he said to me in that initial meeting, one of the first things he said was loyalty. Very important to me, Nasser. Whatever else goes on in the next few years, loyalty between me and you is absolutely vital.
Very few people are like him. He's very, very confidential. And I could talk with some really confidential things about him, and that was his biggest strength to me, is confidentiality.
They had a great combination of respect. I think that's the key with that coach and captain relationship. You don't have to sing from the same hymn sheet when you're privately talking together, but you have to sing from the same hymn sheet when you're talking to the team. And I never, ever felt that they were never not speaking as one when they were speaking to the team.
So who was Duncan Fletcher? Born in what was then Rhodesia in 1948, his upbringing was, in his own words, typically African. An outdoor life with sport the foundation on which everything that came later was built.
It was a tremendous life. I couldn't see anything wrong with it. But on the farm as well, I mean, we were given great responsibilities by my father. We had to dip the cattle on Saturday, get on a horse, you were in charge of that paddock, go and get that cattle, 60, 70 head of cattle, and bring them in by yourself on a horse, dip them, take them back every Saturday. So you were taught responsibility, you know, and so when you look back on it, it's a huge, huge advantage. But then when it came to sport, on the lawn, the amount of times we played cricket, rugby, we used to get the young African kids up from, you know, for the workers come and play, and we would play rugby. I mean, my sister used to play front rank with them, you know, and it was just fantastic. All sport we played. And then obviously we had boarding school. You got so bored during the day, in the afternoon, you were always out playing some game, sort of baseball, cricket, rugby, touch rugby. It was just non-stop sport when you weren't in the hostel doing prep or at school.
After leaving school, with sport then very much in his blood, Duncan went on to play for Rhodesia in the South African Currie Cup, forging a career as an accomplished all-rounder. By 1983, Fletcher was now captain of his country, renamed Zimbabwe, and he led the side to that year's World Cup in England, which saw them beat Australia and reduce India to 78-7 before Kapil Dev produced one of the great World Cup innings. It was a tournament that established Zimbabwe as a cricketing nation and Fletcher as a fine leader of men. In retrospect, then, it was no surprise that when he finished playing and had moved his family to South Africa, that he would end up coaching.
When I came down from Zimbabwe to South Africa, we had no money, Marina and I. We came down here, you were only allowed to take out 4,000 Zim dollars. Everything, your car, stove, everything had to be more than 4 years old. I came down here with $4,000 to start a new life. And when I got down here, the club Claremont asked me if I'd go and pro for them. So I needed that money badly. So I said yes. And then I said, no, I'm finished with cricket now playing. I've got to concentrate on my work. And the University of Cape Town came to me and said, look, would you like to coach? So I said, look, they'll pay, but it was 500 Rand a month. I said yes, and just got into it that way and just loved it and just went from there.
Did you have any coaching inspiration? Did you have someone that affected?
No, not at all. Never. Never. And a lot of where I did it my way. That's the one thing I'm very happy with. All my theories, and, you know, they're probably wrong, you know, but I did it my way. I wanted to think my way and no one else's way.
Well, his way worked, and after jobs with Western Province and the South African A-side, he was offered the chance to coach Glamorgan, and he made an immediate difference.
You know, you have a lot of luck here, Ian. You have a lot of luck with characters. I mean, there were some solid characters at Glamorgan, you know, Steve Watkin, Steve James, Hugh Morris, Maynard. Maynard loved his sport. Darren Thomas, you know, you go, Crofty. Even Crofty used to come out there and play. Scott Cotty. You know, there were some good characters there. So a coach is lucky. There's a lot of luck involved as well.
It was your first look at county cricket. What did you think of the system, good and bad?
Look, it was good. I mean, there were some good cricketers there, and obviously there was too much cricket. There was just far too much. When you think about it, how many games you played in a year compared to what we played in South Africa, and I just thought there was just too much cricket for these people to maintain the enthusiasm in the game.
Clipped away by Steve James, it's going all the way. It's 4 to Steve James, and Glamorgan are the 1997 county champions.
Lucky or not, at the end of his first season with Glamorgan, the Welsh side had won the county championship for the first time since 1969, and the Fletcher brand and way of doing things had caught the eye of those that mattered at Lord's. Despite getting the England job in June of 1999, Duncan, under contract again with Glamorgan, didn't actually take up the reins until October of that year. Instead, he watched from Cardiff England's miserable summer continue as they stumbled to a 2-1 defeat at the hands of New Zealand.
Well, where do England go from here? They're at the bottom of the pile now. They're 9th out of 9 now in the world. Zimbabwe above them, New Zealand above them, and all the other countries. What a task for Nasser Hussain and Duncan Fletcher, the new coach who takes over on the 1st of October.
There was absolute chaos behind the scenes. There was an old group of selectors that just wanted everyone axed. Basically, get rid of Stewart, get rid of Atherton, get rid of Thorpe, get rid of everyone. You have to have faith in certain individuals. Now, I had certain givens that when someone stood up in a meeting and said, what else does Graham Thorpe bring to the team apart from his runs? I'd be like, hold on, he averages 41 in Test match cricket. Just because he doesn't do throwdowns with everyone else and he's quiet, I'll have Graham Thorpe. Oh, Alex Stewart's eyes are going. No, he's not. Alex Stewart's eyes are not going. He's just had a bad summer. Michael Atherton, Darren Gough, Andrew Caddy. These are Phil Tufnell, not a great tourist. No, Phil Tufnell is a great tourist. Sometimes we're just going to have to rein him in a little bit.
At the end of the day, you've got to have youngsters who are good enough to play. You know, you don't just pick youngsters just for the sake of picking youngsters. And that's obviously when I go and chat to the other two tonight, we'll hopefully come up with some sort of plan and hopefully a winning team.
And thank goodness they did listen, and we got Ath in, you know, your push for Ath and all those guys, a few of them, Tuffers went, and rightly so. You know, and I don't regret them going. It was very, very important that they went.
You hadn't played Test cricket. Did that concern you? Was that a fear going into the job?
Not at all. No, at no stage did I worry about my ability to coach cricket. Team spirit-wise, I knew it was one of my biggest strengths. All the time, my strength is trying to generate team spirit.
The Fletcher era finally got underway for real on October the 27th, 1999, when England arrived in South Africa for a 5-test series.
We've come out here we've got one task in mind, and that is to try and win this series. We really, you know, as our manager just said, at the moment, we're so-called bottom of the pile. It's our jobs, it's our careers, it's our cricket back in England that we want to put back on a level where everyone talks up about English cricket rather than down about it.
What about the challenge for you ahead to try and make a name for yourself?
Yeah, definitely. I want to come back from the tour, England doing well, hopefully win, if not a worse draw. And myself, I want to make myself a permanent fixture.
While the world worried about the implications of the much-talked-about theoretical millennium bug, which it was feared would bring civilization to a grinding halt in the early hours of January the 1st, 2000, for Fletcher and his men, the problems in late November were rather more tangible and immediate. Alan Donald, in gloomy light, in Johannesburg.
What a delivery that is! Michael Atherton well and truly castled in perfect bowling conditions. Pollock getting bounced from a good length, and England already in tatters. They're 2 for 2.
We should never have started that test here. That is the most ridiculous start to a test match. It was dark, it was overcast. There was only one winner there.
Edge taken by Boucher. Up goes the finger of Dave Orchard. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, huge shout, and he's gone as well. Stewart goes first ball. He looked to me as though he didn't pick that ball up. And England are looking like a village side on the village green at the moment. 4 men out, 2 runs on the board.
Lights were on, damp, Mizzle in the air, Pollock and Donald. Donald bowling in swingers. Atherton had got 180 on the previous tour, batting for a week, bagged a pair, thanks Ath. And we were 2 for 4, and we had, you know, but out of adversity you find people. Michael Vaughan goes in, and okay, and he got 30 odd or whatever. You realise, and that's again Duncan's point about you realise in that sort of situation, boom, we've got one here. We've got a character, and we quickly realised on that tour actually is not to pick on what they're averaging in first-class cricket when one man and a dog's watching at some ground somewhere. Look at them when they're under pressure and can they deliver, and that's when you find out about individuals.
Duncan Fletcher would always look at when did a player get the runs, even if it was a 30. Was it against high-quality bowling in a high-quality 10 situation? And he would more look at that kind of individual and that player rather than someone hitting an easy 100 against an easy opposition. If you had character, he could work with you. He could work with your ability as a player, but you needed that character first. If you didn't have the character, but you had the game, he always felt that it had come unstuck.
Unsurprisingly, after a start like that, England lost the match. South Africa only batted once, with Cullinan making 108 and Klusener a violent 72, before England succumbed again with only Stewart with 86 offering any real resistance.
Alan Mullally out second ball. England have lost this first test here.
The next game is crucial for us. We have to go into it with full confidence, play like we can, play like we did going into this game, and you know, play to our strengths. And I'm sure if we do that, there was a lot of positives that came out of this game that led myself and Duncan Fletcher to believe that we can beat this South African side.
The next 2 games were much more even affairs. Atherton's 108 was the main plank of England's resistance in the drawn PE test.
Well played, Mike Atherton. Back to form with a bang after the disappointment of Johannesburg.
Hussein's 146 and Caddick's first innings 7 for 46 meant South Africa were the ones having to follow on and fight their way to the draw in Durban. And while the world did survive the change to a new century, a Cape Town collapse in England's second innings saw South Africa take an unassailable 2-0 lead in the series, only for the infamous Hansie Cronje fixed test at Centurion to allow England to record their first win of the Fletcher era.
What did you learn from that first tour of South Africa?
I can tell you now, it wasn't doom and gloom, that's for sure. There wasn't doom and gloom. I saw obviously some talent and some players that we could work with. I saw Nasser, very good captain, and having got the captain and us working as a unit, you realise there's always potential with that. You know, we just realised that we had some young potential. Vaughan, I mean, suddenly we saw Vaughan potential. Flintoff, you just knew you had a match winner in Andrew Flintoff that, you know, we had a good all-rounder now. And we realised there was some potential there, and we just had to get the old guys together and play as a team and you know, get the team together, and we had some sort of future.
The clock is ticking for England. ICC President Malcolm Gray has given them until 2 o'clock this afternoon to make up their mind about playing in Zimbabwe.
You look back at this, probably one of the worst times we were involved in cricket, I think. No one was sure what to do. That one-day final at the Oval against the West Indies, I mean, that LB was ridiculous.
Hawkeye's view, where's it hitting? Is it missing? It's hitting middle and leg.
If that had happened, I reckon it would have changed the course of our one-day cricket.
Well, that was episode 1 of the Fletcher years. Further episodes to follow throughout our coverage of this game here in Taunton between Somerset and Lancashire. And that's what we're going to turn our attentions to next. The afternoon session is coming up with Peter Trigo and Mike Atherton.
Come on then, Keezy. Extra £100 for the trust if I beat your +4.
It's a gift. It's gone into space. Has it got the distance? It has! Dunkley, her reputation grows. Every time she comes to the crease, things seem to happen. And she wins the T20 International Series for England.
Winning moment from the women's victory against New Zealand, the T20 series. On Thursday, the ODI series begins, and that is at 12:30 on the Cricket Channel, and then finals day comes Saturday, weather permitting, 10:30 in the morning. Always a great day in the domestic cricketing calendar. We're at the business end of the county championship now. Scores around the country. Hampshire 53 for 3, choosing to bat at the Ageas Bowl this morning. Warwickshire were 55 for 5, a slight recovery. They're 103 for 7 at Headingley against Yorkshire. Division 2 matches taking place. Glamorgan going well, 107 for none at home against Gloucestershire. Wickets tumbling at Northampton, 5 of them this morning. 3 to Chris Rushworth, who seems to always be in the wickets. Surrey against Essex, Alistair Cook beaten on 36. 79 for 1 at the Oval are Essex. Div 3, Ken 108 for 1. Daniel Bell Drummond has 50 and is unbeaten. That match is taking place at Derby. Sussex going well. Haynes has a lot of runs, first to 1,000 runs in the championship last week against Middlesex. He's unbeaten on 54 again, Sussex 116 for 1. And at Lords, I think wickets were tumbling, yeah. Middlesex 81 for 5. Getting runs in domestic cricket at Lords this summer not straightforward. Leach 3 for 16. Here at Taunton, Lancashire were going along very sweetly after the loss of both openers. Luke Wells, 72 from just 75 balls with 14 fours And Josh Bohannon a little bit more becalmed. He's unbeaten on 21 lengths, 127.2. And the bowling has been a little inaccurate at times. Somerset deciding to bowl first this morning on a pitch that has got plenty of grass on top. Not that it misbehaved at all, but perfectly decent for batting. But they will hope, Peter Trigo, to be a little bit more accurate in this afternoon session.
Yeah, they certainly will, Athers. I mean, one thing that really strikes out there is Luke Wells is 72, or coming at nearly a run a ball. I obviously mentioned when he came in that he was normally quite the circumspect, solid batsman, and to be rattling along at that rate is certainly a sign that the disciplines haven't quite been there for Somerset. Certainly Captain Tom Abel will be hoping for an improvement on that.
Well, here's Martin de Lange to try and bring about that improvement. We saw Steve Kirby out there in the middle going through the paces with some of his Somerset players. What do you reckon he'd have been saying at the break?
Yeah, it was quite flattering actually, catching up with Curbs. He actually asked me my opinion. After 5 years of playing with him, he never did that. But, you know, obviously sat up here, we've got such a great view. And I just mentioned, as I said to Nasser earlier, I just felt like Luke Wells wants to score straight back past the stumps.
Way there.
And to maybe try, like he's done there, played with a very straight back, maybe try and change his game plan a little bit by straightening up the cover, the mid-wicket, the mid-on, mid-off, dropping them a bit deeper and making him find his boundaries a bit squarer. And it looks actually like Curbs has actually listened to me, again, for the first time ever, because he set almost the field that I mentioned to him, so that's great.
Wait there, wait there, wait there!
No matter what field that is set, the bowlers have to try and bowl to it. Nice afternoon. Somerset not quite as sunny as it was right at the start of play, but feels like a nice day for batting. Haven't seen any spin yet, just a diet of seam and pace before lunch. No Jack Leach, of course, in this side. It's evidence of the field and perhaps the change of plan. Triggs is talking about trying to make Luke Wells score a little squarer the wicket.
Yeah, this is probably looking like even early on in a four-day game, quite a crucial session here for the Somerset bowlers and the captain to rein the scoring rate in. You know, they're on course here for a 400-run day, which will be a massive thing for Lancashire if they can get that. So I'm slightly disappointed with the mode in which de Lange is being used at the moment. Runs in there and bangs back of a length as he's known to. I was hoping that, you know, he does really present a massive point of difference, I think, for the Somerset lineup. You've got your skill bowlers in Jack Brooks and Lammonby. You know, Merchant de Lange has that ability to unsettle the batsman. It looks again like he's settled into that I've got 20 overs to bowl today sort of mode, and that's not how I would foresee using him.
So you'd use him in shorter bursts.
Yeah, I think I would. I mean, you know, you've got to remember, you know, we all know a county season is very attritional on the body for seamers. You know, we've got to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's obviously come off a very explosive 100-ball series, but I think the information given to him at the start of play would probably be quite crucial as to what his role is within the day's play. You know, if he's staring down the barrel of that 20 overs, maybe this is the type of bowling he might deliver. But I would hope to think that, you know, a 12-over day would be about where he'd want to be. You know, 3-4 over bursts where he really tries to unsettle the batsman, because, like I said, that grass covering today at Taunton looks like it's just helping the pace come onto the bat, and it's dare I say it, looking like a bit of a feather bed for the batsman at the moment.
Jack Brooks, who took one of the 2 wickets to fall this morning, bowled a beautiful delivery to get rid of Alex Davies that just moved late and took his outside edge. So he'll start things with de Lange after lunch. Who was talking up Josh Bohannon a little bit before lunch. Who of the domestic batsmen that you've seen around the country who are not international players or fringe international players, who are the ones that have impressed
I think there are a couple on display in this game in particular. I mean, you know, Bohannon very much so. He plays some fantastic eye-catching shots. And looks like he's got that next level game, you know, very much like when Duncan Fletcher pulled Trez out of county cricket, having a relatively modest average. He saw something in him, and you know, Bohannon played shots up at Trent Bridge the other week that really sort of turned the eye. And Tom Abel over the past few years has certainly grown into a formidable player at this level, and looks like he could definitely kick on. You know, being a man from the southwest, the real anomaly, I suppose, over the past sort of 15 years has been the lack of opportunity for the first slip, James Hildreth. I mean, his record in county cricket is outstanding. Obviously, I think he's probably over the sort of selection policy age now, but you know, it's a real shame that he was never given an opportunity to represent his country. Yeah, I mean, I think you'd have to really sort of delve into the stats out there to find someone with 45 plus first class hundreds without a chance to play for his country. But Hildy there obviously sporting the grey sideburns.
Now,
yeah, maybe that in an England hat is unfortunately not going to be seen.
So he's carrying on. He's signed another one-year contract.
I believe so. Yeah, I mean, he's a stalwart of the game. I think he's third on the ladder, nestled in behind Trez for the most runs for the county. So certainly hope over the next few years he finds some more form and passes that, because he's been a great county cricketer.
.128 for 2.
Well, there's days of play like this, you know, those cricketing cliches really come to mind. You know, control the rate, control the game. You know, if Lancashire were going around the 3 runs and over, which you'd probably be targeting, you know, 90 runs, all of a sudden you get that bang, bang, 2 wickets, and 90 for 4 looks quite attractive. But that rate being over 4 and over, you know, Lancashire are in danger of getting away from Somerset here at quite an early stage in the game. So this tone-setting spell here, these first 10 overs are going to be absolutely crucial in, you know, in quite an early part of the game, day 1.
Go!
Very good from Bohannon, who key is that he gets that transfer of weight into the shot really nicely. He takes an initial movement back as if he's looking to set himself on the back foot, but then when bowlers pitch a full length, he's able to get his weight transferred into the shot and drives nicely through the covers.
Again, the challenge of playing at Taunton, you don't have to stray a great deal of distance offline Nathers to pick up the boundary, and like I said, that 4 and over rate is only 1 ball away, unfortunately, at this place.
Ball from the over, 132 for 2. Pete, I've been fascinated to hear about your story, really, about becoming a professional golfer, which you now are. Talk us through this journey. We'll have a look at your swing first of all, which, not that I know anything about golf, but looks pretty good to me. But what about this story about switching sport?
I mean, it's a great challenge. I've always been around about a scratch golfer for quite a few years, and really put in some work over the lockdown periods, and since the reintroduction of golf, my handicaps, my course handicap's now +4. So I thought, you know, what am I going to do with that? I'm never going to win a sleeve of Titleist golf balls at my local club, so let's give it a crack. So I'm going to try and qualify by right for the Euro Pro for next season, which is at the back end of this month. So a big few days coming up.
So you attempted to qualify for the Open this year, but didn't quite manage that.
Yeah, announced onto the tee next to the claret jug. The old knees started knocking. I nursed the ball off the first tee. So, but no, I mean, there have been some bright sparks. I mean, my last round on the Euro Pro, I shot under par. So it certainly feels like, you know, I finally brought my game to the tee, which was something to build on for the next tournament.
So you're not the first cricketer to try and make that journey. I mean, Craig Kieswetter has tried, hasn't he?
Yeah, Craig Kieswetter, Sean Irvine as well. He tried to play on the MENA tour. Craig Kieswetter on the tours that I'm trying to play on. Yeah, both fantastic ball strikers, as you could imagine.
And did you find, when you were playing the Open qualifying, standing on that first tee, did you find your experience of having played professional cricket for God knows how many years, and having played in front of crowds and dealt with the pressure, did you find that helped you in any way, shape or form?
Well, the Open qualifying and the 2 subsequent Euro Pro events I've played, I think what I've learned is that my experience as a professional sportsman only gear me up to handle it better next time, not necessarily in the moment, because, you know, when you're trying a new sport out of your comfort zone, you know, there are pressures that come on you in such a fine movement sport like golf. You know, as a lot of the other pros say, you're only a swing away from making yourself a meme on Twitter for the next 3 years when you shank one into someone's patio. So you're always slightly conscious of that. And again, you know, the expenses are quite severe with professional golf.
Right there. No.
Yeah, the expenses are quite severe in professional golf, and the you know, you're one swing away of costing yourself a few quid, and you know, I'm waiting for that moment where I've got my 6-foot putt to make the cut, which wipes the face of the competition in terms of the finances. So you know, there's every single step you make in a new career, you're finding new nervous moments to get over, and hopefully I can do that. And like I said, that first under par round, that red number next to your name was certainly a boost.
Excuse my ignorance, are you carrying your own clubs at this stage? Have you got a caddy? How does it work?
Well, I've got actually quite a funny story. My first tournament in Ireland, there was a young lad on the putting green, and he said, "Burger and chips to be your caddy for a few days." Yeah, excellent. Are you a member at this course? Clandy boy in Northern Ireland. He said, "Yeah, I've been a member here since I was 9.
No run!
He was about 18 years old.
136 for 2.
He was about 18 years old, so I thought, you know, 10 years experience on this course would be absolutely ideal. So after the 3rd misread that he gave me on the green, I said, "Are you sure you remember it?" He said, "Yeah, but I play on the other course." It was a 36-hole. It was a 36-hole complex, and he'd never played the championship course. So 2 4 lots of burger and chips. He's the hungriest bloke I'd ever come across, and he misread about every green I had for the week. So I'll carry my own bags and read my own putts for the first few tournaments.
Well, good luck with the next career, I suppose. Fantastic cricket career, and good luck with the golf. So many fantastic cricketers come golfers down the years. One of whom, Ted Dexter, passed away recently. All reckon he was as good as any. Gary Sobers. Fantastic players.
Again, they're fantastic ball there from Bertrand de Lange. A great area, what you're asking for, and it's gone again for 4 runs. And I think it gives you insight into why one of your former teammates, Andy Caddick, who bowled here for so many years, was so grumpy. You know, bowling a good ball and disappearing for 4, it really is a mental test playing at Taunton at times.
Yeah, it's a fast-scoring ground for sure. Always a decent surface, small boundaries, bounce in the wicket. It's quite tricky to keep that scoring rate in tow. I think it should be going along at just a tick under 4 and over. 140 from their 35 overs.
That's the sort of delivery I want to see a little bit more out of Merchant. Do you agree? Obviously, what would you do in this situation? Arthur's obviously a phenomenal career captaining England and Lancashire. I mean, Tom A
right.
being tested.
If you've got some pace, then you want to utilise that pace. Obviously, quick bowlers can't bowl long spells. Standing their role on the day is important. And drive and pick up a couple. But it's a long time since I played county cricket now, but that is the biggest difference, I think, from when I played. The absence of pace in the domestic game, and the numbers of bouncers, which are few and far between. If you watch a day's county cricket, you see very few, generally, I would say. Clearly, it's like looking back the golden days of county cricket when you had all the great overseas bowlers here. That I think is the biggest difference.
Come back. No.
Should do some county cricket so you don't see a bouncer ball. It's bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, you know, part of the reason for that, and, you know, and a lot of bowlers that probably don't have that pedigree to play the next level, they are coached, and their sort of performance parameters set by the coach are to bowl top of off, knee roll. It's not very exciting, but that does require a wicket with a little bit of juice and a bit of spice in it. If you get on a flat one, you know, if you're not bowling balls like that in excess of 85 miles an hour, you don't really have anywhere to go.
Good bouncer, Bohannon. He did well in the end to evade it, but took a tumble in doing so. This one didn't quite get up as high as the previous bouncer that Bohannon got on, but more comfortably.
I think this little period here, though, I think Somerset and Merchant de Lange can capitalise on this sort of period now. You know, the bounce that doesn't get up is most batsmen's worst nightmare.
145 for 2.
Middle.
Vaughan's lad who just signed for the Somerset Academy. That's in Archie, I think. Must be at Millfield down the way. The Somerset Academy has had a tremendous record.
Yeah, it certainly has. You know, the schools in this area, Taunton School, King's College and Millfield, obviously, you know, country famous or world famous sports schools. So yeah, they certainly get the cream of the crop, and not just from the local area. So, you know, picking up a young Vaughan, I'm sure, is a very exciting time for the club.
No.
There's also a young Trigo in the system as well. Which
Oh, really?
Is very exciting.
How old is he?
Well, my youngest lad is playing in the under-14s at the moment, but he's also signed to Southampton Football Club. And Dad's after a Ferrari for his 50th, so I'm going to encourage him into the football world.
What position is he?
He's a centre-back. He's a nice athlete, and yeah, got some high hopes for him. He also slogs the ball through the leg side quite well, like his dad. So we'll see what his future holds for him.
So tell me, at what point will a 14-year-old kid have to make a decision between cricket and football? Because the time factor is going to be significant, presumably, for both.
Yeah, I mean, his commitment, or Dexter's commitment in particular, to football is quite extensive. It includes schooling, missing parts of GCSEs so he can train down in Southampton, and sadly those decisions are ongoing. They're continuous, you know, for the last 3 or 4 years really. COVID's obviously stalled a lot of the academy setup, but the football academy being classed as elite sport, he's been back there a while now. And yeah, that decision that he made when he was 12, believe it or not, to commit to Southampton will sort of be that will take precedence over his cricket. But he's super passionate about both, and certainly loves playing for Somerset.
From the over, which is about the standard rate that Lancashire are ticking along at, 149 for 2, and it looks like we're about to take a short break to sanitise the ball. Tell me then, as a parent, Pete, of a young talented sportsman, or indeed sports, parents have talented daughters looking to play both sports, are you a parent that encourages your son to play all and every sport he can?
Well, yeah, I think one of my biggest fears as a dad that was also a professional sportsman is to be that pushy dad. So I think we empty just about every bit of equipment into the garden, basketballs, tennis rackets, and they pick up what they pick up. But obviously most sons, you know, why so many father-son, uncle sort of relationships, you know, often you'll find somewhere down the generations another sportsman crops up, because, you know, we all aspire to be like our dads in some ways, or our uncles, or whatever it may be. Obviously Nick Compton, a teammate of mine, following in his grandfather's footsteps. So yeah, I mean, I'm a massive
but you wouldn't encourage him to be concentrating on just one sport. You think it's an advantage to play as many sports as you can?
Well, there are no guarantees that he will be signed when he's 17, 18 in one sport. So yeah, you want to keep his options open. He shows a talent in both, and you just encourage the best you can. But it's very tough. Like I said, the academy program at the Category 1 level, which Southampton are, is very, very sort of invasive into Dexter's time. I mean, he spends a lot of time travelling around the country playing football.
Yeah, good luck to him. We're doing a kids coaching clinic on the influence of families in sport a couple of weeks ago. No. I mentioned a remarkable statistic that 10% of all England's Test cricketers have had a relative that have played Test cricket. It's amazing. 1 in 10, virtually 1 in every England team that has been put out has had a relative who's played first-class cricket. Luke Wells, 80 from 95 balls. What a terrific innings this has been over 2 hours.
Yeah, I feel almost embarrassed when I mentioned, you know, when Luke Wells came in, that he was going to be the guy that's going to grind out an innings, and you know, he's scoring at a fantastic rate this morning. You know, a combination of a few loose deliveries, but he's played with such a straight bat and just capitalised on anything short or full. Played beautifully.
Yeah, it's proved to be a pretty good signing for Lancashire. Came up, of course, from the south coast, where he'd done well for Sussex. Look at his career record, an average of mid-30s, which doesn't sound outstanding, but in the context of domestic cricket in the last few years is pretty good. And 18 first-class hundreds, you can see why Lancashire were quick to sign him when he came available. More runs here, pulls away in front of square for 4 and moves to 84.
Yeah, you know, you read the news of Luke Wells signing for Lancashire and being let go. I'm not sure of the circumstances down there at Sussex, but it's a real head scratcher that someone of his ability is moving on. It looked like it was, or it sounded like it was Sussex's decision not to re-sign him. You know, opening the batting in county cricket with clubs trying to prepare sporty wickets, 35 is a very respectable average.
Top edge. And Azhar Ali, oh, he can't quite cling on. We'll need to have a look at this again just to see whether he got his hands on the ball, but it was definitely a chance as he came running round. And I thought for a moment that he'd made his ground. It's another 4 to Luke Wells, and this will tell us more.
That is the tactic that I felt was going to get a chance.
Not quite, I don't think. Didn't quite get his fingers on the ball, but it's a shot that will encourage Marsh and DeLange.
Wait there!
157 for 2.
A valiant effort there by Azhar, but I suppose at his sort of age, you know, you're not expecting that to be taken, but you see so many phenomenal catches in world cricket now. You almost expect the unbelievable all the time, but unfortunately not to be. But that tactic there, I think, by DeLange is what's going to break open this game, if at all. I think the attritional hunt the knee roll, as we said, might be the case today, is not the case. I think DeLange is going to have to try and break open this, or I think we're going to have to see some spin pretty soon.
Yeah, after that shot and half chance, we may see another over of short stuff to Luke Wells. Here's Jack Brooks. Very good there. It's a harder shot than it might look at first glance. You just think that's a nudge through the leg side, but play that with a straight bat just wide of mid-on. Not a straightforward shot from Josh Bohannon, but he plays it well.
I think, Athers, they're the sort of shots I was talking about when someone turns the eye. You know, I think a lot of players are patting that back down the wicket. Those guys that have got that next level ability to be able to work that off of, you know, probably the top of middle and off there, and manage to punch that through mid-wicket, almost like a KP-esque sort of shot.
No.
Oh, just a bit of a look of Jonathan Trott, the way that Josh Bohannon plays.
Just makes your margin for error as a bowler, I think, so small when someone's scoring off your good balls, because I think there's no doubt if you, again, put a pitch mark and Hawkeye on that ball, you'd say, yeah, he's delivered a good ball there. still managed to go for 2 runs.
Just the bounce is a bit higher on this occasion, so Bohannon doesn't quite time it as well.
Can't imagine it's going to be too long before we see the introduction of Spinath. What do you think?
Yep, maybe another over of pace, particularly if Luke Wells is on strike, but we haven't seen any spin yet, so it won't be long. It's more comfortable against the medium pace of Jack Brooks. It's 160 for 2.
Come on, lads, just had a drinks break, 2 overs to go.
$160 for 2. We've had 39 overs day 1 of this county championship game. Those 39 overs have gone very much the way so far of the visitors, Lancashire. That man, Wells. Luke Wells has been superb, really. 17 fours. His 101 ball state. March and DeLanger again. Very strong there, Josh Bohannon. We saw that in the previous over. Jack Brooks working the ball on the line of the stumps, just off his hip through mid-wicket. This time picking out the fielder. Co-colleague, co-commentator Nasser saying he's looking bemused. What's up?
Can't hear anything.
So you can't see much. No, you can't hear it. Short mid-wicket is now catching. Bohannon is quite instinctive with that shot, so it's not a bad place to just hover around short mid-wicket.
I'm back. Ian, you'll be pleased to know.
Great news.
Sure our viewers are thrilled. I'm back.
Well fielded. Oh, he's got to get back quick. Oh, it was excellent fielding in terms of the stop. Otherwise, that was racing away for a few. Just evaded him. They couldn't take aim at the stumps, with Bohannon a long way down.
Goldsworthy going to his better hand. His left hand does well. Just couldn't gather it for the throw. Opportunity, as you can see here, of the run out. Don't want to be run out on this flat one, I know that much.
Good point. Didn't quite get up as much as Josh Bohannon was hoping for. It's a good slap on the body.
Yeah, it was reasonably short, but skiddy. Watched it for a while, then turned his back, and he just got it on his name, on the back of his jersey, on the H of Bohannon.
Does play the pull shot, very strong with the pull and the cut. Quite a dismissive pull shot when he employs it. Field is set though. If he gets it slightly wrong, he might be in trouble. There's a fine leg and a man out at deep square leg.
Fair play to Marchand de Lange. He's come charging in and bowled quickly. Maiden, 160 for 2. Would you be looking to just try Rula van der Merwe just for a bit, just change things?
Yeah, I can't see why not, because it's just not doing a lot for the seamers. When 5 of them haven't worked, he tried the 6. Now you've had 6 seamers of varying pace and length. I'd say Brooks has been the pick, as you often get down here. Obviously, de Lange has that point of difference with the extra pace, which we're seeing now. Maybe time Van der Merwe just to see if this will offer anything, even if it just skids on and gets you an LB. Or Luke Wells sees it as an easy opportunity to get to 100 and charges him. Never know. It's a little bit to do with the captain and the toss as well. Win the toss, you have a bowl. Don't really want to be turning to your spinner just before lunch and saying, do you fancy a couple of overs? He sort of looks at you and says, well, didn't we bowl first? Looks like he's having another do. Getting loose.
No ball.
No ball. Good delivery, but a no ball.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yep.
Well, sadly, Craig Overton not fit enough to play in this game. A slight side injury. Got over that nasty blow on the right elbow when he was dismissed in the Oval Test match, but a little side injury that's kept him out of this game. And if you haven't heard the news, Jack Leach can't play because the PCR test result hasn't come back in time. Can't buy a trick, Jack. And how much cricket Jack Leach has missed for so many different reasons. We've discussed it already, but every time it pops into my head, you think, where's Leach? Well, it's a PCR test now that hasn't come back.
Especially for a spinner, isn't it? Spinners just love to bowl and get rhythm and carry on bowling and bowl long spells, as he would have done here over the years. You said, Wardy, a while ago you went out there and you thought the ball was going soft. You could hear a very dull sound off the bat. And the skipper's had enough. He's chucked at the umpires and said, can you check it, please? Is it out of shape? Has it gone soft? So they'll try and get it through the ring piece.
And I think we're going to change the cricket ball. It definitely sounded soft. And I was stood out on the camera gantry, made a bit of a splat. The box of balls will come out and the new one will be selected. Fielding side picks the new ball, or new balls. It gets to using a second new ball, but the umpires decide which replacement ball is to be used. How many overs old is this ball? 40 overs and 3 balls. Sometimes they just want to change it, see if this next one will swing.
Absolutely the only reason. Has gone soft. They've been saying that all summer, haven't they? They've been going soft. They've swung for a while. It's like they've been successful. Get it shined up now. One side. And be careful as a batter.
Speak to Jimmy Anderson about bowling and what he's looking for in the first over or so. It's sort of a reconnaissance mission. What's the pitch doing, but what's the ball doing? Is it going to swing straight away? Is it going to stay upright? So Brooks will have to assess this one. How much swing am I going to get? Don't get too greedy early on. The batsman will have to be careful as well. I must admit, when we were travelling up to Manchester for that Test match, I didn't expect to be sitting here come Sunday.
Yeah,
watching county
I was just
cricket.
thinking that in the back there when Ath was talking. Completely different world, really, but a nice world, really. Just a calmer, much, almost like the cricket's going on in the background, which is nice. And you go out there and you walk around and you get that feeling.
Wells into the 90s. 165 for 2. Pleasant day here in Taunton. Lots of blue sky around when we arrived this morning. A bit more cloud cover now, but the sun on occasion still peeking through. Martin DeLange is going to have a spell. So Ned Leonard is going to take over the river end of the ground. Earlier today, a big moment for him. His first-class debut. Got his first wicket. George Balderston. It's the batsman he will remember forever. First-class victim. He's going to start around the wicket. Two slips which are quite narrow. There is that fielder protecting the cover boundary. Fancy that's an escort job. That's going to go all the way to the boundary for another boundary. The 18th in Wells's innings. He's up to 94.
Good value for your shots here, really. This wasn't off the middle of the bat. It was a little bit off the inside edge, and the bat turned in the gloves of Wells. You'll see here how the bat turns just there, but it hurried away for 4. It's a great place to bat.
This is Ned Leonard's first wicket. Nice length early on with the new ball and a sharpish catch in the gully. And he was absolutely delighted, justifiably so.
Wait there!
Undoubtedly in that celebration huddle, one of the players would have said, "Well done, first of many." Always says. It is a quick scoring ground, but with the run rate now still above 4 and over, how much of that is down to the fast scoring nature of the outfield and the shorter boundaries at different points, and how much down to a lack of discipline perhaps from the bowler?
I don't think they've bowled poorly. I just don't think it's done that much, really. I think right from the first couple of overs you thought, it looks a green pitch, and you often come here and you see it like this. It doesn't do a lot. opposition, I mean, obviously Somerset won and bowled today, but opposition get suckered into having a bowl when they see a bit of grass here. One of the reasons, and we were chatting with Butch earlier about county cricket and making them do a bit, it's one of the reasons Somerset haven't historically won the championships maybe that they should, and the sides that they had, was because A, it rains quite a bit down here, and B, the pitches have been so flat that even when they left grass on it, they couldn't get results. Winning championships about getting results, winning games. Doesn't matter if you lose the odd one, but you need to win more than you lose. There's a lot of draws here, or there used to be.
It's an attractive shot just for the single. With Van der Merwe out there on the offside. 171 for 2.
And that's why they went to their plan B. If we can't make it seem, even by leaving grass on it, what is our plan B to win a championship? And that is to make it turn. Make it really bare at the ends.
Nick Knight will disagree with you. He said he'll say you can win county championships.
he was the anomaly as captain.
Tom Abel is back into the attack. His first 3 overs were expensive, went for 17. That was from the river end of the ground. He's now going to go Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Into swing. Yeah, just a hint of swing from wide of the crease.
Well, they did change the ball for an over or so. They've worked on it. You can see the strides there of Abel just shining away.
Very strong there. There's nothing more than just tucked away.
I guess the debate we've got to start having soon is why after 43 overs, or the best part of, haven't we seen spin? What is going on? We just don't even little try of it. Maybe now it's because of the change of ball. We'll just see if it swings first. Surely an over of it by now.
Felt sure we'd see a couple of overs or one before lunch. Just to have a little look, as is the captain's want on occasions. Tom Abel sees it differently, and if this ball does swing, and he's got to get 2 bowlers on, most likely to make effect with it whilst it's swinging. Brooks looked dangerous in his first spell in the morning session when the ball swung for a while. Oh, that's a very nice shot. Fantastic boundary, and Luke Wells moves to 99 with his 19th 4. Twice Bohannon has had to leap back into the crease after a strong drive down the ground from his partner Wells, who is on 99. Get in tight, fielders. Cut away into the gap. He is delighted. That's a wonderful way to bring up 3 figures.
19th first-class 100. I doubt if he's played much better than that. I mean, 24s in 103. Hardly put a foot wrong. A real opportunity for him here to go big. He'll be thrilled with the 100. The sun's out, the pitch is flat. Great opportunity to double up. Top knock.
Absolutely. Been a pleasure to watch that. And he has really enjoyed it as well. That meant a lot to him. Now, deep breath, mark your guard, and focus again, because as Nasser said, there is a big one on offer.
First of the summer. I think his best was 97 this summer. Nice for him to move from Sussex, get up to Old Trafford, a good pitch there, a good pitch here. Finished the season well. The winter's a lot better. And you got a big score in the last couple of weeks of the season.
Oh, and he's gone. No sooner to 3 figures, no sooner we're talking about making the most of a flat pitch with the sun shining. And he's edged a pretty good delivery from Abel into the safe hand of Slip. It's James Hildreth with a catch, and he's gone for 103.
Change of angle, angling in, did it straighten a fraction, turned him around a fraction, and he'll be hugely frustrated with that, which is odd to say for a man who's got 100. Played really well, but it's 100 and out for Wells. 182 for 3.
Incoming batsman number 33, Dave Villiers.
Well, that excellent 100 from Luke Wells is over, as is that partnership between him and Josh Bohannon. Bohannon is on 42. New batsman is Lancashire's captain, Dave Villiers. 182 for 3. Somerset desperately needed that wicket this afternoon's session. It was all looking very flat. The runs were continuing to flow. Experienced Dave Villiers. Very good average over a long period of time. He's got a pretty good pitch with the sun shining, as Nasser was saying, to try and get in and then go big. He's at the non-strikers end because Wells was dismissed off the last ball of Abel's 4th over.
Woody, did it do a lot from around the wicket as a left-hander? I know it just has to straighten a fraction, or was it just a lack of, or a lapse of concentration after the 100?
Well, he celebrated quite strongly, and when you do that, sometimes you've just got to reset. It may have held its line a little bit, but I think if you just look at the left hip of Luke Wells, I think he's really come around that.
He argues come around it because it seemed away. And he has to straighten a fraction.
I think if you're playing it more straight back from whence it came, that isn't hitting the outside edge, that's hitting just off centre of the middle. Just on occasions he squares up there. He played really well. I think it might be a lack of concentration as well. Big moment, 100, celebrate, refocus. Probably didn't refocus quite well enough. But Somerset, from their point of view, they have an end open. Bohannon has looked solid, patient 42. They attack the new batsman, Lancashire's captain. 2 slips and a gully.
However good the pitch is, when you've waited for a while to bat and you go in, just that first half hour is always tricky. Did just hold its line a fraction from slightly wide of the crease.
thing with the dismissal of Wells is a tick to James Hildreth and his concentration, because when a pitch is as flat as that, batsmen aren't playing and missing. Keep your wits about you, concentration levels up. And when a batsman like a left-hander there looks to turn to leg, you're sort of following it into the leg side, expecting it to go there. Nope, it's come straight to me. Good hands, good concentration. That does find the edge, and Vyas is off the mark. The boundary down to third man.
You never know where to have that gap. Someone like Michael Holding always wants 3 in a row. Others will try and cover all bases, having 2 gap gully. Don't think it would have carried, but it will go for 4. That is for certain. Wonder if they'll tighten up the cordon or if they'll leave it 2 in a gap. Going to be a gap still. 4th slip has moved a bit finer.
Gable's missing a tricky. Just give him extra cover. Just get another catcher in whilst Vyas is trying to find his feet.
No run!
Ed Leonard has done a lot right in that over by pounding away just outside off stump. 187 for 3. Some running repairs to Vyas's gloves. Cotton or something hanging off him. Anyway, he's at the non-strikers. Happy memories of playing here?
Mixed. That Benson Hedges Cup final that Michael Atherton was talking about when we lost a game. We snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, obviously got 100, but then ended up losing in the last 5 overs, somehow getting bowled out by Peter Roebuck.
Cries of catch it. It's flown straight over the slips cordon. Away down towards the boundary for 4. Extraordinary shot.
Yeah, very rarely has he looked rushed, Bohannon. On this occasion, he just got himself in a bit of a tangle, almost like it was too tight to him in the end to pull. Couldn't free his arms, got away with it.
Well, that's it with more authority. That's a glorious shot through the covers for 4. Brings up his 50 in some style. 117 balls, and that was his 7th 4.
Yeah, he's having a good season, isn't he? Really good. Michael Atherton, before he faced the ball, said, I like this lad, watch out for him. Averaging 60 this season. You can see the form from the first ball to look out for. Going back to playing here, obviously the Essex side I grew up in was a very successful white ball side, as was Somerset in their day. Used to get fruity down here, to say the least.
He cut it straight to him. He cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. That man was placed almost in no man's land on the gully line, but there was a definite plan in place, and it has worked spectacularly for Somerset.
Well, a brilliant bit of captaincy. A position that a commentator could almost say, what is he doing out there? He's not third man, he's not gully, he's not fly slip, he's just hovering. And Bohannon found him perfectly. Port Leonard, bowled able, 50, so we've had 100 and out, 50 and out, 195 for 4.
The incoming batsman, number 12, Rob Jones.
Rob Jones is the new batsman for Lancashire. They lost a couple of wickets in this afternoon session, with both batsmen dismissed looking set. Luke Wells making 100 out, Josh Bohannon 50 out. So Dane Vias has faced just 4 balls. Rob Jones is taking guard from going very flat, a bit lacklustre from Somerset. All of a sudden they're back in it. They need to make the most of this, take the advantage of 2 quick wickets. And Wade again through that gap for 4. Surely you'd have extra cover in at a catching position, wouldn't you?
199 for 4. Like Groundhog Day. Batter that was in got out. Next batter comes in and edges it through a vacant third slip. Exactly the same. With a successful over, 12 runs in the over, 199 for 4.
Leonard bowled a very good over previously, a probing line and length, and he found the edge, but he's lost a catcher. That man is now down at third man, so it would appear that Tom Abel has got his eyes on the runs, but I would be really trying to attack now. The ball that's been changed has picked up 2 wickets. There's a hint of something happening.
200 comes up. There's a time to defend and sit in and get your third man in. There's a time to attack, especially on a flat pitch. You'd say a new batter in and a new ball that you got. Remember, they've got 2 wickets now with this newer ball. They got it changed. I'd say now is the time, since both of these new batters have edged it through the cordon, to have a third or a fourth slip. Skipper sees it differently. You don't attack now. When do you attack? When they're 50 not out? You're chasing the game. Get 1 here, 200 for 5. What a comeback that would be this afternoon.
Absolutely. You can always retreat. It's hard now to turn around to the bowler and say, right, I'm going to give you 2 slips and a couple of gullies, or 3 slips and a gully. Sort of set your stall out. Get your catches in. He's in good rhythm. He's found a nice line and length.
What I'll say is that the young skipper has got 2 very experienced cricketers next to him as keeper and first slip, Davies and Hildreth. pair of them could just turn to him and say, come on, Skip, let's get another catcher in here. The young lad might not say it on debut. Someone of experience might have to say it.
I'd like to see a young lad on debut go up to his captain and say, can I have another catcher, please? I mean, if the captain says no, that's fine, but I think the bowler should still be wanting to bowl to the field that he wants to bowl to. He might be happy with 2 slips, but if you've got that nice line and length, beating the outside edge, it's a flat pitch. Get in there and try and make the most of it. Because if one flies through 3rd slip now, kick his cap down to fine leg. Next commentators will be Peter Trigo and Mark Butcher. It's 201 for 4.
Double breakthrough for Somerset. If you want a job doing, do it yourself, says Captain Abel. Oh, he's got another one. It's an absolute beauty. And Rob Jones comes and goes.
Exactly what you want. Captain leading by example there, Butch. What a fantastic little spell of bowling here, and bar the run rate now, that 4 wickets falling at this time of the day, that's that was absolutely crucial for Somerset.
Jones goes for 5. It's 201 for 5 now. Quite extraordinary. Huge partnership. 150 plus between Wells and Bohannon. Somerset looked as though they were completely without answers. And then the skipper himself says, just leave it to me. I'll show you how it's done. Nicely pouched again by Hildreth at first slip. Jones just shrugs and walks off, but this has been a timely intervention from the Somerset captain.
Number 15, Stephen Croft.
Stephen Croft will make his way to the middle. Vastly experienced player coming in down at number 7. Surface is still a good one. The tie was just managed to find a little bit of something at no more than a medium pace. Bowling from the Trescothic Pavilion end. Sort of spell that Trez himself would have been delighted with back in the day.
Yeah, I'm not sure you saw Marcus running in down the hill too many times here at Taunton, but you know, Abe's doing exactly what you expect from Abe. He's grabbed the game by the scruff of the neck and ran in hard, and he's hit a good area. Actually, over the last few years, I've seen Abe's, you know, I think he's gone past like military medium now. He's starting to really put a bit more oomph into his deliveries, and like I said, to have 3 wickets to his name on day 1 is certainly a bonus from your captain.
Beautifully timed from Croft. It's a good way to get off the mark. Finds the boundary at mid-wicket. Run rate is still very healthy.
Bit of a greedy delivery there from Abe's, hunting the pad, I think. You know, very much like the Bohannon delivery, you know, there's so much analysis into batsmen now. You know, there's no chance that would have been a fluke. There would have been some stat on how many shots he played through that area in the air, and fantastic proactive captaincy there. But certainly playing a fair bit of cricket against Crofty, you know that his front pad is something that you want to hunt early on, but Abe's just got a little bit too greedy there and given him a very nice welcome to the crease.
Interesting. You talk about Abel getting a little bit more pace, running in a little bit harder. That's something that potentially could affect him as a batsman going forward. I used to bowl a bit, as did you. More than a bit in your case. I did find that the chances of missing games of cricket from hurtling in trying to bowl as fast as you could rather outweighed my want to bowl too much.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fine balance for the club, and Abe's himself, you know, he will always want to do that work, but, you know, being one of the premier batsmen as well, he's got to be a little bit careful. But you see his deliveries he's sending down. I mean, that's of a frontline bowler, so, you know, scoring 1,000 runs is obviously his goal as a batsman, but it'll be hard work to do that if he's also bowling 500 overs, so he's got to be careful. But like I said, it's amazing to have your all-rounder to be able to come in and make these breakthroughs.
Well, the other interesting thing is it's been made of the fact that a lot of England's top order, particularly without Ben Stokes at the moment, don't offer anything with the ball. He has realistic ambitions of playing Test match cricket. You see that being an extra bonus for him?
I mean, from a batting point of view, that he's putting up the numbers that certainly deserve consideration, and this extra string to his bow that he's developing is certainly something that...
No third slip, and that's run away for 4 as well. And the end of another successful over for Abel. A couple of boundaries in it, but crucially that wicket. 210 for 5.
Yeah, that's a shame there. You know, maybe a little bit more sort of aggressive captaincy would have seen a third slip there. You know, I think maybe that third slip not being there is more a reflection of Bohannon and Wells' scoring rate. Vyas on 5, not having a third slip when you've just taken a couple of wickets. I think, again, that's another challenge. Not only the batting-bowling combination, but the batting-bowling captaincy.
Centre, please.
Batting, bowling, you know, captaincy combinations too. I think maybe you know, it's when you want your senior players, Hildreth, Davis, to maybe take over the captaincy while Abe's is bowling, so we can really focus on that. And like I said, I think with a bit more thought, a third slip would almost certainly have been in place there. Crofty there with his very unique stance. He stands incredibly wide and then does a double step normally towards the batsman. Certainly takes a while to get your length against him because he's very, very deep in the crease.
Run almost straight off the face. Again through that vacant third slip area. Third man is in place and cuts off the boundary. It's almost catching practice.
Well, he's shown a great touch there. Certainly something that he would have been employing through the one-day series, but that stance he's employing at the moment, you know, I think that's why on the stats LBW seems to be quite a popular way forward, because if that's out of time slightly, I think that front shin becomes bit of a target for the bowler, but he looks to have one.
Hustling back for the second. And, they make it comfortably. Dane Villas is very, very athletic, very quick between the wickets. We've seen that in blast cricket for Lancashire. Always looking to turn ones into twos and so forth. Just in danger of making a mess of this at the moment, Lancashire. 3 wickets from Abel have put Somerset right back in this contest. End of the 48th, 2:13 for 5. There's that monster partnership. 155 and just 222 deliveries. It was not just the runs, it was the rate at which they came. And that has been the mainstay of Lancashire's innings. Short, wide and cut away. Perhaps not exactly where Croft was aiming it. Probably looking a bit squarer, but easy pace nature of this pitch meant he hit it in front of square. Ran away for another boundary.
That's just another example there of the slight bit of ill discipline in the attack. I mean, I think we're in a situation now where both teams would be slightly ruining opportunities. You know, 5 down, if the rate was controlled a little bit better, Somerset would be very much on top. And the 5 wickets, is certainly the last 3, I think Lancashire have thrown away a very strong position.
Beautifully timed again. I suppose that's something you get used to playing here at Taunton. You can't get overly het up about the fact that runs are being scored freely, because it's very difficult to stop, isn't it, playing your cricket here?
Yeah, it certainly can be. I mean, it seems to be anything sub 3.5 and over is a win if you've got the wickets in the end column. I mean, that's just a great example of what we're talking about, really. You know, that was a nick ball, and it's ended up going for runs, because there's that fine balance as a captain and a bowler. How much do you attack? How much do you defend? Because yes, you want to take the wickets, but it's so easy to score at 4+ runs and over without the bowler doing a great deal wrong. It is a challenge, but like I said, you know, Somerset crossing over from the very spin-dominant style of play that they have employed for the last few years to trying to take wickets with green grass and seam.
Dug that out, and that has pinged through the offside for another boundary. It's another example of what Pete Trigo is talking about. Just jabbed down on a full of length ball and it disappeared.
Another example there of just a slight overcorrection. The short wide ball that got cut, and obviously he's learnt from that and overcorrected the other side. And again, 8 runs off the over, and he nearly created a wicket. So.
Well, it might be a third boundary in the over. Well, he's picked up wickets as the skipper. But in 7 overs, he's also gone for 63 runs, 228 for 5.
I'd have to say, Butch, I've brought up some pretty rapid gallons here at Taunton, but Abe's is looking, unfortunately, very much on the wrong side of the economy rate side of things, going at 9 and over at the moment. But like I said, all important at this stage of the game that he's got the 3 wickets, but it is going to take someone else to come in now and stem this flow of runs. Both very busy players, aren't they, Butch? You know, they're both looking to be very proactive, and I think that's why the stats would say they're sort of LBW candidates in many ways, because they're walking around the crease, anything wide, they're dabbing down a la one-day cricket. But then, you know, that ball, that last 4 from Tom Abel, bang on middle stump, whipped through mid-wicket.
Yeah, a couple of players who are mainstays of Lancashire's T20 and one-day cricket, Villas and Croft. So unlikely the scoring rate is going to go down a great deal while they're at the crease. Pretty impressive, Leonard, debut. Just 19 years of age, strong lad. Oh, 4 more. What a beauty that is from the Lancashire skipper.
Beautiful straight drive there from VS. Something he's known for, playing maybe slightly around that front pad, which is attractive to some bowlers. If you miss your leg, it certainly punishes you, doesn't it?
That'll be 4 more. Just kept the fielder interested, but lightning fast outfield, as verdant as it is.
That strike rate for VS at the moment is 158.8. I mean, that is I think he's got the wrong colour clothes on for that kind of strike rate.
No risk involved in it, though, is there? It's just hitting over pitch deliveries or wide deliveries. Pitch is good. Bowling is honest, if not over threatening. Let's look for 2. Yeah, no hesitation whatsoever. Brilliant turn. The bat in the right hand, so he was able to see when the fielder collected it, and that's excellent running. 239 for 5.
Nathan Osborne from Red Roof, who was 11 last Friday. He apparently plays for Red Roof with 4 more under 11s. He's a bit of an all-rounder. suspect Lewis Goldsworthy is his hero. So Nathan Osborne, hope you're enjoying yourself here with us.
Yeah, something that you definitely know when these two bat together. Like you mentioned, obviously bat right next to each other in the 2020 team, and that is something that's synonymous with these two, is hard running between the wickets. They'll be looking to rattle that rate along.
Change of bowling from August to Scotland Pavilion and Marshall Lancashire.
Marshall Lancashire has got through 10 overs in the match so far. He's going at over 4s. Some quick deliveries. Just wonder if now might be the time to go, look, we're going to stick 2 back on the hook. Let's have a bit of a game. I mean, they haven't been able to stem the tide by bowling normally, so you might as well be ultra aggressive, sorry. Attackive, just invented one. Try and get your wickets that way.
Well, one thing you know to these two, they'll pretty definitely take them on.
Yeah, short straight away, and Croft just paddling that round the corner. Might have gone all the way for 4, judging by the reaction of the fielder getting to his feet.
Come on, Shaq. Go, boys. Check in that. Shut up.
No, looks like Jack Brooks is okay. He just got up very gingerly down there.
Great work down there on the boundary by the headband warrior and De Lange there. I think that first ball showed a bit of a sign of intent that the short stuff is coming, and like I was trying to say a minute ago, these two will definitely be taking the opportunities on. I'd love to see Goldsworthy disappear back onto the boundary, because I'm pretty sure there won't be much ducking or weaving going on.
Yeah, the field is all very orthodox at the moment. Dispensed with a second slip, but plenty of cover on the offside. Point extra cover bit off third man. Third man is absolutely essential here at Taunton, no matter how many slips you've got in. That leg side field, Peter Trigo wants it enforced, or at least the square leg to go back, so the short ball can be used more freely. I was interested about the view from different dressing rooms. Obviously, you played the majority of your career here. Without giving away too many secrets, what was the difference when you ended up in a dressing room at Trent Bridge?
Well, I think you kind of, you know, I grew up across the way in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion where the original dressing rooms were. I used to change in Joel Garner's old spot. And there are all those little famous stories that you get from the old senior players that always come to visit you. There was a bit of marker pen on the wall where Joel's head started and where his feet ended, because he used to famously go to sleep after his bowling spells and let Beefy and Viv do their damage with the bat. But yeah, it's you know, it's very different club to club, I think. You know.
More about Peter Trigo's dressing room tales after this break. 2-4-1 for 5. First 100 of the season for Luke Wells. 50 from Josh Bohannon. A great deal anywhere else. Decent crowd here day one of this LV Championship. Division 1 match between Somerset and Lancashire. Both teams desperate need of a win to keep hopes alive of either winning the championship or at least finishing second and thus playing in the Bob Willis Trophy final later on in September. Ben Green back into the attack. 1 for 16 from 6 for him thus far. Excellent hustle from VS and Croft. Good understanding. So for the last over, you were talking us through the differences between the two clubs or the two setups, Somerset and Trent Bridge and Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, I mean, growing up Weston-super-Mare, 20 miles down the road from Taunton, you know, you grow up with the iconic pictures in your head of Viv, Beefy, fellow Westonian Brian Rose in the dressing room, and you grow up inspired by that and aspiring to share that same dressing room. And I can remember when I signed for Nottinghamshire, I can remember the rant from Ricky Ponting, 2005 Ashes, after Gary Pratt running him out, and I was like, I can't wait to be in that building, and you know, the mystique of these special grounds, which Trent Bridge certainly is.
Is there a marked difference in, you know, the approach to, say, championship cricket there than here, or are things very similar?
It's, there are some huge differences. You know, I think Somerset in the modern era, you know, Justin Langer and Andy Hurry in particular, bring in a very physical, hard-working work ethic to the club. And, you know, 15 years on from that, you know, it's, you know, other clubs aren't afraid to admit that, you know, Somerset were almost the trendsetters across the country in terms of strength and conditioning and various things that go into the modern game as we know it now. But, you know, moving to Trent Bridge, we played, you share a dressing room with people who think slightly differently about the game, but I mean, I equate it to sort of, you know, winning, which is what we're in the game to do. And, you know, we had famously so many second places. My last year, we eventually won a Lord's final. And then I turn up at Trent Bridge that had a slightly different outlook on the game. Equally hard working, but in maybe slightly different areas. And in my first season there, won the 2020. I mean, there is no perfect way to play this game.
Two for 2 for 5.
But one of the unique things is, I think, in the high-performing teams, is that player to captain to coach to director of cricket relationship. Down here, you know, Jason Kerr, Andy Hurry have magnificent relationships with all the players. There's a real trust there. And at Trent Bridge, I have found the coaching staff there, led by Pete Moores, to be incredibly inspiring. He's Pete Moores in particular has been absolutely fantastic to play with, and he's really breeding quite a successful unit down there, because again, he's a man that speaks his mind, but there's no flannel. He creates an incredible sort of feeling that you can trust him and what he's about. So, you know, in slightly different ways to down here, but effectively the same thing. He has a group of players under him that completely trust him.
So when you talk about sort of slightly different approaches and talk about the physical aspects of the training regimes, etc., down here at Somerset, are you saying that sort of Nottinghamshire is perhaps more skills based than it is the physical side?
I think in some ways it's very subtle. The subtle differences. And if I may, Butch, I'll give you an example of two scenarios where, you know, the change in fortunes at Somerset when Justin Langer became involved, became captain. with Andy Hurry as director of cricket. Very disciplined. We flew to the Champions League and we beat the IPL champions, the Deccan Chargers, in our first game in that competition. And I think we landed in India. We were playing in Hyderabad, and I think within 24 hours we were on the field against the IPL champions, and we somehow managed to turn them over. We got into the dressing rooms, we all cracked open a beer. Justin Langer grabbed one out of our hands, threw it against the wall. What the hell are you doing? We're trying to win a competition here. So there's one way of going about your business.
Oh, shot. Rasping extra cover drive from Croft.
Whereas at Nottinghamshire, you know, yes, I think the hard work is a little bit more skills based, and I think I felt at times at Nottinghamshire there's a real sense of celebrating each other's success. You know, when someone gets 100, we'll share a beer in the dressing room at the close of play, regardless of we're playing the next day. And we're talking about one here, but in one regime it was a no-no, and in the current one, and at Nottinghamshire, yeah, like I said, I think, you know, one creates a lot of discipline, but at Trent Bridge there seems to be an awful lot of enjoyment, and the skills are allowed to flourish a little bit freer. And like I said, when you equate it to how many trophies do you win, you know, you have to say that, you know, who does get it right, because at the end of the day it's about winning trophies.
Yeah, but safe. Pick up a couple. Well, having heard that as a one-club man, if I ever had the opportunity, I think I might have chosen Trent Bridge over Taunton. 250 for 5.
I mean, it's just equally, you know, special place. You know, this is my home county, and I have a lot of love for it. But my adopted county at the moment, like I said, the 2 years I've spent up there has been amazing, even in these peculiar times we've all experienced with the pandemic. But it's, you know, the place is, you know, again, for me this place is very special because I came here as a kid to watch. Trent Bridge is very special to me because I've watched so much test match cricket there, but it's the people that are in the dressing room. The people that are in those dressing rooms make it special. At the moment, one of the greats of county cricket, like a Jack Brooks, but Luke Fletcher, I mean, he's just a guy, I think when I retire and stop playing this crazy game of ours, I'm just going to phone him every morning just to make me feel better about myself. He's just a magnificent human being to be around.
And of course, as Rob Key famously said during one of the last quarter-finals, nobody times the ball as well as Luke Fletcher. In the midst of all that fascinating stuff, Lancashire have gone to 250 and a second batting bonus point.
I mean, anyone that can go from cooking chicken at Hooters to being the first to 50 county championship wickets 15 years later gets my vote as being a great person.
I reckon that might be a first on Sky Sports cricket commentary. Not sure that particular restaurant chain has ever had a mention before.
I've heard it's got a great reputation for food.
It's fascinating though. I mean, never experienced it. And Nas and I were talking earlier about sort of the amount of players that move counties now. And it was very rare back in the days when we started, but It is now, you know, just very much part of the landscape. But, you know, you have an idea, I suppose, you know, my identity built around playing for Surrey and playing at the Oval and everything that sort of goes along with that. And you always feel in your dressing room that the way that you do things is better than everywhere else. So it's always interesting to get a view from somebody who's been in two very different setups.
Yeah, the grass sometimes is greener in some ways, but you know, it's just so individual. I think it is, like I said, I know I joke, but it's the people in the dressing room that really sort of drive the club. You know, there's only so much the management can do. If you get a good group of hard-working players together with that combination of talent, you know, that's what sets up a good county season, because it is a very, very long season.
.54 overs gone. 2-5-1 for 5. Well, I wonder, are we going to see any spin? 54 overs gone. They've already changed one ball, which went out of shape, got too soft. Tom Abel has wrestled the game back in Somerset's favour with those 3 wickets.
Is Roloff going to get the obligatory 1 over before tea?
It's extraordinary, really, given the rate at which Lancashire have scored and the ease with which they've scored at times. We haven't seen a single over from Roloff.
It's almost a standard thing in captaincy in county cricket that the spinner gets 1 over before a break. I think that's potentially on the cards. Obviously, Goldsworthy as well offers some nice left-arm spin.
I get on my hobby horse about this quite often. And the way that spin is captained, or perhaps the way that spin is thought of in this country. No! I still feel that in most cases, not all, spin is an afterthought or something that's used to speed up a tardy over rate more than it is something that's a genuine wicket-taking part of a game. That attitude is a difficult one to change in English cricket. Part of that is that Villas turns and comes back again. He's such a good runner. Part of that is because, I suppose, we mentioned it before, when teams like Somerset did base their game around turning pitches, they got dot points for it. It's not exactly an enormous amount of incentive for teams to try and do it, is there?
No, it's certainly not overly encouraging, as Croft does a bit of gardening there to try and speed up the tee.
No!
That 1 over of spin before tea is very much, in my mind, similar to the first over of a 2020 being bowled by a spinner, because you're hoping the batsman's going to just be a little bit cautious and make a sort of mental mistake. You know, that it shouldn't be threatening just 1 over, but you're hoping they just get a bit lazy with their footwork and get one on the shin, or
Look like he's limbering up to me. Being the character that he is, you would imagine he'd be in Tom Abel's ear, just say, "Come on, mate, give us the ball, won't you?"
yeah, he'd be like a dog with a bone. I thought Roloff always wants to be involved in the game, that's for sure. Great man to have in your camp.
Top ball to end at the 55th. 2-5-4 for 5. he's taken, Butcher's taken.
Tickle fine. Nazarelli will tidy up. Just a couple. That will be fought. No one's cutting that off. Run rate continues to be going on in a healthy fashion. Hard ground to defend. How do you see the health of your old club, Michael? Not so much in the financial angle and what happened this week, obviously. Been a bad week at the office and nothing to do with them at all, but as a cricket club and producing cricketers and on the field, see it as a healthy setup at Old Trafford at the moment.
Just on what happened the other day, did you see that Lancashire gave all the spare food to the charities?
Great
Which I thought was terrific. Very difficult few days for the club. They seem to just dust themselves down and get on with things. Yes, I thought for a while, and I'm talking a while ago now, Lancashire were becoming a little reliant on players coming in from outside, but in recent times have started to produce players from within their boundaries again, or within their boundaries, plus they've got the minor counties that they've always taken cricketers from, like Cheshire and Cumbria. But generally a club like Lancashire should be producing its own players, because it's a big county with a strong cricketing structure within it. So it's great to see the likes of Balderson and Bohannon coming through. There's an old stage, an old campaign. Stephen Croft cuts one away firmly to the fence to end the 56th over, 264 for 5.
Someone we haven't mentioned much today, Liam Livingstone, obviously flown off to be in the IPL. He would have been playing here at the end of the season, but he started with the Rajasthan Royals in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. He'll be in quarantine.
So if you go,
Cumbria boy, isn't he?
He's Cumbria, yeah, absolutely. But if you go down the list, you've got Balderson, Davies, Bohannon, Jones, Croft, Lamb, Bailey, Parkinson are all from in or around Lancashire's borders. You mentioned one or two others that aren't playing. Saqib Mahmood, obviously. Ian Livingstone. Mead has moved on to pastures new. But I think once a club is producing a hard core of its own players, then with judicious signings from elsewhere, you know, whether it's an overseas player or to fill a hole, and that's really what you're asking your counties to do.
Well, two things are happening here at Taunton. One is that Brooks is back into the attack, and I can report that Roelof van der Merwe is getting loose at mid-on. We are going to have some spin. Van der Merwe will stop this ball here. I think the skipper has just given him the nod, get loose. Yep, there he goes. that.
Key talking about the players that the club have produced, the people in charge as well. So Glenn Chappell, Mark Chilton, Lancashire through and through. I always think it's good to have, I'm not saying you have, all your coaching staff has to be from the club, because I think it's important to occasionally have an outside view as well. But I also think the traditions and cultures and values of a club need to be extended. I reckon Glenn Chappell's a good coach. I think in time he may well move on to international honours or responsibility as a coach. He didn't as a player.
Oh, no.
The market for a new director of cricket, of course. Needs to be seen who that will be. There's Glenn Chappell.
I was a bit surprised at that, actually, Paul Allott moving on, because of what you say. See a club that's going in the right direction on and off the field. Close, close. Yeah, Given, he's well on that front foot, but it did nip back in. And the change to Brooks has worked.
Graham Lloyd didn't give himself much time to think about this, but he just saw that big front pad from Villas, the ball nipping back onto it. Villas tried to stretch forward after the ball hit the pad, as if to say, I'm outside the line, but at the moment that it hit him, he was in line with the stumps. So Graham Lloyd wasn't fooled by that slight bend of the knee, which eventually took him outside the line, and Villas has gone for 36, 266 for 6.
The incoming batsman, number 26, Danny Lamb.
Left arm around the wicket.
Danny Lamb comes in at number 8, and the scoreboard reflects what a good day and a good pitch this has been. 266 runs at over 4 and over, and 6 wickets. Excellent day's play so far.
A lot of ironic cheers then in the crowd when Van der Merwe's name was mentioned, finally getting to see some spin halfway through the day.
I think, yeah, ironic, but also shows how popular he is as well. He really has some fans down here, big-hearted cricketer, mainly in white ball cricket. They love him here. Yet to get a 5-wicket haul in 77 matches, but he gives it everything, that is for certain.
First glance, what did you think about LBW?
I actually thought about height more than outside the line. I thought he got a decent stride in, but you're right, it hit him on the move. We don't have Hawkeye here to show whether it was going over or not. One thing's for certain, young Bumble gave it out quickly. His old man used to say it hits you straight between the eyes in LBW. Let's watch Bumble, this end. Yeah, we're gone.
did try that bend of the knee, didn't he? Just to persuade the umpire, all the old tricks that players learn.
Come on, Bulldog. Come on, Bully. 2 on it, boys.
Sliding on at the moment.
Get it past him. Come on.
So there's that live grass, that green grass that Michael spoke about, the pitch report. It's that and it might just skid. You never know here at Taunton, though. One might just grip from nowhere. Dry underneath.
Well, I'd say it's slightly barer, more bare.
One of those. We'll get to the end of the over.
To the end that Van der Merwe is bowling into. He's on at the right end. That's what I'm trying to say.
Way back. Go, Greener. Come on, buddy. Come on, boys. Oh!
7 for 6. Very good 100. Luke Wells, and again, that he's got a lot of skill to his batting, good temperament as well. 50 for him. Looking forward to see Parkinson bowl as the game progresses. Maybe a bit of purchase for him.
What did you make of Bohannon's innings earlier, Nas? Like what you saw or not?
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw him up at Old Trafford at the start of the season, the Roses clash, and I thought he looked a pretty good player then. You were raving about him at the Oval Test match.
Raving might be a little strong.
Yeah,
but
you were. So I came here in expectation, and he didn't disappoint. He looks a very organised player.
how many players England will take to the Ashes this winter? They're going to take an enlarged squad, aren't they, and use their...
something like 30 in one of the papers this morning. And again, similar, and again, same result. Front foot, nip back up. Umpire Graham Lloyd says out again.
Just like the previous LBW, but Danny Lamb didn't look that happy. I wondered whether there was an inside edge, maybe. It was very similar, just nip back, hit him on the knee roll, trying to get forward. I reckon he squeezed it, and it's just a case of whether it hit bat before pad. Graham Lloyd was answering in the affirmative again. Danny Lamb gone for none. 268 for 7.
Really good afternoon session now for the home side. 5 wickets in this session. Tom Bailey comes out at number 9. He's taking his time to get out there because he probably wasn't fully ready. Lancashire have lost 2 quick wickets here, averaging under 18, 650, so he can bat and he'll need to. They're below par here at the moment.
Interested to look at that LBW again. I had the impression that he squeezed it. I don't know in real time how you can be sure it was pad first.
I think there was a lot of doubt in whether it was outside the line, squeezed it, and height again.
Let's have another look. Still don't know.
Bat first, height. The front foot, that looks high to me.
Excellent bowling from Brooks, though, who has found a little bit of movement off the seam. He's bowling accurately, attacking the stumps, has 3 for 47 now, and has been the best, most threatening seamer on show.
Yeah, I said earlier, the sort of cricketer you want in your side, Brooks, without a doubt, for so many different reasons. Lots of skill, big heart, enjoys his cricket, good in the dressing room. Pleased with playing the game, basically. 269 for 7. News from Bristol. Ath Benedict is with us. Disappeared for the first 2 sessions. He's with us now. Decided to join us.
Come on, relax. Come on, Bulldog.
Leg slip comes in for that one that does just skid on. With a helmet on, slip and a leg slip.
We were lining up to do a coaching clinic at Old Trafford for the second day of that game. Around spin bowling, we'd asked people to send in their videos about young spinners. We had Shane Warne to give some advice. We're going to talk about the batting of spin. One area that gets overlooked is the captaincy of spin, isn't it?
Firstly, I thought we were on safe ground. Often we say we'll do it on day 4 and we think, will it go to day 4? When we said we'll do the coaching clinic on day 2, did think we would get it out, but it never happened. It is something Shane himself has spoken about captaincy of spin, and how he was so pleased to play under the likes of Alan Border and Mark Taylor, who knew how to captain him, and how he should captain a young spinner in England, a young leg spinner in particular. Especially growing up. Young spin, young seamers will land it on a sixpence, not go round anywhere, no runs. Spinner will go for 4-4 in their first over and immediately taken out the attack. You have to back your spinner in conditions that may not suit.
When you started your career at Essex, am I right in saying that when you started in the second 11, that Keith Fletcher, who was a former England captain, would have captained the seconds almost as a non-playing captain? He wouldn't have batted, he wouldn't have bowled, but he was out there to run the show.
He may, well, yeah, he'd have played, he would have captained. I was very lucky I had 2, actually. Leg side, 269 for 7. And both of them were perfect. I had Keith Fletcher and Raymond East, who was a spinner himself. he was like a non-playing, even though he used to get a few runs down the order. He didn't try and battle bowl too much, but both of them talk so much sense.
So is there still a place for that? I mean, that doesn't happen now. There's no second 11 I can't think of where a older former player, senior player, takes up one place in the side simply as a kind of mentor. He might bat 11, he won't bowl, but he'll get people to learn the game. Do you think there's a place for that or not?
Absolutely. The problem with it, though, is it's good for 10. The 10 that are with them, it's not good for the one that misses out. So you might turn up and you might think, I'm playing, and then you're 12th man, and you look and think, hold on, the old guy who never bats or bowls is playing instead of me, and people would say, well, why don't you give the youngster a chance? Surely it's better him learning while playing. But on a personal note, having Keith Fletcher, again, that nip back, and Raymond East, one on the field, the other generally at a bar of an evening, talking about the game of cricket was ideal. So that doesn't happen at all now.
Well, I can't think of an example. There may be an example across the county game. If anybody knows of one, let us know. But I can't think off the top of my head that it happens. I mean, obviously you get former players, former captains acting as club coaches. I can't think of somebody who will play in the second team almost as a non-playing captain. Doesn't bats 11, and because he's basically too old, but he's just there for his nous, brains, experience, ability to pass on knowledge in a playing capacity.
We've got one with us, haven't we, Triggs? Peter Trigo is 40 years of age. He said he's been playing in the seconds quite a bit this year. He knew his time was up when the lads he was playing with were slightly younger than his kids, so he's passing on that experience. I do think it's vital.
Over.
272 for 7. I didn't understand is while the 100 was going on and while there wasn't that much first-class cricket being played, I also heard there wasn't that much second-team cricket being played. Why would that be the case? Why wouldn't more second-team cricket being played? We've got so many professional cricketers.
Well, I guess for a lot of clubs who are losing a lot of players, Somerset being one, their 50-over sides, their Royal London sides, were effectively a second team anyway.
You think all the young lads that are on academies who are just itching for a game of cricket in August before maybe they go back to university or work or whatever, back to school. Some of them are still at school age. There was a long period in August where second teams weren't getting a gig and youngsters were being deprived of red ball cricket.
Come on, Rula. Good Golders. That's it. Come on, Bully. Come on, Bully. Come on, Rula. A bit of magic. Come on, my boy. Come, Rula.
Well, there's no spin for sure. The threat is to the inside edge. Van der Merwe bringing it in on the angle. That's what the right-hander has to be wary of at the moment. So just going back to Keith Fletcher in that role in the second team, did you get a sense of why he was so highly regarded as a captain in county cricket and became England captain from those early experiences?
Absolutely. A legend around the Essex scene. You didn't even have to share a dressing room with Fletch. You just had to listen to other people talk about Fletch and how he changed the mentality. How he managed some of the nuttiest people ever, like Raymond East and Stuart Turner and John Lever and the rest, Pringle. Biggest influence was on spin. We played on our outgrounds, and Keith Fletcher's playing of spin and captaining of spin, second to none, 273 for 7. He turned up to Ilford, Colchester, Southend. They used to play at Leighton. I didn't play much at Leighton, but Keith Fletcher used to throw the ball to Easton, Such and Ackfield, set the right field and win the game. Getting abuse from Ian Ward at the back of the box about those venues I mentioned. Not quite Taunton, Ilford on a Sunday. Where were the outgrounds you used to play? Then I've named some of the great ones there.
We had some good ones actually. Blackpool, Southport, Lytham, Liverpool. Of course, Lancashire played in Sedbergh recently, which is really Cumbria. But those are the main outgrounds. Made my debut at Southport on the coast there. The year that Lancashire won the championship, which was that 2011, first time for a long, long time. Most of the home games were at Liverpool because I think that was when the ground was being turned around. So Lancashire played the majority of their games at home at Liverpool in that season. Desperate to keep that front pad out of the way. The way that that bat then was thrust in front of the pad. He's seen what's happened to the last two batsmen at that end.
Yeah, and it looks a big target as well. There's just certain cricketers that you think LBW. I think it's because his bat comes across it from gully towards mid-wicket, and Brooks knows that. That's his mode of dismissal. The nip backer onto middle and off.
Wait on.
Ground fielding's been good today. Man goes out on the hook. Whether that's because Brooks feels that Bailey's just getting on that front foot a little bit too easily and wants to trap him in the crease, or if actually Brooks feels he's got a bumper in him. He hasn't. It's the full one. A maiden, 274 for 7.
Well, on a
Brooksy. Thanks, Drift. on then, boys. This is the one. Oh!
Nice swerve, nice swerve.
Afternoon, Michael.
Ian.
Jumped in for an over before tea. We're having a look at the ACE programme that's been set up.
One more,
Various
boys.
cities across the country during the tea break. Games move forward. Healthy run rate. 7 wickets. Very watchable cricket. Nice shot. Back cut. Won't make its way to the fence. Might make 3. No. Right on 2. Those glorious outgrounds Nasser was talking about. The glamour of county cricket.
Trying to think where I played. I definitely played at Colchester.
Yeah, I did.
Graham Gooch marmalised us at Colchester once. Played at Valentine's Park, Ilford, where Gooch and Waugh marmalised us. But they would have played at grounds that they no longer play at. Leighton being one. I don't think they play at Leighton now. Another ground on the coast at Essex as well.
What?
We were always spoilt with our outground. It was mainly Guildford. It was a fantastic place to bat. Think about how quickly you can score at Taunton, well, you can times that by a bit at Guildford with the size of the boundaries and the quality of the pitch.
What up?
276 for 7. We've had 64 overs, so there are 32 overs left in the day. The umpires will take the players off the field for tea. Very watchable cricket. Lots happening, lots of boundaries, lots of wickets. Some good fielding, some indifferent fielding. Who will be the happier? 276 for 7. If you take 7 wickets in 2 sessions, despite the run rate, you'll be pretty happy if you're Somerset. Less blue sky, less sunshine at the moment, but still a pleasant day. The crowd will have enjoyed the cricket that they have seen. Wonderful 100 from Luke Wells. He made 103 and there was dismissed shortly after getting to 3 figures. Josh Bohannon made a good 50 and he too was dismissed very quickly after making that personal milestone. And Stephen Croft is unbeaten on 41. So 276 for 7. Belatedly, we had a bit of spin from Rilla van der Merwe. He bowled 4 overs cheaply. 3 wickets for Brooks, and 3 for the captain, and 1 on debut for Ned Leonard. So 276 for 7. We'll have a little look back at the action we have seen, and as I say, we'll then take a look at the ACE programme that's doing such great work around the cities of this country.
welcome back Somerset fans to Behind the White Van. I haven't actually been in front of the camera for a while. We've had the One Day Cup going on in the 100, so everyone's been scattered around. But yeah, we've got the quarter-final on Thursday against Lancashire, so we're now back in preparation. So I'll try and get a few clips of the boys, their first training session together. We've got floodlit practice tonight, so should be good fun. You know what?
He's right, you can't take pictures whenever you want.
He comes here every now and again just big dog us. Walks in, doesn't really speak to anyone. Speaks to a few of the England lads, then walks out.
Go and sit in my stand.
Yeah. Look at that. Who's that picture over there as well? You happy with that picture?
It's good.
Yeah.
Go and study it and see the names on it.
What's going on here as well?
What?
A lot of space in there, isn't it?
Mate, the cannon's still there, don't worry about that.
Good to see Hercules back in the wide van.
It's great to be back, boys. Back on the hallowed turf of the Cooper Associates.
Congratulations on your performances in the 100.
Thanks. Missed the boys.
Well, that boundary's not big enough for you, is it?
Absolutely tagged it.
Yeah, you can just target your ends. Barry. Got Lammers here in the range hitting nets, so swing for the buildings. That's gone miles.
That was nice, like step.
You've got that so well. That's gone so high. Oh, is it?
The lads reckon I've got pace. Don't I, Apes?
What?
Pace.
Very good.
Faster than you can bowl.
Mate, if I could bowl with one of these, I'd have been happy. Bloody what's it?
Settling from one end all day.
Christ, with that.
Here we are. Quarter final day. Sun is beating down. We are ready to go. El Ferrito is getting loose. Today we have the pleasure of seeing Tommy Abe's back in Somerset kit. Things you love to see. You ready, Shanky? You got a game face on today.
Enjoy it. It's important we stay in the moment. We stay really composed and we're really clear on what we're trying to execute. It's not about ego, it's about doing the simple things better than the opposition, and that's what we're going to do. Alright, it's as simple as that. Make sure you enjoy it. You've got eyes on Lewis, everybody ready to go all the time, and you communicate really well. If you're in a partnership, something happens, the next two guys communicate, take responsibility, understand you've got more time than you think. Always. Alright, there will be times where we feel under pressure. Take a step back, think clearly, and we go fucking hard.
These are the types of nights that we play cricket for. In front of the full house at home in a big game. This is the reason why we play professional sport. So take that, enjoy every moment of it. If all of us go in with the mindset of putting our hands up when we need it and coming out and doing their job, we'll come out on the right side. So best of luck. Let's go have a great night.
Let's go, boys.
Let's go, Tam.
Let's go, Tam, baby. What was happening?
Finding the gap in my legs pretty easily today.
So update from the middle, ground's just filling up nicely. Lewis has just won the toss for I think the first time this year, and we're bowling first, so yeah, see you on the other side. Here's Chief Tosser. Yeah. Well done, Louis boy. Ready to go.
Trade Nation want to give you £1,000. You could be winning a grand.
It's not big enough here at Taunton for Livingston. Oh, straight back to him! Straight back to Van der Merwe. What a massive moment for him. That was hit hard, just a punch down the ground. We thought he was going to go for a massive, massive shot, but Livingston, he is gone.
Into the attack, it's a good catch, he's a good fielder. The Dutch international, look at the celebration, look what amazing!
Oh, the crowd's going nuts, look at that noise. Just got Livingston out. It's bouncing. 2 in the over for Bulldog, it's bouncing. So we're halfway through the innings. Oh, the lights are off there. 105 for 3 Lancashire. Oh, I think I just heard another wicket. I'm gonna go see what's going on in the dugout. I think that was a wicket. It is a wicket. What beauty. Let's see what's going on in the dugout, and there's a wicket. Yeah.
Oh, just like that.
There we go. Oh, that noise. We've missed that noise, haven't we?
So good, so good.
.184 to chase them. Oh yeah, below par. City, that's a good shot.
That's a long way, and it's gone a long way. Super shot. Yeah, it's a short side. Not a big hit, but it's a lovely strike.
Come on! Go City! Woo! Okay, needs to be sat down here for a minute. The stand is absolutely bouncy. Look at this stand, man. That stand over there is wobbling. How good are the fans, Barry? Oh.
Come on, Lammers.
Most of the time. Slow ball dispatched. First ball of the over. First ball of the over. Put the risk in your favour as much as you can. Oh, that is just so easy the way that he does that. Goes down on one leg and just lifts it. But lifts it for 6.
Crowd for 6. Now he is right back where he was in July against Gloucester, where everyone was a coconut and everyone disappeared out of the park.
Alright, that's 1-6 now.
This place.
How good.
I love this place. Whack him again.
Lambo! This stand is going on. Those are those 2 6s we said. Murray. What's the bowling now?
into the stands.
How good is it?
Out into the leg side.
Yeah! Come on!
The batters are off. They are jumping for joy as they are in the stands here. Boy, they love their cricket here in the West Country. And Somerset, that win takes them to finals day.
Yeah. Hold on, awesome boys. Yes, boys. Yes, win! Yes, Christian. Well on, boy. Speed off. Well on, boy. Thank you. Well done, boy. Yes. Well done. Yes, Neil. Yes, boy. Yes, Slugger. Good in. You little rip-off, ferret. Well done, boy. Well done, Shanky. Awesome, boy. Nice, boy.
Yes! Come on! Yes!
Yes! It's so yes, boy. Yes, boy. Awesome number.
Yes! Get in!
Post-match interviews for the boys. Well earned, Thatcher Sluggy.
I know, it's going down well.
We need to sing the teams on screen. Yeah. Barry's got his moves out.
That's got to be top 5. That's got to be top 2 wins of my career. I don't know what number 1 is, but we'll make it top 2.
Finals day final.
If we're premeditating, then yes, that will be the greatest win.
It's just how at ease I feel when I'm playing it. There's that adrenaline rush and everything about it makes me feel happy.
Loving the attacking play. What I think we're going to do is pretend we're opening the innings. We'll go V first, then occasionally I'll throw in one.
One person I love to watch is Michael Holding. From the first time my dad showed me a clip of him bowling, I want to bowl like that.
You've got 6 balls and I want 3 boundaries. That is over. Extra's got, yeah, boundary.
Outside of cricket, say Serena Williams, she's such a great advocate for everything I stand for, really, and I aspire to be like her.
Everything's going to be traditional ball, and then when I say offside, then I'm going to go make my favourite.
I really want to inspire other young black girls in particular. I just want to be the best I can be, go all the way, hopefully.
Excellent piece there on Ebony Rainford Brent's Afro-Caribbean engagement programme that has been rolled out in Bristol since that nice film was made back in May. a registered charity, and getting huge numbers of youngsters getting involved or re-engaged with the great sport that is cricket. After the resumption, Somerset making their way onto the field, having made strides in the afternoon session. Lancashire may well look back on the last hour or so of play and wonder just how they've managed to throw away a scenario whereby they were 182 for 2. Bohannon and Wells going beautifully. But Tom Abel, captain of Somerset, brought himself into the action. If you need a job doing, do it yourself, and picked up 3 quick wickets and got Somerset right back into the action. Nasser Hussain is alongside me. Excellent session, the last one.
Yeah, they've both been really good, haven't they? Very, very watchable. Runs at nearly 4.5 runs and over, and 7 wickets.
Lancashire resume after tea on 276 for 7. Please welcome back.
It's a session that Somerset definitely needed, with it winning the toss and inserting. It's not a pitch that you felt you'd roll them over for 200. It was a pitch that you'd maybe take the day to bowl them out. They're getting towards that position now.
Yeah, certainly the feeling up here in the commentary box that Lancashire have squandered an opportunity to put a really big score on the board. Mind you, Croft is still there. He's at 41 not out. And Bailey looks as though he knows which end of a bat to hold. And as Nasser rightly pointed out, the pitch is a good one. There hasn't been an enormous amount of movement, nothing lavish. There's been good carry. And despite that green grass, the bowlers have had to work hard. The ball has flown to the boundary on occasions too. Ned Leonard on debut picked up the wicket of Bohannon. First wicket to fall of the day. Sharp catch by Lammonby at 5th slip.
First time he's bowling at the Marcus Trescothick end. Change of ends for him. At the end that Jack Brooks bowled really well. First with a new ball and then just before tea.
Yeah, this was the end that Tom Abel picked up those 3 vital wickets in the middle of the session. Wells, Bohannon and Jones. Two clouds just starting to hove into view here. It's been an absolutely glorious day. Taunton. Excellent support, as you would expect in a cricket-mad town for this 4-day championship match. Reports that weather might not be quite so friendly to us all tomorrow. Both teams desperately need a win in order to keep themselves in the running. Nottinghamshire out there in front. They're playing Hampshire at this moment in time. The other 2 teams in Division 1 are also locked in battle, Yorkshire and Warwickshire. For these 2, nothing less than a win will do.
Which could make the last day interesting, even with a bit of rain here tomorrow, and it is forecast tomorrow, as you say. Both sides need a win. There'll be declarations if you don't bowl them out, trying to get the game moving forward.
That'd be interesting, won't it? Because this surface, well, we're presuming we might lose some play tomorrow, but if there isn't the normal amount of wear and traffic on this surface, it's going to stay a belter. Which means that the captains will have to be good negotiators as well as good leaders of men in order to try and set something up on the final day. Good finish to the 65th. 2-7-7 for 7. How were your negotiating skills? Did you ever... How much captaincy did you do in first-class cricket for Essex?
A little bit, but not so much in three-day cricket. Again, I mention him again, as I did with Michael Atherton. Keith Fletcher was brilliant as a negotiator. I did one famously in a test match, Butch, as you know, at Centurion with Hansi Cronje. Negotiated a result. Phil Tufnell was my chief negotiator with Hansi.
Well, little did he know. He could have got an even better deal.
Yeah.
Van der Merwe from the river end. There's one way that Somerset will get control, and that is by using the left arm spinner.
Interesting when Croft gets on strike, whether he'll just let Van der Merwe bowl. They could be rolled over for 320 here. Or Croft might think, I'm going to take him into the river a couple of times. Depends how much he backs his tail.
Oh, really? Come on, Rilla. Ready there, Brooksy?
Well, Matt Parkinson has no record to speak of as a batsman. Jack Blatherwick, not entirely sure. The emphasis will be on the two at the crease at the moment, you would think.
For that reason, I think Somerset and the skipper Abel realises that that could be an option for Croft, and immediately mid-on goes out to long on.
Oh!
278 for 7. Subject of negotiations. Lancashire fans will probably remember not too fondly one that I set up for them back in 2007. They were second in the championship, or leading the championship, but they needed to beat us at the Oval. And knowing that, I sent them 420 or something in 98 overs. What, maybe a sort of 45 minutes of the third evening, and then the whole of the next day. Saw Corky at Test match at the Oval. Reminded him of the fact that he lost in the championship back in 2007, having a massive slog across the line, being the last man out with them about 20 short. It's an interesting thing, isn't it, that it used to be the currency of all captains, didn't it? You mentioned three-day cricket.
Three-day cricket, a bit of rain, lots of points on a result. And it became a skill almost. You set us 300, no, we're not going for that. Okay, we'll set us 280, 270, and we'll go for it. And then you go back to your bowlers, you're okay with that. How many overs then come into it? And then you'd bowl some lob-ups, and if you were literally one run out or over out, people would start fuming. You said 270 in 70 overs, and it's 274. Why haven't you declared yet? We're not going for them now. You would. Had that on the final day of the championship a few years ago, didn't we? At Middlesex, there were lob-ups. Middlesex won it right at the end there with a hat trick.
I mean, I've often sort of argued that we shouldn't have batting and bowling points in championship cricket in this country. That, you know, you get your points for a win, share the points for a draw, and nothing nothing otherwise. And one of my arguments for that was that in a country where you lose a lot of time in games of cricket because of bad weather, the skill ought to be slashed, and that'll go away for 4 over the slips from Bailey. It was wide and he gave it the kitchen sink. But the skill ought to be trying to work out ways as captains to get results, and also for players to put themselves under the pressure of either defending or chasing down targets. And of course, when you lose big chunks of matches in 4-day cricket in this country, the easiest thing to do is just play for points, batting or bowling. And the result then disappears out of the window. And there are plenty of arguments for the way that we do things and have done.
Not so much on the flip side of that, though. You're bringing back good and bad memories from my Essex days. Obviously, I was fortunate enough to play in an Essex side that won or thereabouts in Championship. I can remember now the likes of Fletcher and Gooch going ballistic if we hadn't pushed hard for the extra batting point, or if a number 11 we had 299 and we were 1 run away from a batting point, would go mad if number 11 just slogged it up in the air. Good enough, 282 for 7. Because often you'd get to the end of the season and you'd look at that table and you'd missed out on winning it by a point or two, and they all add up.
No, absolutely. Well, I mean, in a world where there are points to be won for the odd run, literally, then that will decide championships for sure. But I always sort of throw it back to the argument, so you should only make as many runs as you need to win the game. You know, and that brings in sort of skill in terms of declarations for captains. It's more like Test match cricket. You win the game, or you lose the game, or you draw the game. There's nothing for the extra run here or there.
Right, Butch. You know, in the 100, we had to explain the game to our new viewers. In the county championship, I want you to explain the table and how it's worked out to our new and old viewers.
Okay.
How's that table worked out, mate?
I will take. I'll take my time. No, it's worked out in that. So Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire came up from the same group. They played against one another. They will not play against one another in Division 1. And therefore, the points that they earned in the matches against each other in their group have been halved, and they carry them forward. So Lancashire and Yorkshire won't play against each other in Division 1.
Why have they been halved?
Now that's an unfair question. You basically carry through half the points that you won against the team that came through from your group. And that's as simply as I can explain it.
We're obviously, you know, on the back of COVID times, and it's been extraordinary times. It's been odd towards the end of the season, though. The other divisions, there's been a lot of dead cricket, isn't there? We've got to, at some stage, try and get back to whatever it might be, a bit of normality. COVID has been the problem with a lot of things. 284 for 7. So an easier question than explaining that table. Are you a fan of 2 divisions? If you were in charge, heaven forbid, of ECB, if you were Ashley Giles, and would you go to 2 divisions? I mean, was that where you'd start?
Yeah, I think I'd go back there. I mean, look, there's no perfect way of doing it, but two divisions for me sort of began one of the better eras for one of the best eras, in fact, for England in Test match cricket. It has its issues, it has its problems with, you know, some teams deciding that 4-day cricket is not for them and almost not trying to be promoted. It also throws up the issue with pitches and, you know, how many result pitches will go around when you're trying to stave off relegation or trying to be promoted. It has issues, all of them have issues. But nicely played. That'll run across the net pitches and crash into the boundary cushion square of the wicket on the offside. Bailey looks pretty happy diving onto that front foot. And so in answer to your question, 2 divisions is really the only way of doing it. All the while there are as many teams as we have and as much cricket as we need to play, that is the best way to do it in the 4-day game.
Keeps more people interested, more sides interested, because there's a lot of sides 3/4 way through the season who still feel they could win Division 1, and there's a lot of sides that feel, look out, we could go down. And then the same in Division 2, there'll be a lot of sides that want to win and go up. I guess like Rob Key's point is that point you make about pitches, and also overseas players spend your money for a quick fix to get up. You prepare a green pitch to win, to get those points. Your focus is purely on promotion or staying in Div 1, as opposed to the type and brand and style of cricket you're playing.
Well, I mean, you know, there's a fix to all of those things, and this has been talked about for years. Dressing rooms, and still gets a good airing now, is that if somehow the centre controlled and employed the groundsman, then you wouldn't have the issue with the deliberate, I mean, doctoring's too strong a word, but the deliberate tilting of pitches towards the needs of the home team. I mean, of course, you need to have some sort of home advantage, absolutely, granted.
It's an interesting point, actually. Groundsman been hired by the board. Board gets their groundsman, sends them around, tells them what sort of pitches to prepare. It's also a variety of pitches. That's why I have quite liked Taunton over the last 5 years. You look at the cricket they've played here, and you ask yourself what stream or what, when you go on the ECB app, which one you're going to most. It has been here. There have been some last ball thrillers, some ties, some absolute classics. Okay, sometimes it's spitting off a beach on day 1, but it's been some classic cricket here. Also will be 4. Boundaries continue to flow. Croft moves to 46. The score 293 for 7.
It's that little shuffle across, and strong player, Stephen Croft. There's no nonsense about his style at the crease. Very handy man indeed to have it coming to the crease when you're 5 down at number 7.
JD, are there pads down there? Now, brother.
Partnership now 25. And Somerset just getting a little anxious that they're losing control of the rate once again. With Lancashire 7 down, the end is in sight. Justification, I suppose, for inviting Lancashire to bat first would be if they were to knock them over for around about 300 and then be batting tonight.
What's the delay here? Is it for maybe short leg gear? I'm looking at the dugout and it looks like someone's getting some gear on for a short leg stint. Yeah, helmet and shin pads. Put on poorly at the moment. Get those trousers down.
It's the way you ask. Ben Green is the man charged with getting in there at Boot Hill. Somerset getting anxious to knock over this tail. Almost paid off immediately.
Get it, get it, get it! Hey! Hey!
Dan Pettit's come in with our thoughts on county cricket. I wouldn't go down the route of 2 divisions, would have 3 divisions of county championship. It means 6 teams, 10 games of 4-day cricket, and I'd dedicate a window of mid-May to the end of July to deliver all that cricket. So he would go 3 divisions and have 10 games. Thank you for your input, Dan.
Wait.
Oh, he's got a fingertip to that. That's knocked the ball away from fielder there. At extra cover. I mean, that's entirely the plan that Bob Willis came up with around about the turn of the century. Bob was involved in an action group to talk about better ways of organising the championship, and that was one of the proposals that they came up with. I mean, there are 2 issues, aren't there? One of them is always the amount of cricket. How do you fit it all in? How do you get? It was 16 4-day games in. It's now gone down to 14. In with all of the 50-over cricket, T20 cricket. Now there's the 100. And nowhere else in the world does anybody play more than 10 first-class matches. I mean, we are an outlier and always have been, and partly that's because of the weather and also because of the fact that there are 18 teams. So you're either looking at having less teams play or finding a way of dividing them into groups whereby they naturally would play less cricket. 70 overs gone, 296 for 7.
Ball. Leave it there, it's fine.
Stephen Croft. 4 away from a half century. Half century for Josh Bohannon, who is a player to look out for, and Luke Wells making his first 100 of the summer, and he played quite beautifully, Nasser.
He sure did. He came in when they were 2 down and they were struggling a little bit. Hit the ball at the top of the bounce, front foot, back foot. The only time he struggled was when Marchant de Lange got it above shoulder height. But apart from that, he looked in good order. He did earlier in the season when we saw him in the Roses clash. The move from Sussex to Old Trafford has been a good one. But it was 100 and out for him.
Didn't catch the third scrawl on his left forearm there. Serenity and courage were the first 2 words on his forearm. What would you have had written on yours if you had a tattoo?
I'm all right, Jack. I didn't notice his tattoos, but mine would have been I'm all right, Jack. What's he got?
I think that's Serenity, Courage, and there's another one. Just disappears into his wristband.
I mean, we've analysed techniques and various things. Analysing tattoos, you've brought a new dimension to the coverage, Butch.
I'm all right, Jack.
You know I don't mean that. Team, team, team.
field changes as lower order player Tom Bailey gets on strike to the speedster Marchant de Lange, and we'll have a short leg in. Only the one slip by the looks of it. Lange might be looking to test out the courage of Bailey. Not sure if he has that written on his forearm. He's got long sleeve shirt on. Oh, it's kept low, and it's evaded Davies, the keeper.
Big buys. Far off being an LBW shout there. I'm surprised it didn't go up more. Was he outside the line? Didn't bounce as much. 300 up for Lancashire. Nowhere near LB Nass. It's about 2 foot over.
Yeah, but he does bring up another batting point for Lancashire.
Getting in behind it, fair play, and number 9, and he can obviously bat. We've seen that with the offside shots he's played, but the moment the pace goes up, tend to stay a bit leg side, but he's getting in behind it. This partnership, what's it now, 32, very useful, brings up the 300, and as Mark Butcher just said, the extra batting point.
Played very nice. 300 for 7. Partnership of 32 between Croft and Bailey. Van der Merwe is into his 8th over now. Ironic cheers when he was brought into the attack just prior to the tea break. He's certainly done a job that none of the seam bowlers have managed to do thus far, and that is to bowl tightly. He's yielded 11 runs from his 7.1 overs. Given Tom Abel a semblance of control at one end at least.
Bit of magic.
The big turner of the ball, Robert Van der Merwe, will run the ball back into the pads and stumps of the right-handers.
Back there, Lambo. Oi! Signs.
Had an update on what my 3 words would be tattooed on my arm, Butch, from Patrick Sterling. Nasser, your 3 words would be...
Oh, that's it! Oh.
Yes, no, sorry. Thanks for the input, Patrick. You were on the receiving end of yes, no, sorry a few times, weren't you?
Just another thing I can't remember. Slow up, a bit more flight from Van der Merwe. Another good tight over from him. 302 for 7. There's a fella you may have seen bat before. You may have seen him make runs at the Kia Oval before as well. This is him going to a century against Surrey in the Division 2 game. it wasn't foggy there at the Oval. That's just the live stream feed. 238 for 2.
Yep, just a word on the mighty Essex. Yesterday it was announced that Ryan Tenderscarter would be retiring at the end of the season. What a servant he's been for that club. Been around forever. I think he's still playing actually in the World T20. He's made the Netherlands squad, but won't be playing for Essex. And the response yesterday from the Essex members and county pros around the circuit shows what a good player and servant he's been on and off the field. Enjoy your retirement eventually, Tendo.
Yeah, and certainly second that. He's a top player, fine man. Played international cricket with distinction for the Netherlands. Won championships with Essex, T20 titles. Some career. Ricky Clark was the man who picked up one of the wickets down there at the Oval. Was also calling it a day at the end of this summer. It's a bit of action from Tendo. No, that wasn't him. Should have put an epilepsy warning on that. Anyway, it was a long career, summed up in double quick time. Short ball, 2 men back. It lands short of the finer of them. It's been a long summer for the trolls back there in the studios in Isleworth. Oh boy, good short ball though, and I think this is something we ought to see a little bit more of from Marchant de Lange. Nasty, quick delivery to finish that over from de Lange. 304 for 7.
Doing a decent job here at Roelof van der Merwe of keeping it tight. Old 8 overs and 1 ball, and he's gone for 13 runs. A little bit of control from the river end. just sliding down on the angle. From O'Shaughnessy, everything just looked a little leg side. Tight in on that single on the offside with Croft one away from 50.
Come on, keep the pressure on here, boys.
This is good from Van der Merwe. Very good.
Yeah, doing a great job for the captain there, Wardy. The only thing lacking for today's play is a Van der Merwe celebration.
It's not quite Imran Tahir, but it's long off, goes back. Doesn't tempt him into the drive. Maiden 304 for 7. At the other end, Marchant de Lange has been trying to go in with some of the short stuff. We're yet to see if he will continue with that. Do you think he's been used correctly today? You said at the start of the programme you hoped it would be short, sharp bursts for him.
I think the captain's done the right thing in terms of the length of the overs that he's bowled in his spells, but I just think a few more. I'd just like to have seen a few more bounces really, and almost give the impression to the batsman that this is what's coming, just to see how they play it. Put the 2 men back, maybe a short leg in, and see if the batsmen are willing to take them on.
Short leg is just querying exactly where captain and bowler wants him to stand. He's gone from coming just slightly from behind square to in front of square. Marchant de Lange again. Stole a ball, I think. Nicely played into the offside. Tom Bailey has done well here.
Yeah, I mean, the difficult thing is, from a bowler's point of view, obviously back end of a long season, as we spoke about earlier, you know, run in and bowl, 4 or 5 bounces and over. It is a challenge, but Wagner in particular, who did it so well for Essex. He has the fine leg, very fine. He has a leg gully, and then he has a man out just in front of square.
Pulled away. It will be the single, at least. That will take Stephen Croft to 50. And he's played extremely well.
Top number, Crofty, 52nd, first class, 50. Great performer for Lancashire.
Oh, it's hit short leg. Can't call that a chance. On occasions you see spectacular catches in there. Think of a James Taylor catching it off the face of the bat. But that went really, really quickly. Ben Green had no time to react. It was timed pretty well. In fact, it probably didn't carry, just hit him on the boot. Shot that took Stephen Croft to 50. Short ball from Marchant de Lange, drilled down into the square. Fantastic player for Lancashire. Still got a roll to go here, 307 for 7.
You can just start to see that de Lange is starting to tire a little bit, that last delivery in particular. But I just think with the tactics of the short ball, when you've got someone of that type of pace, the 3 men out or 2 men out with the short leg on a pitch that I think is a little bit inconsistent, would actually be quite a challenge, especially to someone like Crofty, who's going to take it on.
Well, that's a very pleasant shot. De Lange had been in short, trying to push the batsman back. He's thrown up a tempter outside off stump. Croft equal to the task, 311 for 7. The other thing with a fast bowler being asked to just keep bowling bounces is physically it's so demanding, but can it also be a bit demoralising, would you say, as if what you're saying, I'm only a one-trick sort of pony? I accept that if you've got genuine pace, which De Lange has, you need to utilise what your assets are. But I've heard bowlers say when they've been asked to do that, I mean, Wagner's an exception. He's a bit of a freak physically as well. He bowls with broken toes and broken feet. But sometimes it can be a bit sort of, well, hang on, I'm a bit better than that. We sort of had that conversation surrounding Jofra Archer at times.
Yeah, I agree, Wardy, but it's also his USP, isn't it? He does have that ability to unsettle a batsman, and it's just become, you know, I think the seam attack today has just been a little bit samey.
Oh! Volley.
When I look at the tack and what's on offer, you've got Jack Brooks and Abes and your Lammonbys and your Greens all going to deliver roughly the same skill. You've got Roelof van der Merwe changing up with that pace. De Lange bowling the bouncers. Well fielded there in covers by Captain Tom Abel, but I think there's a reason why the scoring rate has slowed down. You know, Roelof van der Merwe bowling his spin. Everyone else has been bowling at the same sort of pace, so it's just changing the tempo of the game.
It's good.
But it is easy also to talk about what, you know, Somerset maybe haven't done, but I think it puts into context how good Luke Wells' 100 was, and the scoring rate he managed to go at was quite fantastic.
Well done.
311 for 7. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. It's been a key hand in getting Lancashire at this point, which is only after 76 overs, past 300. That scoring rate in the morning session when the ball was hard and new. Yes, 2 wickets went down, the 2 openers, Balderson and Alex Davis, but Luke Wells didn't miss out on a single opportunity to score, and usually when he was scoring it was because the ball was pinging to the boundary. So it's been really watchable cricket given the scoring rates, the wickets that have fallen. We now have a very, very pleasant late afternoon.
Yeah, I think if you went upstairs to the changing rooms and asked the coaches how they felt, I think it'd be a very similar vibe from both camps, to be fair. It's very evenly poised. It looked like for most of the day Lancashire were going to run away from it, but that cluster of wickets in the middle there, in particular by Tom Abel's bowling, has changed the complexion of the game. And now Roelof van der Merwe has really got control of that rate now, and I think Somerset will be much happier, you know, sneaking ever close to the final hour of today's play.
He's only gone for 13 from 10 overs. Tom Lammonby, who's about to bowl at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, has gone for 13 off 5. He's going to start around the wicket to Stephen Croft. So we've got fine leg, deep square leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, extra cover, backward point, 1 slipped, and Azhar Ali is patrolling out on the cover boundary. Ouch. Just take a moment.
Count them. 1, 2, we're okay.
He's up and ready to go again. That's very close if he's not hit it.
Railroad there intimating that he's got a little nick on it, and I think he's absolutely spot on.
Well, there were two noises on my effects mic. Could have been pad to pad.
Nice start here from Lammonby, and much like the De Lange sort of tactics conversation, you know, left arm is just that little bit of a point of difference. You know, left arm angle in around the wicket, just something different to concentrate the batsman's mind, and he's just creating a little bit of an issue here for Crofty.
Well, we saw the previous delivery, Stephen Croft take a little walk across and down. That was a more pronounced go across and down. Ben Stokes do that every now and again in test match cricket, trying to get closer to where the ball is pitching. This time Lammonby saw him coming and banged it in.
Yeah, Crofty has obviously a very deliberate forward press movement. You know, part of that is obviously for his own timing perspective, but in this case I think he's also got in mind trying to get outside the line to negate the LBW, the ball coming back in. You know, such an experienced player, he certainly knows his game very well and what he's trying to do.
.311 for 7 in the maiden. So Somerset have just, as Triggs was saying, getting a grip on the scoring rate. Certainly that started with Van der Merwe, and it's continued here with that over from Lammonby. I don't mind this tactic though from Croft. I think that's absolutely reasonable. As long as you stay within your bubble and you're not coming down to do something silly, it's just giving something the bowler to think about.
Yeah, I think the crucial thing there is, you know, that shot shows it perfectly there. He's made that movement, but his eyes are perfectly parallel still. His eyes are still. He's done it early enough that he's in a good position to make that judgment of leaving that particular ball. But again, as a bowler, when someone walks at you, you know, the things that go through your mind are, shall I bring the keeper up to stop him doing it? And I'm going to have to be even tighter on my length, because obviously him coming forward could potentially bring in some fuller balls for him to score from. It just throws a little bit of pressure back onto the bowler.
Change of field at the last minute before Van der Merwe starts his 11th. Wants the man on the sweep to come up, saving one. Strikes me as a competitive so-and-so, Rolf Van der Merwe.
He certainly is. You can't even get changed in the dressing room next to him without him racing you.
Good buddy. Come on, buddy. Excellent. Build it up, boys.
Yeah, that phrase, you want him on your team, is very, very relevant with Rolf Van der Merwe. Great teammate, great bloke, and a great competitor.
Yes, boy. Yes, boy.
This is good because he's got not much to work with at all with this surface as a finger spinner. Oh, hello. Turn and a bit of bounce.
That's your length then, mate. That's your length.
Well, they do say you only have to get one to spin. All of a sudden that inside edge comes into play, playing for spin. That's a great sign for Rolf.
It's a good time for Matt Parkinson as well in the Lancashire dressing room. Some encouragement.
Oh, he's not sure now. not short.
Running now, Rula.
Yes, mate. Yes.
Very good. 3-11 for 7. How do you think this pitch will play then as we go into the latter part of the game? I mean, we might lose a little bit of time tomorrow for rain because the forecast isn't perfect.
Nice delivery there from Lammerby, just nipping back off the seam. Normally, I would suggest that a pitch that's got that much live grass on it is a slight bit soft. And all these little indentations that will be made on day one will harden up on day two. So you might get a bit more pace and a little bit more movement for the seamers, but it's quite clear, I think. I think with Taunton, over a long period of time, 3-4 years, being prepared to spin, there's always going to be an element of that still in its nature. And as the game wears on, I think turn will come into it. Like I said, that ball really did spit and bounce off of Van der Merwe. So I think those 3-year-old pitches are still in there, lurking around somewhere. So certainly the spinners will be interested this week.
Well, he's sort of getting himself in a bit of a pickle with this move across and down. He's doing it every delivery. Might want to vary it a wee bit. Oh, this is excellent bowling. This is really good stuff. The problem that keeper's got, Steve Davis, is that he possibly could come up to the stumps to try and keep Stephen Croft pinned to the crease, but he's also got to cover the outside edge for a genuine nick.
Yeah, as a bowler, I was always a little bit split when I had an opportunity to bring the keeper up, because actually, you know, as a medium pacer as well, when they walked a bit, maybe a yard quicker first and foremost, but if they got the timing wrong,
.311 for 7.
yeah, if Crofty gets the timing of that movement slightly wrong, it really does bring the LBW into play. So I wouldn't be overly fussed about the keeper coming up at this stage. But I mean, the challenge here for Crofty is obviously Lammerby left arm around the wicket. In your brain, it's telling you it should be coming in, but he's just getting it to pinch away off the seam, and it is creating a, like I said, it's just a point of difference that a left armer can produce, and why they're so valuable.
That 155-run partnership between Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon was the star performance, if you like, from the batting unit so far. They really were very positive, extremely positive in the case of Luke Wells, who made a splendid 100. 50 for Josh Bohannon, who looks a very good player. Runs were flowing freely, really. Boundaries were being found regularly over the last 25 minutes or so, thanks to Lammerby coming on to bowl at the Triscothic Pavilion end, and this man, they've got a hold of the run rate, Somerset.
yes. This is good, swerve. Come on,
There's a shot coming soon here. I think Rolf has had a chat with his mid-on and mid-off. They're up a bit tight, inviting the batsman to have a go.
Oh!
Doing a very good job at the moment, Tom Bailey, with a cool head. Out there, faced 71 deliveries. Pretty solid in defence, uses his height to good effect with a big stride. Is he getting ready for a big Yahoo?
Yeah, even batting down at 9 last week. He's in pretty good batting form. He held up Nottinghamshire for quite a few hours at Trent Bridge last week, so he's certainly a very, very capable, solid number 9.
Certainly bat. First class career of 650s. Ooh. Short leg in the game. Another maiden though, no big Yahoo, 311 for 7. No wickets for Roelof van der Merwe, but he's done an excellent holding role at the river end of the ground. 311 for 7, and Stephen Croft, I think, was just getting some eye drops from the physio. So we have had 7 wickets. First to go was Balderson, who'd shaped up nicely until he edged that one to the gully. Then it was a very unhappy Alex Davis, followed by Centurion, eventually Luke Wells. And then a very canny piece of captaincy. Good plan to get rid of Josh Bohannon. And at this point, particularly with Jack Brooks and the ball in hand, Somerset were looking really dangerous. They've changed the ball. The first one had gone a little soft, this one a little harder, and once they got to work on it, extra bits of hard seam gave the movement. That's been moved away to the third man fence by Stephen Croft at the start of this 81st over.
It's going to be a bit of a crucial sort of stage in Tom Lammonby's spell. You can tell he feels like he deserves a wicket. You know, that last few balls a little bit loose. He's got to keep his concentration, stay in that zone, which has been quite fruitful for him.
He's found a nice line and length, isn't he? He's got that angle, that different angle, left arm round the wicket. By and large, he's really probed away. Very good again.
Certainly a great passage of play. I mean, this is the classic element to four-day cricket. You've got a bit of a cat and mouse situation here. 2 bowlers on song, 2 batters playing well. Who's going to slip in concentration the quickest? It's fascinating stuff.
Had 48 fours in the 80 overs and 5 balls, but in the last half an hour, Somerset have grabbed hold of things and squeezed tight, and now, well, for the first time in a long time, that run rate throughout the innings is under 4. .315 for 7.
Desperate attempts here at Somerset of a Mexican wave around the ground, but it's fizzled out.
Desperate was the right word. Well, Van der Merwe. I wonder if he'd been brought into the piece a good 20 or so overs earlier. Sort of position Somerset might find themselves in. First time, only time really in the day that Somerset have had any sort of control over the run rate is when he's been on bowling from the river end.
They've yet to make a decision, Butch, on next year's structure, conference system, and divisional structure, how it all knits together. What do you reckon they'll come up with, this Rubik's Cube? How will they solve it?
Invent another month.
316 for 7. I noticed there's a supporters association, isn't there? And the governing body have asked them for their views and their thoughts. Be interesting if there are people listening and watching to our broadcast to maybe tweet us at Sky Cricket your thoughts on this year's championship and general structure, the way it's all knitted together or hasn't knitted together, and what you'd like to see, what solutions you might think of. It's very tricky.
It is very tricky. A rather snarky tweet in on the very subject, actually.
New ball, lads.
Suggesting that the only channel that shows any county cricket on a regular basis is suddenly interested in county cricket, and that it should stay as 3 divisions because it gives everybody a chance of winning the championship from the beginning.
3 conferences.
Yeah,
that move
going into 3 conferences in the 3 divisions. And I suppose that's what's happening at the moment, and that's in place because of COVID largely. I suppose the only issue with that is that the only real interest at the end of the season is in this division, Division 1. The rest, not entirely sure what they're playing for.
Which would have been the case when we started pre-2 divisions. There would have been a lot of games, so-called dead games. I mean, there's always something to play for, isn't there? There's always individual performances, wins, win bonuses, position in the table. There's always something to play for, but in terms of not actually trying to whether they get promotion or relegation or silverware. Dead games in the single division, and there are in the structure as well.
Sure. I mean, you know, the Rubik's Cube is of how do you get a structure whereby there is enough cricket play in the amount of time that you have to play it. I mean, I straddled both eras. Shot. That's magnificent from Bailey. He's put away the half volley with unerring accuracy today.
Yeah, rather pinged off the bat because Somerset have just taken the second new ball at 320 for 7 or thereabouts. Provide something for the bowlers, but also often allows a bit of free scoring for the batsmen as well.
Yeah, I played in the era that I won, was part of a team that won the championship the last time it was all 18, and then was part of a team that won the championship the first time it was 2 divisions.
Was there any difference in the sense of achievement or not? The fact that when it was 1 division you'd beaten every other team, or at least had a chance to play and beat every other team?
I think it felt like the 2 divisions one was more difficult to win. Shot.
Yeah, the second splendid boundary of the over for Tom Bailey, who's enjoying this new ball, which, if you recall from the start of the day, if you were with us at the start of the day, it really took about 6 or 7 overs for the bowlers to find any movement at all. It just required 40 minutes or so for the lacquer to wear off before the ball started to do its tricks.
Yeah, just going back to that conversation, it just felt like in 2000 it was more difficult to win because clearly you played against the other, well, I mean, the other 9 or 8 best counties twice, home and away. But there was no less a sense of achievement from one to the other.
Just a single this time, 325 for 7. And of course, back then, there would have been what? Sunday League and the two knockout one-day competitions. 50 overs and the 55 overs, I suppose.
Was it 60? I can't remember now. The NatWest Trophy would have been 60, yeah.
They were knockout competitions, weren't they? Although, as it was, the 50 over comp started as a zonal or a league structure. Sunday League was always popular back in the day, 40 over competition on Sunday afternoons. And the one issue for supporters is that there seems to be change every season, and I think what the authorities have to come to is some kind of plan for the next few years where you try and get some kind of system in place that fulfills all the objectives, whether they be commercial or cricket, but then you stick to it to allow the supporters a sense of, right, this is what it is now, let's come to terms with it, rather than every year constant change. Ooh. Hope he's all right.
You've got to open the batting at some point. Tom Lammonby got the new ball in his hand as well. Sniped. was an occasion, wasn't there? Speaking of which, somebody was taking pot shots at fielders in the outfield at Trent Bridge from the flats behind the old scoreboard. Remember that?
When you say pot shots, what do you mean?
With an air rifle.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I can't remember that.
Pretty sure somebody will remember. Somebody will tweet in, but I'm pretty sure that the players had to leave the field because somebody got shot with a pellet or something in the backside. I know that it happened at the Oval where somebody let go a crossbow bolt from out on the Harleford Road that landed in the field, and they had to abandon that game.
I remember that one. That could have been unbelievably nasty, couldn't it? But it was launched from outside the ground.
Excellent.
Partnership is getting painful now for Somerset, having got themselves in a position where they might have thought that 300 might be the end of it. 268 for 7. Now 61-run partnership for the 8th wicket between Croft and Bailey is making them toil once more.
Floodlights are on, or, well, they're not on at full beam, that's for sure. I don't know whether they've just been switched on, but for the first time in the day, really, it's just got a little gloomy. Very pleasant day otherwise. Lavin is just finding a little bit of swing, but it's from straight, and a left armour becomes dangerous really when he swings it from off stump and just outside. 330 for 7. Oh. Mentioned that we're at the concluding stages of this year's championship. Scores elsewhere. The Aegeus Bowl, Hampshire 198 for 9. Nick Gubbins, having moved mid-season from Middlesex, made 54. Wickets tumbling at Headingley, 86 for 6. Yorkshire in reply to Warwickshire's 155. Notice there was a young man called Jacob Bethel making his first-class debut for Warwickshire today. He was a very talented young all-rounder. He was playing for Young England, or England under 19s, the other day against West Indies under 19s. He was born and grown up in Barbados, but has chosen to make his way here now. I think he did rather well in that game. I think he got half century and 3 wickets against West Indies. That would have caused some consternation in Barbados, I tell you. Talented young player. Wisely sent back, and they'll get an overthrow. It's happened so often now. You see a kind of unnecessary throw. The batsman was pretty much back when the fielder was lining up the throw. There was really no need to throw in the end. But, let's have a look. Set off for the run. He's always going to get back there. It's a good shot. It wasn't that short, actually, and it just cramped Croft for a little room, but he got it away. He's a powerful guy, muscled it away, leg side, picks up 4.
He set himself deep in the crease, Stephen Croft. So he's always looking for an opportunity to cut the ball away or pull it into the leg side.
.336 for 7. Gave you the other Division 1 games going on a moment ago. Let's have a look elsewhere around the country. Glamorgan, 224 for 6. At Northampton, plenty of wickets there, 183 all out. Home side, 62 for 4. Durham in reply. Skipper going well. 270 for 2 and another 100 for Alistair Cook. By his own standards, it perhaps hadn't been best season, but he's finishing in style. Kent 262 for 5 at Derby, and Sussex 296 for 3. Their game at Leicester. There were plenty of runs at Hove the other day, but they're at Leicester at the moment and going well. Worcester, Lord's correction, wickets tumbling. Middlesex 144 all out. Max Holden with his first half century of the year, and Worcestershire 89 for 7. In reply, Tim Murtagh 3 for 27. Unbelievable.
I think that might be a half century for Murtagh. He might have just gone past 50 wickets for the season.
I noticed the other day, he's captain at the moment too. Plenty of runs in that game at home, but Canada just nipped in for a couple of wickets, kept control of the rate, and like all good bowlers, finished with pretty good figures. Amazing performer over the years.
We're talking about batsmen moving counties to find pitches that are more suitable for run scoring. Well, Tim Murtagh went from what were becoming unbelievably flat decks at the Oval. Go and play for Middlesex, and no flies on our Tim.
Now, one of the players who was up on that first scoreboard we showed you an over ago, Nick Gubbins, he left Middlesex to go to the Aegeus Bowl, and I suspect that was part of the reason. I don't know whether it was the whole reason. Probably wanted just a fresh start to reboot his career as well, but fancied playing on slightly better surface might help him achieve his aims. He's a good player, I think, Nick Gubbins. Good player.
Yeah, he made 100 in I think it must have been the second innings of that 4-day championship match that we covered at the Oval earlier on in the summer. He'd struggled playing at home prior to that point, but got to play on something that was a little less volatile and made a really attractive century in a run chase in that particular encounter. Looked a good player. We talked about for a while as a potential international player.
Very wide. Bailey likes a drive and moves to 39. And Lancashire to 341 for 7.
Well, innings of 39 has been littered with offside strokes to the front foot from Tom Bailey. Ungainly, but you expect. The man's batting at number 9 and is playing quite beautifully.
anniversary for last week to Brian Hamer and his wife Minnie. They're here today enjoying the cricket, and Brian's had a successful season with Somerset Seniors as well. But more importantly, a very happy 50th wedding anniversary, Brian and Minnie, for last week.
No, just short of deep square leg, who just momentarily was a little on his heels and late to react, but I'm not sure that even had he reacted on time, he was going to make ground. It's Lewis Goldsworthy out there, I think. Ball was in the air for quite a long time, but landed well short. Croft had to really fetch it, and probably would have been best advised to try and cut the ball rather than pull it. Done knelt this second new ball, really. That's a good bumper, and wouldn't have been in control of the shot had he connected. 3:43 for 7.
From the River End, Ben Green.
There's been a whole array of seamers on show today. It took a long time for Van der Merwe to come into the action. He didn't bowl until about the 56th over. Ben Green was one of those seamers that we saw earlier in the day, 9 overs and back on again.
Yeah, Somerset's opening batsman getting through a few overs here towards the back end of the day. They might find themselves having to strap the pads on should the wickets go down quickly from here.
The young batsman not playing is Will Smead, who tends not to play in the championship team but enjoyed real entrance into the 100 franchise. Did you come across Will Smead on your travels, Butch?
Did. We saw him actually. I saw him for the first time in their Somerset's last blast game of the group stages. It was a West Country derby here against Gloucestershire. And Smead was chance of a run out squandered. I think it's the captain, Tom Abel. It is at backward point. There was a mix-up between Croft and Bailey, and I think a direct hit may well have sent Bailey back. Yes, I saw Will Smead then and kind of didn't catch my or any of the other commentators' eye on that day. It was a day that Tom Lammonby played an extraordinary innings. Made 92 off 27 balls or something. Hit the ball, kept banging the ball out of the Viv Richards gate down over the trucks. Incredible knock from him. So of course when Smead and then also Chris Benjamin, it was Birmingham Phoenix, wasn't it, their franchise? So both took the competition by storm, and Smead was magnificent, really struck the ball beautifully and seemed to have an excellent temperament, played in front of some really big crowds there at Edgbaston. Both he and Benjamin were very impressive indeed.
.344 for 7. Yeah, he's highly regarded here as certainly as a hitter of the ball. I suppose the question for a young player like that is what are his ambitions and whether his ambitions stretch to cross formats, and then how much opportunity you get. But, certainly looked an exciting talent in terms of hitting the ball.
I think one of the takeaways from the Indian series was the batting of Rohit and KL Rahul at the top of the order. About players sort of being pigeonholed or deciding to specialise in one form of the game or the other. You've got two guys there, two of the most destructive hitters of cricket balls, run makers in white ball cricket, also being able to play the way they did.
Absolutely.
Against the moving ball in test match cricket.
I couldn't agree more with you, but they will have had a grounding that was based on more than just T20 cricket. Their grounding as young cricketers would have been a solid grounding from which all things are possible.
Yeah, for sure. No, I don't disagree with that. But what I will say is that in the minds of coaches and management teams around the place, and in the minds of the players themselves, I think they settle for the idea that this guy can only do this, is only any good at that. And I think you look at those two players, the way they played and the way they can play in more explosive formats, and you go, well, okay, it is possible to do all things. And I would encourage sort of coaches around up and down the country to kind of watch the way that those two guys played, and then show your pupils videos of them smoking it out of the ground in white ball cricket, and say, look, those basics work in both arenas.
Leading edge, really. Bailey was just shaping to work back to leg. Well, he tried the right shot this time as opposed to the pull. That's a shot to play when Brooks is short and wide outside the off stump, but he didn't quite connect. 2 men out leg side, that there was no third man, but after that attempted uppercut from Croft, Abel has just sent a third man back to the fence. But this time Croft goes leg side and holds out. It's not a good bit of cricket from Croft. It's good from Brooks, though, who fancied that he might get Croft with a short ball. 2 or 3 attempts, and finally a top edge ends up in the hands of fine leg.
Yeah, big Marchant de Lange swallowed that up in those huge buckets of his, but it is an excellent bit of bowling from Brooks, who's been persistent. He's attacked the stumps, attacked the pads, attacked the outside edge, and now has got Croft with the short ball. 4 for 68 for him. Croft goes for 67. Oh, we think he has. Just checking the height on the bouncer. Might clearly have bowled too many deliveries, or the 2 bouncers that he's allocated above shoulder height. Oh, goodness me.
Well, a no ball is signalled. The umpires clearly, or the on-field umpires clearly asked the third umpire to check the height of that ball. O'Shaughnessy and Lloyd on the field. Our third umpire is David Milnes off it, and he has confirmed that that ball was over shoulder height. So Graham Lloyd has called no ball. Croft gets a reprieve. Tom Abel was not happy, or is not happy. He's querying the decision with Steve O'Shaughnessy. And that's the upshot of it all. No ball, extra delivery. Graham Lloyd signalling that Jack Brooks has had his allocation for the over. All that you can say after all that is that it's a batsman's game.
The two Lancastrian umpires are now copying it as well. They're in the middle, but, you know, the letter of the law is the letter of the law. Already had 2 overhead height in the over. Not entitled to bowl another one. And Croft lives to fight another day.
What's he going to give him here? Another bouncer?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'll take the no ball.
On a length. Croft survives, and the score is 347 for 7.
.47 for 7. Just having it clarified actually by the third umpire that was a no ball, not because it was the third bouncer in the over, but because the bouncer was over head height. In first class cricket in England, if the bouncer is over head height, whether you hit it or not, it will be a no ball. It seems an odd law actually. You go for it and you nail it and you're caught, bad luck, but they are the laws of the game, the regulations in first class cricket. Nothing to do with the previous deliveries in the over, just the fact that it's over head height.
Dear me, Naz. We've got, what, how many 250 test matches in the comms box, one of England's premier test bowlers, and we've all seen something new.
That is a batsman's game then, really is. If you can't bowl a bouncer and get it a couple of inches above the head, the batsman goes for it.
I mean, I understand that is the letter of the law if you look into it to that detail, but I've never seen that enforced, I have to say, and a bit of a shame. There's a few jaws hitting the floor in the comms box.
Clarify, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the umpiring. He got it spot on. Third umpire, David Milnes, got it absolutely spot on, the letter of the law. Needs more hard work for Somerset. Not been successful with this new ball. This partnership is good. 81. Quite got it right. They look a bit tired and stiff in this last session. Another over goes by, 3:49 for 7. 6 left in the day. What do you reckon? Somerset bowlers could have done anything differently here? Have they just not quite got it right? Or has it just gone flat?
Yeah, as I said last time I was on, you're probably going to get to the end of the day, and I think it's going to be a similar emotion in both dressing rooms. I think it's indicative of two sides that probably aren't on song and aren't as clinical as they would like to be, like the teams at the top of the table. I think if Somerset would have bowled as poorly as they had in that mid-session, I think you'd be looking at 400 for 3. But Lancashire obviously just slipped up and let them back in the game. Again, just slightly off their game, both of the teams.
Change bowling, Marshall Delanga.
Right, change of pace. Big man's on, Marchant Delanga. Wicketless so far, what can he get? Late in the day. Can Somerset try and get these last 3 wickets? The lights are on. Still a pretty good batting pitch.
If he bowls like that look on his face, it could be quite exciting to watch.
That's what I'd be saying as a captain. Get us off this pitch, get 3 wickets in a hurry, and you can put your feet up. That's where they've been, all of them have come on. Even Brooks, when he's come on with the new ball, has sprayed 2 or 3 down the leg side. Smiling because he had no rhythm at all running to the crease there. At one stage I thought he was going to pull out. See if he gets this one right. Looks a bit stiff.
Yeah, he's now into his 4th or 5th spell of the day. That, as I said earlier, that Castrol GTX will be taking a bit of a few balls to get around the system.
Doesn't have much of a follow-through, does he? I mean, for some of our younger cricketers, how important is a follow-through as a bowler? Because all his effort goes in the delivery stride, and then he pulls up there very quickly.
Yeah, I think you can picture many bowlers who have that sort of fluid motion through the crease, and they sort of end up halfway down towards the batsman, and the more chirpier bowlers even closer to the batsman. But this is got a lot of a sort of a javelin throw vibe to it, you know, where he pulls out very early. You know, incredible forces must be going through his body to bowl in that manner and so quickly. You know, picture many fast bowlers have a fluid motion. That is brute strength from Delanga.
Yeah, there was some good analysis done this week actually after the Oval Test, after that brilliant spell from Jasprit Bumrah, about why he manages, how he manages to get the ball down so quickly with no run-up, a completely stuttery run-up, and how strong he must be. Delanga, better run-up, real javelin throw at the end.
Some tired bodies out there on the field now. Back end of a long county season. Still manages a smile though. He's a top man.
End of the over, 3:49 for 7.
Cargreen dog.
Three for Brooks and 3 for Abel. Like another 3 as well. That's where they've not been enough with the new ball. Just that 4th stump, top of off. Quite hit those areas enough.
Figures that stand out there, Nass. Tom Abel's obviously taken the 3 wickets, had the ball on a piece of string at times, but just, I think, maybe striving for wickets a tad too much, which you just can't do here at Taunton. And for him to be going at 9 and over, I think, is a bit of a surprise, because he's been in great form. And normally, you know, the 3 runs and over is quite normal for Abe, so that's probably the 40 runs over part that Lancashire are.
Gone away, fine, and they'll go away for 4. 350 up.
Lancashire now sort of creeping around that over par sort of score that you'd expect here at Taunton. 350, you could normally par it on day 1. You're into sort of bonus money, and emotionally, I think it's a bit of a big moment, big hour here. You know, to finish off, if they've still got 3 wickets to get tomorrow morning, the bowlers will be even more so sore this morning.
It's the 4th point, 4th batting point. Lancashire, 2 bowling points for Somerset so far in the game. Bailey just 3 away from a half century. Just what Lancashire needed as they were stuttering.
I mean, that really is a thing that's really developed over the last sort of 10-15 years in county cricket. There are no tail enders anymore, Nass. I mean, I can remember being an all-rounder here, being on 60-70, and Charles Willoughby walks to the crease. You know you've got about 10 balls to get your 100.
I bet you gave it a go as well. Back cut, there is a sweeper. Come back for 2. .356 for 7. Earlier in the day, Luke Wells got his first championship 100 of the season. Looks a good player, an organised player, played at the top of the bounce very well, hitting the V very well down the ground. Play a lot of spin early on. It was all medium or fast from Marchant de Lange. Marchant de Lange bowled a few short balls at him. Was quick on the pull. Organised player, moved from Sussex to Lancashire. Good start to his Lancashire career. 100 and out for him though today. That will be 50 for Bailey, and a nice way to get there. Bit of Caribbean flair about that. Extremely well played.
A great 50 there by Bailey, and an absolute nightmare really for the Somerset bowlers to have a number 9 hanging around, let alone getting a 50. Played really well.
Worry about moving your feet, just hands will do. Nailed it. That's how good a pitch this is. Peter, I'm not writing you off, but you're coming towards the end of your career. As you look back, what do you reckon? Favourite moments? What would be your highlight of your career? Would it be here at Somerset or elsewhere?
I think there are a couple of highlight moments. I think chasing, I think, the second highest first-class score against Yorkshire here. Got a 54-ball 100. That was a special day. That also, Nas, was on a belter, and I didn't move my feet a great deal. So before you mention it, Somerset qualified for the Champions League, and I got a man of the match against the Calcutta Knight Riders. I can remember opening the batting against Brett Lee with a brand new white ball. My beans were jumping all over the place, but what a night that was. 70, and took us through to the next round. And if I may, the third highlight, I think, third and fourth highlight were the Lord's final win, my last, well, effectively my last game for Somerset, and then joining Nottinghamshire and finally bagging that 2020 trophy. My debut for the club was actually in the final, and I managed to belt a few, so that was a great night with Fletchy.
Throwing his hands at it out there. Bailey, he keeps nailing it. Low points. The worst moment of your career. Somerset have got close over the years, haven't they?
Yeah, I think you were talking about, you know, 3-day games and lob-ups. I think we lost a championship on a lob-up scenario that we had to endure here, actually, in the pavilion below.
Langer is down but not out. 361 for 7. And Bailey's not out as well. Half century for him. He's played well. A little bit of luck early on. He's flashed hard outside that off stump. He looks like an offside player. Anything wide, he just works his hands through the line. He's timed it well. Occasionally, when they've got 2 straight, he's worked at leg side, but that's his shot.
The River End, Ned Lennox.
Here's the debutant. Got his cap this morning. Ealing boy. Middlesex moved down here. Plays his cricket down here. Made his debut down here.
One thing I've noticed, though, Nas, is you know, since getting the opportunities to work for Sky and various commentary appearances, I'm a much better player sat here.
Aren't we all? Talk a good game. When's the next golf tournament for you? What's up next?
The next tournament is the qualifying school at a local course, Clevedon. So a couple of good rounds away from hopefully securing my playing privileges on the Euro Pro for next year, and you know, we'll see where that will take me. Hopefully I can make a few cuts and make a few quid back.
A bit low that, and they'll have to hurry through. That's twice he could have been run out, Bailey. Twice they've missed.
Unbelievable work there by Rolf. That simultaneous dive, pick up, throw. I've seen him do this so many times. You cannot take a run to Rolf and think you're going to make it. He'd have been out by miles.
It is a real good sign of how much your players still want it. We're into September, we're into late in the day, couple of overs to go. That's a good sign as a coach or a skipper when someone's doing that. Care about every single ball. I think we knew that about Van der Merwe.
Any particular special moments here, Nas, for you as a player? Have you backed the truck up a few times?
No, I'd enjoyed batting it. You come here, you know you have to fill your boots here because it is one of those pitches that if you get in they weren't spinning in our day, they were just like this. They were good pitches. And whatever you did here, like this one, because you needed to win the championship and you had a great side, but there were a lot of draws here, rain affected, too flat a pitch. Got a few runs here. I enjoyed playing one-day cricket here. Essex were a top one-day side, Somerset were, and the atmosphere here. I have to say that it's a little bit of a disappointment this year, actually, in my opinion, that Somerset in this area, they don't have a 100 franchise because this is a real hub of white ball cricket. They know how to do their white ball cricket. Love playing here in white ball cricket. Have a go at you, I tell you, on the periphery if you don't get it right. 363 for 7. 100 for the combined universities here, 189 when we in 1989 when we lost. One of the best players I played against, obviously Viv, but Jimmy Cook. Wow, could Jimmy Cook bat? A long time ago, and a lot of people now may not have heard of Jimmy Cook, but he could seriously play.
Yeah, if you ever do visit Taunton, you have a look at the honours board. I think he's on the Ondarchi Pavilion, his record for Somerset. I think he averaged over 75 in his seasons there. 11 centuries in 1 year, I believe.
Benedict tells us that Jimmy Cook once carried his bat here in both innings of the game, getting 100 in both innings. South African overseas pro, brilliant player.
Impeccable moustache.
Better than Martin de Lange's facial hair.
He doesn't have the 1930s fighter pilot like, but it was definitely very, very well manicured.
He's still smiling as well. He's stiff, he's sore, he knows this will be his last over of the day. He's keeping going. The speeds aren't as what we've seen in white ball cricket, but he's giving it a go.
Yeah, as I mentioned at the start, I do feel like he's, you know, bowling with that I'm going to bowl 20 overs sort of attitude. He's a wholehearted cricketer, though.
You're right, you said that before a ball went down today. And it's fair enough if you had 4 or 5 bowlers, but when there's 6 seamers have bowled, you really could have held him back, as you suggested earlier, and use him much more as an impact bowler.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen him deliver a lot more balls like that with the appropriate field and just put the Lancashire batsmen under a bit of physical and sort of, you know, technical pressure. I think it's just, you know, it's not a job that I'd want him doing week in, week out, but with this being a must-win game, maybe this was the game to do that.
Oh, gone. Fuller, a bit of swing from nowhere. He's shaking his head, he's almost down on his legs. But finally he's got something to take into the dressing room this evening, and it's the wicket of Croft.
And hasn't he deserved that, Nas? Great reward for a day's work. The rear gunner has done his job.
Croft has gone for 71, 363 for 8. Jack Blatherwick comes in at number 10. There are 8 deliveries left in the day.
That's middle. Cheers, 2 balls to come.
Short leg does come in for Blatherwick. There's 2 slips, and he won't fancy it. Away. There's 2 balls though, the wicket ball and the ball before. Summed up exactly what Peter Triggo's been talking about all day. Use the bouncer. Use the bouncer. Ball before was the bouncer. And maybe Croft thought another one's coming. And he didn't move his feet, just hands. The effect of the bouncer. Michael Holding always says it's the ball after you have to worry about. Nothing down the leg side. Marchand de Lange is done for the day. It is 364 for 8. Clouds have rolled in. Sunny this morning. Big afternoon session. Somerset fought back hard. 5 wickets in the partnership between Croft and Bailey. Just took them above par. I feel that 350 is about par here, batting first day 1. Something now is a bonus. 1 over to go. Can Bailey be not out overnight? Your modern cricketer do at the end of play now? The old, it goes around in circles. It used to be ice baths and all that sort of stuff. Is it what, just a rub down, or just a beer and a chat? What do they do at the end of play? Bowlers mainly, I'm talking about.
I think it wouldn't surprise me if the gym is set up, a lot of crash mats down, a bit of a stretch. You know, the lads like to roll on the foam rollers, and they have these massage guns now that they wobble the muscles around. Anything just to relax and chill out. And it wouldn't surprise me if a few of the more senior players grab themselves a little beer after a couple of pints of water.
Maybe thinking of the catch as well, if there was some inside edge. There wasn't.
Obviously the medical teams now, the stats don't really back up a relaxing pint at the end of play. It's all about protein shakes, getting protein into the body and rehydrating. So, you know, it's all down to the individual really, but I'm pretty sure I'd put a few bob on Roloff van der Merwe having it at least one
quiet one.
In terms of what the body goes through, you know, a bowler that's bowled 20 overs has probably covered, you know, 10 to 15 kilometres of high-paced running. You know, 2,000 or 3,000 calories burnt. So you've got to get that in as soon as possible, because, like I said, there's 4 long days of cricket.
Slow ball attempted there. Well, it's been great having you with us, Briggs. I know you've got other things to do. Wish you well with the golf. Thank you for keeping us updated with everything that goes on at this club and what you're doing at Notts and modern view of the game. Wish you well. Last ball of day 1. It's been an excellent day. Good leave from Latherwick, who's played the night out. He'll be in there with Bailey tomorrow. And if you have a good pitch, you will get good cricket, and that's exactly what we've had at Taunton. It's probably erred slightly towards the batsmen. They've enjoyed batting here, but we've had runs, we've had wickets, we've had a good crowd, and an excellent first day's championship cricket.
Thanks for that, Nas. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you, masters of commentary in the skybox, and honours even on a fascinating day one.
Sure has been fascinating. Really good contest. We saw that green pitch this morning and wondered, how's it going to play? Somerset won the toss, had a bowl, not because they thought it was a minefield. They just wanted to give themselves the best chance. And remember, they've not been batting particularly well of late. That will come later in the game tomorrow, weather permitting. Lancashire will be pleased with their day. Remember, both sides can still mathematically progress to the Bob Willis Trophy final. They need to win here.